Chapter 801. Just as the four fathers and sons were having a brief moment of family time, there was no leisure for such luxuries. Kugagung. The assault of the outer god's hands, which had momentarily weakened, intensified once again. Until now, they had simply been poking or scratching with their fingertips, but now they began to grab and forcefully tear at my sky fortress in a more concrete manner. The sight of countless hands, tens or hundreds of times larger than my body, endlessly descending from the sky and ripping off the ceiling of my fortress was truly a chilling spectacle. "I request your interception," I immediately ordered Lark and Fernandez. "You two elder brothers, please defend the fortress and continue to repel the hands of the outer gods." The two brothers nodded firmly, then lightly boarded their ship, the last ark, and without hesitation, soared into the sky, wielding their swords and magic. Following the trajectory of the last ark's ascent, a dazzling light burst forth as sword strikes and magical bombardments intertwined. The hands of the outer gods that tried to grasp the ark were torn apart and exploded. "I shall join as well." The emperor also drew his sword with his right hand and began to control La Mancha with his left. "Father," I urgently called out to the emperor before he could set out. "What about the method to remove Everblack? What did you see when you connected to Everblack earlier?" The emperor was silent for a moment. Then, "It's all right." He suddenly said this. "Pardon." To me, who asked back in confusion, the emperor smiled gently. "Trust me, Everblack is fine. It will soon open the way by itself." But Everblack is humanity's guardian tree, and it's also a lighthouse that sees the future. For some reason, there was a sorrowful smile on the emperor's face as he looked at the tree. "This tree has never once not been for the people. It's the same now. Believe in our thorn tree, and let's do what we can do now." The emperor seemed to have gained confidence from seeing something inside Everblack. For some reason, he didn't give a specific explanation, but I nodded. "Just as my people trust me, I too, because I trust my people." I decided to accept the emperor's conviction. "I will, father. Everblack will open the way by itself. We buy time until then." "Hoo-hoo. Good. Then shall we go too? We can't let your brothers have all the fun as fellow guardians. Can we?" Tuhak dash. La Mancha soared up following the last Arkansas. I also spread my dragon wings and flew up alongside La Mancha. "By the way, Ash, you truly are blessed with good people," the emperor suddenly said. "Everyone is coming to help you even here in the spirit realm." "Pardon?" I opened my eyes wide. What does he mean? The only ones who could come to help me in the spirit realm are Lark and Fernandez, right? Then the emperor silently pointed his hand towards the sky. "Look." I looked up at the sky following the emperor. There were countless giant palms falling towards us, slicing through the sky. There were so many hands that they filled the sky without gaps, falling as one massive curtain. All I see are enemies trying to kill me, not those coming to help me. Despite my complaint, the emperor just smiled silently. The next moment, the falling palms filled my vision and occupied the entire sky. The unbroken hostility completely obscured the sky. Soon, the whole world was plunged into complete darkness. The sun rises, tearing away the curtain of darkness. The sunlight illuminated the spirit realm with a ferocious intensity, as if to incinerate it. I looked over there in surprise. The dawn broke brilliantly, forcefully ripping apart the artificial night created by the hands of the outer gods. This is, as I looked up to observe, the sun was rising at the end of that endless land stretching out on the opposite side of the coast. And following the movement of that sun, all the hands of the outer gods burst into flames. It reminded me of the time long ago when I first drifted into the spirit realm. That sun I witnessed then was rising again. Squinting at the dazzling radiance, I raised my hand to shield my eyes from the light. Is it an illusion? With the blazing sun at its back, something's shadow was shimmering like a heat haze. I focused my gaze to see the approaching shadow more clearly. It was 4 enormous dragons flying towards us with the sunrise at their backs. No way! Suddenly, the last words of Duskbringer, who had passed on the flame in my heart to me, echoed in my mind. According to the legend my mother told me, the red dragons who have lived out their lifespans gather at the shore at the end of the world, and wait together for the world's last sunrise. So, this isn't goodbye. We'll be able to meet again on that final morning. The shore at the end of the world. The last sunrise on that shore. Recalling that unbelievable legend, I swallowed hard. The Emperor chuckled softly. Well, she truly is a great person of persistence. It seems she's been waiting all this time at the boundary between this world and the afterlife, just to meet you, illuminating the world brightly. 4 red dragons descended one by one onto my sky fortress. An unbelievably large dragon, radiating an aura as grand as the sun itself, the first Duskbringer. With a flash of red light, the next moment she transformed into a woman with long, flowing red hair. Following her, the other 3 dragons also changed into human form one after another. A woman with pale skin and short red hair. The first Dawnbringer. A woman with dark skin and multiple braids cascading down. Daybringer. And like the night waves dancing on the legendary sea, with flowing black hair to her ears. The one who passed on her blood and will to me, the second Duskbringer. The Duchess. Didn't I promise you? I stood there dumbfounded, unable to believe it, and Duskbringer, who was quietly observing me, smiled, showing her pointed teeth. That it wasn't goodbye, that we would be able to meet again on the last morning. Duchess. When I called out, Duskbringer frowned with a dissatisfied expression. Then, instead of Duchess, couldn't you call me by the title you used at the very end? She asked hesitantly. I carefully took her hand and corrected my address. Mother. Hoo. Duskbringer blushed and seemed flustered. What a ticklish and embarrassing yet pleasant sound that is. Then the Emperor, who was watching, made a comment. It seems I hear the sound of family trees getting tangled again. Quiet, Traha. The Bringer Duchy is connected not by blood, but by will. Ash is my descendant, connected by my heart. And then, the woman with long, flowing red hair, the first Duskbringer, approached me with audible footsteps. I tensed up a bit and stood stiffly as I looked at her. The first Duskbringer stood in front of me and made a hum-sound as she examined me. Yes, I've heard a lot about you. You are the second Dawnbringer. I greet you, ancestor. The only male among my descendants. How fascinating. Well, in our family connected by will, what does gender matter? The first Duskbringer lowered her eyes and nodded towards the second Duskbringer. By the way, to think you would rebel against the outer gods. Indeed, you have a boldness worthy of my descendants' constant pride. Ancestor, there's no need to mention that. Isn't that just saying you chose your son well? There's nothing to be embarrassed about. She smiled wryly at the second Duskbringer who was jumping up and down. Then the first Duskbringer opened her golden dragon eyes wide and gazed at me intently. You who bear the 5th name of the Bringer family. You who have decided to abandon the dragon blood on your own. I understand your intention, but it's difficult for me to fully support your choice to willingly give up my blood. After all, I am the last dragon, and I passed on that bloodline to humans in order to preserve it. When the spirit realm closes, all magic, the dragon blood is no exception. The Bringer Duchy will lose all its special dragon qualities and become an ordinary human family. Descendant, would you explain your intentions to me? I answered immediately. The most important thing you left behind, ancestor, is not the dragon's heart, the dragon's blood, or even the name Bringer. I placed my hand on my chest. What's important is this will, this heart that has been passed down from you to me, the justice that the people of the Bringer Duchy have held for generations, the courage to not hate. Isn't it enough to inherit just that? Even if everything else becomes diluted. It's such a perfect answer that it's astounding. The first dusk bringer shook her head. But yes, even in the distant past, and perhaps even now, there were few who sincerely gave such an obvious and old-fashioned answer. Everyone tended to be consumed by the external power rather than the will inscribed within. But you are not like that. Second dawn bringer. My son who has inherited not only my bloodline but also my heart. The first dusk bringer, and then the first dawn bringer and day bringer smiled together. It was a benevolent smile like sunlight. We will lend you our strength. I silently knelt on one knee and bowed my head to express my gratitude. That man, Nightbringer, argued that if we were to be toyed with by the outer gods, we should destroy this world itself. On the other hand, I believed that even if it was a fate of being toyed with, the will of living beings itself was important. The first dusk bringer quietly looked into my chest. You, who have inherited both bloodlines, have presented a new path that surpasses both that man's and my conclusions. I only pray that this path is the right one. Even if it strays a little, what does it matter? The first dusk bringer covered her mouth and chuckled. You can just find your direction again on the path that follows. Go the path you believe in. Your mothers will help you. Then the first dusk bringer commanded. Now, my daughters, the last day we have been waiting for in this eternal moment, in the gap between life and death, has dawned. The three women transformed back into dragon form one by one. Let's spend this day from this final dawn to dusk without regrets. The first dusk bringer spread her two enormous wings and soared up, followed by the first dawn bringer and day bringer. Ash. Lastly, dusk bringer, preparing to transform, smiled brightly. Meeting you and being connected to you was the best thing I've done in my entire life. I'm proud of you. For this moment, in front of my heart's mother who had endured in this harsh spirit realm without rest even at the end of her life, waiting without promise, I could only well up with tears. Then Duskbringer reached out her small hand to gently pat my head. And, when my son says he'll take a difficult path, of course his mom should help. She smiled brightly, then transformed into the form of a graceful and beautiful red dragon. The 4 red dragons, soaring up in a group like fireworks, charged towards the outer gods one after another. Under the final flames they ignited, the whole sky brightened. Chapter 802. The fierce battle continued. In the sky, the hands of the outer gods simultaneously clenched into fists, then fell to the ground in an instant. Then the hands grasped each other and rotated, striking the ground like swords or whips. The hands of the outer gods tried to destroy our sky fortress using various methods and overwhelming numbers. In the face of the outer gods' intensifying offensive, we struggled but we were still holding on. As the outer gods' attacks increased, so did our defensive forces. New reinforcements were joining one after another. Kung. The racial gods of the 4 major heterogeneous races who had gone to burn their guardian trees joined our defense line. The giant beings fought against the outer gods, exhaling formless roars. And following them, countless racial gods of other races began to appear from all over the spirit realm and stand with us. In the distant past, the outer gods conducted another game of destruction on this world stage, the racial war. They planted guardian trees for their chosen races and incited wars where each race tried to burn the other's guardian trees, watching and enjoying as they killed each other. There were countless races that were used as toys then, but were defeated and had their guardian trees burned. Their racial gods had been buried and sleeping under the sands of this spirit realm. And now, at this final and first rebellion shaking the spirit realm, they too bared their teeth against those beings in the sky who had used and abandoned them as toys. Under my brightly shining and fluttering flag, all the sleeping racial gods awoke and united. The giants participated in the battle, burning the last of their remaining strength. I suddenly observed the World Guardian Front engaging in a truly mythical battle here in the spirit realm. An army composed entirely of racial gods, led by the racial gods of the 4 major heterogeneous races, the world's last red dragons, and the 3 daughters who inherited their will. Humanity's strongest knight and greatest mage. the emperor who had fought in the spirit realm all his life, and his royal guard. And me commanding all of them. I waved my flag. Immediately, everyone who understood my intentions changed formation in perfect unison to block the outer god's attacks. Let's fight. We resist all oppression imposed on our world. Because we are not toys. Because we are players, not pieces. Because we are the sole masters of our fate. Don't give up, fight dash. Commanding the endless battle with optimal efficiency, I shouted until my voice was hoarse. How long had the battle continued in this state of selflessness? Suddenly, the air changed. Feeling an ominous premonition, I quickly looked up at the sky. The eyes of the outer gods staring at us. Some of them were tinged with an eerie purple color. What are they trying to do? It wasn't the blink that was trying to crush and kill us in one strike. The purple gaze is shot by the eyes intertwined with each other, unfolding chaotic patterns and magical formulas in the air. As countless eyes simultaneously drew in the sky, the diagram was completed in an instant. Kook! Just looking at it made my head throb and my stomach churn. An illusion, or rather something closer to a curse, a mental attack from a higher being. As their direct attacks continued to be thwarted, the outer gods had changed their method of attack. Towards destroying our minds. I hurriedly averted my gaze, but the completed illusion was already covering the entire spirit realm and affecting all beings within it. My unyielding commander was having an effect on the entire area, but there were too many casters of this illusion and their level was too high. I felt my mental barriers melt away and evaporate in an instant. I have to block it. And the moment my mental barriers were completely worn away, everyone in the resistance force who was barely holding on would fall victim to that illusion. Somehow, I have to endure. My vision burns white, but I resisted with all my might, holding back my screams. Did they think I would fall here? After coming this far, how could I? I must endure. The next moment, as the outer god's gazes turned from purple to blood red, the mental pressure exerted on me multiplied several times. Couldn't breathe. The critical point approached in an instant. Sensing that I could no longer endure, I squeezed my eyes shut and, click, for some reason familiar, and a little nostalgic. The sound of an umbrella opening was heard beside me. At the same time, the pressure that had been exerted on me disappeared all at once. Ha! I looked to the side in surprise. Someone had approached and was now standing next to me, holding an umbrella over my head. Their appearance was hidden by the umbrella. The color of the umbrella was dazzling, confident, and brazenly pink. A soft and sweet scent wafted over. To me, who was blinking in surprise, the someone who had covered me with the umbrella whispered in a voice that seemed to be holding back laughter. "Hello, honey?" This light, cheerful, and quirky voice. I muttered blankly without realizing it. "Salome?" Then, from the other side of the umbrella, she laughed. Correct. The pink umbrella twirled around like a fan, pushing away all the mental attacks. The sky in the area cleared instantly, the headache and nausea disappeared, and I regained my breath in one go. As I caught my breath and turned to the side, Ash, Salome, jumped up and hugged me as she pleased.
Tajda.
"I've come to save you." "Salome, you?" Normally, I should have avoided or pushed her away. But because I was happy for this unexpected reunion, and grateful for the helping hand she had given me, I let her hug me as she pleased and rub her cheek against my chest. You're alive. I'm so glad. Hee hee. Salome looked the same as before. Glossy pink hair, horns sprouting between it, a tail wagging frantically like a dog's. And as if she had just been tanning at some resort, her skin was a healthy brown color, clearly visible in her sleeveless shirt and short shorts, topped with a hooded jumper and cap and slippers. Oh! Wait. She doesn't look the same as before at all. Rather, hasn't she skipped over several worldviews with this ridiculous appearance? This is outrageous. Get off me. I hurriedly pushed away the succubus who was trying to slyly wrap her arms around my neck. The dormant Confucian boy inside me screamed. Men and women should not sit together after the age of 7. Good heavens. I pointed at Salome. You. What's with that appearance? Ah? Is the boy still not ready to face this attractive, healthy version of his succubus sister? Salome smiled lasciviously, then twirled around on the spot and shouted. Let me introduce. Your own pink son. In short, it's the pink sun version of Salome. Insane. I felt dizzy even though it wasn't a mental attack. I clutched my forehead. No matter how I look at it, she's wearing earth culture clothes and using earth culture jokes. She did peek at my memories before, or more precisely, the memories of the retro addict. Is that why? What the hell happened to this one in the meantime? After absorbing Raven back then, I was able to escape to the spirit realm. Raven only had pure evil left, but well, evil is also a mind. So for me who feeds on minds, it was as good as power. Salome had always used the spirit realm as a hideout. That's why she had saved me when I was drifting in the spirit realm before. It seems she managed to escape to the spirit realm even after defeating Raven back then. Ugh. But this Raven's malice was extraordinarily vicious. It kept trying to infect and rot even my soul, which is my mental body. I had quite a hard time. Then Salome patted her belly visible under her short shirt. But who am I? The succubus queen. Daughter of the succubi. The universe's greatest femme fatale. I am Salome. There's no mind I can't devour. In the end, it took a while, but I completely digested Raven's malice and the essence of the plague. Then Salome muttered with a slightly gloomy expression. And became this pink sun. What exactly is a pink sun? To be specific, I guess you could say I received some of Raven's traits. Now I can easily spread any emotion and devour any malice whole. Then Salome urgently grabbed my shoulders and said with trembling hands, No, I'll be honest. Malice tastes the best. Please, can you let me eat some malice? This one has completely lost it. Anyway, through this process, I was able to break my existing specifications and be reborn as a being of the next level. Yeah, you seem to have been reborn quite a lot. Now I'm a somewhat amazing being who can go anywhere there is a mind and do anything. Then Salome put her hand in a V sign next to her large eyes, winked, and shouted. I've become the legendary strongest succubus. The succubus empress dash. No, you're the pink sun. No matter how I look at it, you're just a pink-haired tan delinquent. Anyway, I really wanted to do this. An old comrade joining at the last moment of the final battle to provide crucial help. Salome lightly looked around at the scenery of the spirit realm where the final battle was taking place, then smiled brightly at me. How about it, Ash? Aren't you happy I came? Aren't you relieved? Aren't you moved? Yeah, I answered honestly. Thank you, Salome, for being alive, and for coming to help me. Surprised that I honestly acknowledged it, Salome stared at me with wide eyes, and then, I'm the one who should thank you, Ash. She smiled broadly with slightly flushed cheeks. For coming this far, for fighting without losing your heart, without giving up until now. That smile, which was not the confident and seductive smile she had been wearing until just now, but somehow awkward and clumsy, looked more human than any expression I had seen on Salome so far. By the way, even if we suddenly try to turn the atmosphere warm and fuzzy, it doesn't suit me and her. Look how awkward the air has become in an instant. Ahem. Anyway, that's how it is. Salome twirled her umbrella and rested it on her shoulder, then licked her lips with the tip of her tongue. Leave those bulging-eyed friends' mental attacks to me. I'll take care of all of them. Will you be all right? It was powerful enough to melt my mental barriers. Of course, teeming with constant malice, it's really... Salome's pink eyes flashed dangerously. All my special dish. Then, she kicked off the ground and soared into the sky in an instant and absorbed all the purple mental attacks pouring down from the outer gods. Through Salome's horns, which glowed with the same purple light, All the outer gods' mental attacks were sucked in and disappeared. Salome emitted a dazzling pink flash and laughed arrogantly, "Muhahaha!" As always. Still dumbfounded, but always grateful, I watched my reinforcements with a wry smile. The outer gods continued to attack us with even stronger blinks, fingertips, and curses, but we were holding firm. And then, sensing something, I hurriedly turned my head. The black thorn tree, ever black, standing next to our fortress. As if moving on its own, it began to rise, opening huge cracks around it. Reality, the human world. In front of the main castle of Crossroad. The last line of defense against the great monster invasion. The airship Blue Pearl, which had been fighting in the sky until the very end, Kuagwagwagwang, crashed into the middle of the battlefield teeming with monsters. Chapter 803. In front of Crossroads' main castle. A fierce battle was raging here as well. The last line of defense for humanity was now preparing to deploy the melee units against the monsters that had suddenly advanced to the very foot of the castle walls. "Melee units, prepare!" Evangeline shouted from atop the castle wall. The soldiers of the melee units standing to her left and right immediately flashed their eyes in unison. Until now, they had been mobilized to create a curtain of fire with bows and crossbows to stop the monsters, but the original purpose of the melee units was not to create a curtain of fire. It was to block the monsters with their bodies. It was to throw themselves into battle to hold the line, believing that others in the rear would deal with the monsters. The situation is urgent. First and second units, deploy simultaneously. The melee units were currently divided into 3 groups for operation. Evangeline was in command of the first unit, while Torkel led the second unit. The third unit, which was the reserve force, was to be rotated or deployed as the situation demanded. First unit to the east, second unit to the west. Third unit will replace the wounded when I give the order. Evangeline shouted again. Deploy! Deploy! Crush those monsters! The melee unit members who had rushed to the edge of the wall prepared for battle. Evangeline also readjusted her grip on her lance, placing one foot on the wall and looked down. For a moment her breath caught. It was black. She had the illusion that an endless black wave filling the horizon was surging forward. A sea of monsters was truly rushing towards the foot of the castle wall. The raging torrent had risen to just below Crossroad's throat. Although Crossroad had declared itself a tidal wave, the actual tidal wave of monsters surging forward was too much for Crossroad, which was too shallow a port to withstand it. For a moment, Evangeline felt small and insignificant. How could she, such a tiny human, possibly stand against such a vast sea? At that moment, Evangeline suddenly looked to the side. Her eyes held the karma of the Cross family. All the paths of the family that had made monster-slaying their livelihood were reflected in her eyes. Perhaps that's why. For a fleeting moment, Evangeline saw phantoms standing against the castle wall. From the distant ancestors right up to her own father. They were the images of all the lords who had lived and fought against monsters on the walls of Crossroad. They all wore fearful expressions. From the first Margrave Cross, who started the family business in a small palisade fortress, through the previous Margrave who led the iron fortress of the empire in its heyday, to her father who desperately held out in the declining fortress. They were all terrified. Their eyes showed clear fear as they looked at the approaching horde of monsters. Evangeline didn't know. She truly didn't know. She had never imagined that her father, who always showed a firm back standing on the castle wall, had actually worn such an expression. And then, the first Margrave, having caught his breath, adjusted his helmet and strapped on his shield. Following him, all the Margraves, regardless of gender or age, everyone who had continued the lineage of the Cross family, covered their fear-stricken faces with helmets and tightened the straps of the shields on their arms. Her father, after exhaling a long sigh, bit his lip firmly to steady his mind, then grasped his spear and shield. Ah! Only then did Evangeline understand. The reason why her family, mocked as country bumpkins in the capital, was truly great. What fisherman isn't afraid of the sea? What human isn't afraid of the world? The moment they become great is not when they no longer feel fear. It's when they face the waves despite being afraid of the sea. Father, to protect his daughter, his wife, his city, and the world behind it, Evangeline finally truly understood her father's heart, who overcame his daily fears and silently set out to the sea of monsters. A smile formed on Evangeline's lips as she finally truly understood. Was it an illusion? It seemed as if faint smiles also appeared on the faces of all the cross margraves glaring at the sea of monsters. When she closed her eyes and opened them again, the phantoms were gone without a trace. But Evangeline Cross no longer trembled with fear. She acknowledged and accepted the terror. I am a small human. The shield in her hand is even smaller. But the future of the people she will protect with this shield, this continuity, that has persisted from the distant past and will spread into the future, is by no means small. This must be the reason why the Cross family, and all those who face the world, have raised their small shields in front of the sea, willing to sacrifice their lives. Prepare for battle, Evangeline shouted in an unwavering voice as she watched the monsters climbing up the castle wall. Let's do what we've always done. The voice of the future Margrave Cross was filled with firm confidence, and that alone brought stability to the soldiers' hearts. Everyone in the melee unit prepared for battle in response to Evangeline's command. Commanding the frontline soldiers with the charisma befitting the lord of a city, Evangeline smiled. She was the daughter of a villager who had built a life on the shore of the monster sea. And now, she was truly proud of that fact. Begin combat. The monsters climbed up the castle wall, and humans struck down with their weapons. The desperate struggle at the final line of defense of Crossroads' main castle had begun. In front of Crossroads' main castle, in the air, the airship Blue Pearl. 10 minutes before the crash, Sir Lucas, one of Lucas's aides, shouted in a scream-like voice, "We have no more means to delay the Sleepless Lake Princess." Lucas, who had been cutting down the swarm of flying monsters while standing on the deck of the airship, groaned. All the delay tactics prepared by the guerrilla unit had been exhausted. They had been holding back the Sleepless Lake Princess with all kinds of special equipment and tactics, but now they had reached their limit. Moreover, the onslaught of ordinary monsters was intensifying. Monsters were pouring in densely both from the ground and the air, and the Blue Pearl was also engaged in dealing with flying monsters while carrying out the operation to stop the Lake Princess. But there was no more way. Even amidst all this, the Sleepless Lake Princess was walking gracefully, getting closer to Crossroads' main castle bit by bit. Among the countless horde of monsters, now the monsters themselves were making way for her. It was as if she was walking along a white path parting the black waves. It's not that there's no way. At that moment, the Rompeler siblings, who had been dealing with flying monsters alongside Lucas, approached with a grin. We still haven't used special equipment, don't we, Sir Knight? Lucas frowned. Using that on the Lake Princess is too risky. But we have no other choice, right? And the risk we'll bear is less of a problem than Crossroad falling. The Rompeler siblings took out the equipment they had been carrying on their backs. The female Rompeler had a giant anchor, while the male Rompeler had a multi-barreled harpoon gun. We're already in deep water, so we might as well grasp at straws, right? It was true. There was no time to hesitate. Lucas closed his eyes once, opened them, and immediately ordered, "Operation Weight of Obsession. Begin." When Lucas spoke aloud the grotesque operation name they had given, the excited Rompeler siblings high-fived each other. As there was no time, the operation began immediately. All crew members were already familiar with the operation details. Everyone knew that this was essentially a suicide mission. Blue Pearl, launch. Target is the enemy commander, Sleepless Lake Princess. The Blue Pearl, which had been hovering in the air, accelerated sharply and descended towards the ground. Until now, the Blue Pearl had maintained a certain distance from the Sleepless Lake Princess. This was to use delay tactics without getting caught in the Lake Princess's attacks. However, this Operation Weight of Obsession necessarily presupposed approaching. So the Blue Pearl, with all its sails unfurled, charged towards the enemy commander, leaving trails of blue magical energy, hanging like strings from the pitch-black gazes shot by the outer gods. The gaze of the sleepless lake princess, who had been advancing jerkily like a wooden puppet, slowly moved. It was towards the Blue Pearl charging at her. Sa! Darkness gathered in the sleepless lake princess's hand, transformed into the shape of a long sword, and was lightly swung towards the Blue Pearl. Crack dash! With a chilling sound that seemed to split space, the sword of darkness flew towards the front of the Blue Pearl. And the Blue Pearl did not dodge. Thud! The sword of darkness pierced exactly into the bow of the Blue Pearl. But the Blue Pearl endured. Rather, it continued to charge forward, shattering the sword of darkness. The mermaid pirates on board cheered in unison. This is it dash. As expected of Lady Siren, there was a statue of Siren fixed to the bow of the Blue Pearl. The Nightmare Slayer, steadfast superstition, moved from La Mancha to the Blue Pearl. This special artifact, made from the magic core of the Ghost Fleet Admiral, exerted its special ability without reservation. Unbreakable. Even if that attack was the most vicious strike shot by the incarnation of nightmares, it was completely nullified. No, not completely. Lucas sharply observed the state of the Blue Pearl. Undoubtedly, steadfast superstition had endured even in the face of that terrible attack. However, the bow around the statue was tattered from the impact. Even though the direct hit was nullified, the shockwave spread around it had shattered the durability of the airship's bow. It won't endure twice, but it was true that it had withstood the initial strike. And while the sleepless lake princess prepared for a second attack following her first ineffective one, the Blue Pearl succeeded in approaching within the targeted distance. Harpoons, fire all dash. Fire! With the male Rompeler's shout, all the harpoon guns prepared on the Blue Pearl were fired at once. The male Rompeler also emptied his multi-barreled harpoon gun completely. The multi-barreled harpoon gun, obsession of the sea. A weapon given by Ash. The special effect of this equipment was forced binding. Once connected with this harpoon, the target cannot escape from this harpoon until the user retrieves it. In addition to the harpoons shot by the male Rompeler, dozens of harpoons fired by the Blue Pearl wrapped around the body of the sleepless lake princess. We did it! Retreat! With that, the Blue Pearl turned tail and fled to the south. And when the male Rompeler judged that they had gained sufficient distance, he shouted at the female Rompeler, "Anchor it!" Okay dash. The female Rompeler threw the giant anchor she was holding overboard. The name of this anchor is Weight of the Sea. Also given by Ash, its special ability allows the user's ship to anchor immediately the moment the anchor touches the ground. Thud! The moment Weight of the Sea hit the ground. Screech! Suddenly, the Blue Pearl stopped as if fixed in midair. And the sleepless lake princess, entangled by harpoons to the Blue Pearl, also had to stop in place, unable to advance north any further. It looked as if the Blue Pearl, fixed like a nail in the southern sky, was holding back the sleepless lake princess, who had been walking towards the north where human settlements were, towards Crossroad with harpoon guns. Snap, 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 snap. While all the other harpoon guns that the Blue Pearl had prepared were using magically reinforced ropes, they all rotted and broke just by the sleepless lake princess touching them. However, the rope connected to the special harpoon shot by Obsession of the Sea endured. The sleepless lake princess tried to pull the rope tied to her to drag the Blue Pearl towards her instead. But the Blue Pearl, anchored by Weight of the Sea, didn't budge an inch. In the end, the sleepless lake princess had to stop there, unable to advance north any further. Where are you rushing off to? Got a party appointment or something? Seems like you don't understand the situation, but if you want to pass through here, you've got to pay a hefty toll. You know? Oh my, toll? We should call it a friendship fee. That's right, friendship fee. Pay the friendship fee and let's be friends. Friend. The two excited Rompelers cheered. But the joy was short-lived. Whoosh dash. The sleepless lake princess turned her body, lightly kicked off the ground, and shot towards the southern sky. It was a speed of a different dimension from her previous sluggish movements. The two Rompelers, startled, hurriedly tried to retrieve their equipment. Release the harpoons. Retrieve the anchor. Immediate evasive maneuvers. Originally, the plan was to retrieve the harpoons and anchor, withdraw, and then continue to hinder and lure the Lake Princess in the same way, but the sleepless Lake Princess moved at an unexpected speed. Everyone on the Blue Pearl was flustered by this unprecedented movement. Before they could retrieve the harpoons and anchor, before they could initiate evasive maneuvers, the sleepless Lake Princess, who had penetrated within range, threw a sword of darkness. Even in this situation, the skilled helmsman accurately turned the ship's direction, allowing steadfast superstition to take the direct hit, but only steadfast superstition endured. Crash! The front of the Blue Pearl caved in. The tremendous force of the Sword of Darkness tore off steadfast superstition from the bow and pushed it into the inside of the ship. The already tattered bow was crushed, and the collapse spread from the bow to the hull of the airship. The masts kept breaking and falling chaotically. Unable to withstand, the Blue Pearl immediately lost its lift and, boom, crashed into the middle of the battlefield teeming with monsters. Chapter 804. The Rompeler siblings were also avatars who could borrow the power of their racial deity. Although they had not inherited these powers long ago and were unfamiliar with them, and even though the supply of magical power from the spirit realm to reality was weakening, they were able to exert enough power to save their lives in the falling situation. The two siblings created a water cushion under the Blue Pearl, and although the ship crashed horribly to the ground, the impact was dispersed. Everyone, retreat! Lucas shouted, gathering the sailors who were staggering from the impact of the crash. Retreat! Hurry! But despair quickly clouded the faces of those who had hastily escaped from the ship. Hi-hee! It was approaching. The sleepless Lake Princess. The Blue Pearl had crashed near the center of the battlefield. Although not too far from the castle walls, it felt like 1,000 miles to the sailors struggling from the impact of the crash. And the Master of Nightmares was closing the distance with graceful steps. The Rompeler siblings gritted their teeth and drew their daggers and pistols. Damn! Is this as far as we go? I wanted to cause a bit more trouble. Lucas stepped forward, pushing back the injured soldiers. His face hardened as he placed his hand on his waist. It was then. Oh! The gaze of the sleepless Lake Princess, who had been staring at the Blue Pearl's crew, suddenly shifted. Towards Crossroads' castle wall. No. Towards an artifact installed on top of it. The artifact, made of a large metal plate, was accurately reflecting the sleepless Lake Princess on its smooth surface. Lily, the red-haired senior magician who had her hand on the artifact, shouted vigorously. Start over. The artifact, start over. Its effect was to forcibly teleport the target whose full body was captured inside the metal plate to the southern end of Crossroads Field. Click! As the artifact's activation sound rang out, the next moment. Crack! A clear fracture opened on the metal plate. It was the price of daring to handle an existence of a different caliber, one that couldn't be contained. The alchemists gritted their teeth and rushed in, holding the trembling metal plate with their hands to stabilize it, pouring all their magical power into the artifact. Due to the effects of the spirit realm closure, self-sustaining magical power supply was difficult, so they had connected the artifact to pre-stored magical power charging paths to barely maintain output, but it was unstable. Crack, 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 crack. Like a glass mirror breaking, countless cracks spread across the metal plate. Even as their hands were torn by the broken metal fragments, everyone endured. And then, fly away, awaya, with Lily's cry, clang. The entire metal plate bent and broke, and Start Over was ultimately destroyed horribly. But it completed its final mission to the very end. Flash. It succeeded in teleporting the sleepless Lake Princess to the southern end of the field. As the Grim Reaper who had approached right in front of them suddenly distanced herself, the Blue Pearl's crew let out a collective scream-like cheer. But it was too early to rejoice. Thud, 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 thud. The monsters in the area had been keeping their distance as it was the hunting ground chosen by the Master of Nightmares. But now that she had been flung to the entrance of the battlefield, the monsters no longer held back. They rushed in from all directions to tear apart and kill the humans who had fallen in the middle of the battlefield. And, if the Master of Nightmares was absent, the human side had no reason to hold back either. Everyone, duck your heads! With the cry of a stern old man, terrifying pillars of fire rose around the blue pearl. Hundreds of monsters rushing towards the crew turned to ashes instantly. When Lucas looked up, he saw Ivory Tower Master Dr. and Telekinetic Bodybag flying through the sky to their rescue. Until now, Dr. had been supporting the Sky Knight division using the flight ability of his equipped item, Old Phoenix. Bodybag was also able to fly using telekinesis and was supporting him. That's why they were able to come to the rescue at such an opportune moment. Let's evacuate. The two magicians grabbed all of the Blue Pearl's crew at once, lifting them into the air, and transported them towards the castle walls. The monsters didn't give up and kept swarming in, but Bodybag bound them with a force field and Dr. burned them all. Thank you for the rescue, Lord Dr. Lucas expressed his gratitude, but Dr. shook his head. This is no time for optimism, Sir Lucas. We have no more delay tactics to use against the Lake Princess. Do we? It was exactly as he said. Now that the Blue Pearl had crashed and all the delay tactics possessed by the guerrilla unit had been exhausted, there was no way left to hold back the Sleepless Lake Princess. Start over was a secret measure saved to use when the Sleepless Lake Princess came right up to the castle walls. But it too had been consumed. That artifact, it could have at least blown her away to the entrance of the Black Lake, instead of just to the southern end of Crossroads Field. How stingy! Dr. grumbled. But Lucas was grateful to start over. In the previous battle and in this battle, how much time had that artifact bought them and what role had it played? Start over was the only delay tactic that had pushed back such a powerful enemy commander this much. But it had been used up and broken. Now there were no more delay tactics, no more stopgap measures left to use against the enemy commander. We can somehow hold back the other monsters, but that Lake Princess, even the sturdiest castle walls can't withstand her. If there are no more means of delay, then Crossroad can no longer.
No.
Lucas, taking a deep breath, opened his azure eyes wide. There is. What? As they reached the front of the castle wall, Lucas voluntarily broke free from Dr.'s flight magic and fell to the ground. Thud. Standing in front of the castle gate, Lucas glared towards the south with his azure eyes. The rest of you, regroup on the castle walls and reinforce the defense of the main castle. What about you, Sir Lucas? I have. Lucas slowly drew the two swords at his waist and gripped them in both hands. A means to stop that monster. In the distance, the Sleepless Lake Princess, who had been flung to the southern end of the field barely within sight from Crossroad, was quickly approaching again. At her original sluggish pace, it would have taken a considerable amount of time, but her movements, with burnt dress hems fluttering, had become blindingly fast. Were the outer gods manipulating and toying with her, feeling impatient? Lucas calmly composed his rising breath. Suddenly, magic power in the atmosphere had become scarce. As the magic power he had naturally utilized all his life became insufficient, Lucas suddenly felt small. It was as if the muscles were disappearing from his entire body, a sensation of shrinking. But Lucas decided not to be afraid, because he knew that those monsters, and that Lake Princess too, were experiencing the same, perhaps even greater loss. Also, because this loss was proof that his lord's strategy was being properly executed. Instead, he chose to believe. In his body honed over a lifetime, his senses, his swordsmanship, his efforts. In his comrades fighting everywhere. And in himself. Whoosh! A golden aura began to flow from Lucas's entire body. Divine descent. His ultimate technique, likely its final use in this world where magic was declining. Simultaneously, a pale flash began to shimmer on Excalibur, the holy sword in Lucas's left hand. It was the light of divinity, though Lucas himself didn't know. In several previous iterations, Lucas had a history of fighting against the Demon King in place of Ash. When Ash had broken down after too many regressions and often lost his sense of self and died right after arriving at Crossroad, Lucas led Crossroad in those iterations as the acting lord, as the adversary of nightmares, as the protagonist. Just as Ash had acted in place of the broken Aether, Lucas had acted in place of the broken Ash. Later, as Ash continued his destruction play by overlaying different personalities on himself, Lucas no longer had the opportunity to take on such a role. But undoubtedly, Lucas was the proxy of the player's proxy. In other words, he had the qualification to touch divinity, the qualification to face the Demon King and his army of nightmares, the qualification to fight representing this world. It was engraved in the knight's soul. At the same time, the blade of light of bestowed sword held in Lucas's right hand began to glow blue. The violent instinct sealed within Lucas himself. The power of the beast. The shameful past he wanted to turn away from but couldn't erase. The driving force of that regret. He decided to willingly accept even that. Ha! White breath leaked from Lucas's lips. Simultaneously, the pale light cluster of Excalibur and the deep blue light cluster of bestowed sword began to melt into the golden aura emanating from Lucas's body. Sanctification and bestialization were opposite concepts. Complete opposites. Not something that could be contained together in one body. But Lucas was handling them simultaneously, neutralizing the two properties against each other, not being buried in sanctity, not being devoured by bestiality. He was walking the middle path between them. I am human. Lucas, murmuring, slowly brought the two swords together before his chest. Click, click, click. The two swords transformed, merging into one. Bestowed sword, which was only a handle in substance, clung to the lower part of Excalibur's handle, spewing magical lightning. At the same time, the separated guard parts also rose up along Excalibur's handle with magical lightning, attaching to Excalibur's guard. And then, thud! Along the snow-white blade of the holy sword with pale light condensed on it, a current of blue light surged, enveloping Excalibur's blade. The blade of light of bestowed sword burst forth, swirling enormously. That white and blue aura, combining sanctity and bestiality, eventually settled into a serene golden color. Ex grande weapon ad astra. This weapon, normally so unstable it could only be used for a limited time, was now gripped steadily and calmly in Lucas's hand, because its master had firmly established his own mind. The weapon too found serenity between the two swirling forces. I am the master of my fate, choosing my path by my own will. The pale light of divinity and the deep blue light of the beast completely merged into a golden aura. With unwavering eyes fixed straight ahead, Lucas asked, "What about you, Nameless?" The master of nightmares was now at hand. With her whole body bound by the gazes of the outer gods, creaking like a marionette, the sleepless lake princess shot straight ahead. Lucas took a deep breath. Your fate. A sword of darkness coalesced in the sleepless lake princess's hand. An enormous dark great sword, incomparable to anything before, swirled violently. Against it Lucas swung, ad astra straight and true, murmuring softly with heartfelt sincerity. Don't let them decide it. The sword of darkness and the sword of light collided. No sound was made, but instead, a tremendous shockwave spread in all directions. Darkness and light swirled, devastating the battlefield. All the monsters standing in the area collapsed, spewing blood, and the entire wall of Crossroad shook greatly. Rumble, and when the aftermath of the collision subsided, Lucas had been pushed back more than 10 steps from the point of collision. He had barely managed to stop by planting his greatsword into the ground and sliding backwards, his back almost touching the city gate before coming to a difficult halt. And the sleepless lake princess. She had taken one step back from the point of collision. While Lucas was forced back 10 steps, she had retreated only 1 step. The difference in power was clear. The Sleepless Lake Princess was overwhelmingly stronger. However, the outer gods controlling the Sleepless Lake Princess, looking down on this scene, were bewildered. No one, in all the infinitely repeated iterations until now, no one, no ancient being, no mythical monster, no legendary hero, no weapon embodying all of humanity's wisdom, nor strategy devised by the wisest minds. Nothing had ever confronted her head-on and made her take even 1 step back. Perhaps this disturbance among the outer gods was transmitted to her. For the first time, the fingertips of the Sleepless Lake Princess holding the Sword of Darkness trembled. Until my lord returns. After spitting out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, his azure eyes flashing between disheveled strands of hair, Lucas gripped his sword anew. You shall not pass nameless. Chapter 805. Wielding both powers that consume humanity. Sanctification and bestial transformation. Combining the 2 most powerful weapons in the world into one, fully drawing out their abilities. As if possessed by divine will, taking steps filled with determination and striking with blows imbued with resolve. Lucas fought truly like the protagonist chosen by the world. As Ash had boasted earlier, Lucas, having awakened his potential beyond its limits, was undoubtedly the strongest knight. However, the Sleepless Lake Princess, reborn as the Master of Nightmares, was invincible. She was the embodiment of all nightmares in the world, the personification of destruction. From the beginning, she was not an entity that could be fought or pushed back against. Against such an opponent, Lucas had managed to hold out for dozens of exchanges. It was an unbelievable feat for a mere human. Each time Lucas's Sword of Light blocked the Sword of Darkness wielded by the Sleepless Lake Princess, the outer god's eyes widened in shock. But miracles are ultimately temporary. The difference in absolute power was too great. He couldn't hold out forever. This final delaying action was nearing its end. Ha! White breath once again escaped from Lucas's blood-covered lips. Currently, Lucas was leaning against the dented gate of Crossroad. He had just received a blow from the Sleepless Lake Princess and was thrown back, crashing into the gate like a cannonball. In Lucas's hand, the great Sword of Light, Ad Astra, was still firmly gripped, but all his other equipment was horribly damaged. Gauntlets, boots, breastplate, pauldrons, backplate. Every part of the armor, black scales, was in tatters, and blood poured profusely from the flesh beneath the broken armor. Just one more time. Blood dripped from the ends of his disheveled blonde hair. An excruciating pain he had never felt before coursed through his body, cut by the Sword of Darkness. But his sapphire eyes still emitted a sharp light like a blade's edge, and his will remained unscathed. Block it just one more time. Lucas himself knew well that he couldn't hold off the Master of Nightmares forever. So just one more time. Just one more time. Just one more time. Just one more time. Continuously. Whoosh dash. The next moment, the Sleepless Lake Princess charged forward. The Sword of Darkness in her hand swirled fiercely. Even in the midst of this fierce battle, Lucas was comprehending the principles of swordsmanship. He continued to internalize how to face that overwhelming Sword of Darkness to hold out even a little longer. As the 2 swords of light and darkness entangled, he was able to withstand the enemy commander's attack once again. Crash! Lucas endured, but the gate he was leaning against exploded. Along with the fallen gate, Lucas was thrown inside the fortress. He quickly tried to regain his balance by stabbing his sword into the ground, but he was still pushed back for quite a distance. Coup! Lucas gritted his teeth. The enemy commander had finally entered inside the fortress walls. Through the fortress entrance where dust rose from the fallen gate, the sound of footsteps echoed. Step, step. The next moment, as the dust cleared with a gust of wind, the figure of the enemy commander, the Sleepless Lake Princess, was revealed. The enemy commander's light footsteps touched the inside of the fortress. Lucas clenched his teeth and gripped his sword. Once again. If once isn't enough, then twice. If twice isn't enough, then thrice. It's a matter of trying again and again without giving up. So once more. Oh! However, immediately after, Lucas belatedly realized that both his knees had touched the ground. His spirit was still enduring, but his body had reached its limit first. Stand up! Lucas gritted his teeth as he struck his disobedient legs that had collapsed on their own. Move, damn legs! But before his trembling legs could struggle to stand again, the enemy commander was approaching once more. Just as Lucas was about to swing his sword even from his fallen posture,
Top?
someone rushed in front of him. Shimmering platinum blonde hair, dazzling white armor, and a shield and lance. It was Evangeline. Together! Before Lucas could say anything, Evangeline spoke boldly. Don't bear it alone. I'll endure with you, so. Evangeline turned back with a radiant smile. Let's overcome this together. To the left and right of Evangeline, who stood at the very front with her shield raised. All the shield warriors belonging to Crossroad, and soldiers with shields, rushed in. In just a few seconds, they gathered their shields together, forming a perfect shield wall. While Lucas and the Sleepless Lake Princess were engaged in fierce combat, the rest of the monsters had withdrawn from the battlefield, to avoid getting caught up in their master's fight. But the people of the monster front line had devised a plan to help Lucas fight, and they jumped in. Lucas suddenly realized the current situation as he saw the shield that had formed in front of him. He slowly reached out and carefully placed his hand on Evangeline's shoulder. Whoosh! The golden aura enveloping his body spread to Evangeline. As if she had been waiting for this, Evangeline firmly planted her shield on the ground and exerted her last bit of magic power to unleash her ultimate skill. Final Fortress. A shield of golden magical power formed in front of all the people standing in the shield formation, and eventually merged into one. The sword strike of the Sleepless Lake Princess, who had rushed in, crashed down onto the completed giant golden shield. Boom! The sword of darkness made no sound, but the shield that took the direct hit screamed as it was destroyed. Evangeline's shield, which took the attack head-on at the forefront, shattered into pieces. Not just the shield, but Evangeline's entire left arm was torn apart, splattering blood everywhere. It wasn't just Evangeline's shield. The shields of all those who stood together were simultaneously destroyed. But that was all. Originally, it was a strike of darkness so intense that merely facing it should have vaporized souls and brought certain death. However, the courage of humans who defied death brought about a fitting miracle. Numerous people resonated with a single thought to complete one shield, and that shield was imbued with light to oppose the darkness. Thus, while the shield was destroyed, the people endured. No, it didn't end with just enduring. In my city, Final Fortress is a defensive technique that absorbs the enemy's attack and then returns it. The enemy commander's attack, received by everyone together, was fully stored in the shields of all those gathered here. To my people, like the tide changing from flood to ebb, once again from the rear to the front, gathering and pouring out, don't you dare touch them carelessly, Sister Dash. It burst forth from the tip of Evangeline's lance. The largest damage save that had never existed before and would never exist again. And damage payback. Whoosh! Evangeline's right arm was torn apart as her lance shattered into pieces. The power of darkness swirling at the tip of that lance was shot directly towards the Sleepless Lake Princess. It was a power that Evangeline alone couldn't have blocked, stored, or returned. But it was an unbelievable counterattack made possible because everyone gathered here resonated and united their wills. The Sleepless Lake Princess, who received her own attack back in full, was pushed back. As powerful as her own attack had been, the fully returned counterattack was equally mighty. She had to retreat dozens of steps more than ever before. When she came to her senses, she was once again outside the fortress. As if it had been a lie that she had invaded inside the fortress, she had to retreat quite a distance. The outer gods were shocked at this unbelievable reality, and while their puppet, the sleepless lake princess, was staggering to regain her posture. Torkel dash! As she fell backward, Evangeline shouted with her remaining strength. Go dash! As the sleepless lake princess urgently raised her head, a large heavy armored knight was falling from the sky. It was Torkel, the strongest tank of the monster front line, who had been waiting in the sky with a griffin rider and jumped down at the precise moment. The sleepless lake princess sharply extended her hand. Dark power wrapped around like a whip, lashing Torkel's entire body. Not only the shield Torkel was holding, but all the armor on his entire body was completely shattered. But Torkel had already activated his ultimate skill. Man is not made for defeat. He feels the pain but takes no damage. And Torkel was not a man who could be stopped by pain alone. Grab! The warrior's strong hand grasped the enemy commander's body. Torkel clung to the sleepless lake princess. He knows. Both the sleepless lake princess and Torkel himself, everyone here knows, that Torkel's strength alone cannot stop the enemy commander. Knowing this, Torkel volunteered for this role. If he could create even a slight opening for the enemy commander during the mere 10 minutes he could endure. If he could expose even a dust-sized weakness in the invincible monster. If it could be of even the slightest help to his comrades' counterattack that would follow, it's worth trying. As Torkel dropped and clung to the enemy commander, Junior, who had been waiting on top of the wall, raised her staff forward. Ying! A halo appeared in the sky, and the surrounding space shattered like a mosaic. Elemental disassembly. It was elemental disassembly, condensed into a single spell by overlapping dozens of incantations. Until now, Junior had forcibly achieved effects by layering multiple spells when elemental disassembly didn't work on an enemy. But this time she changed her approach. She decided to delve into a single elemental disassembly to the extreme, to a realm never reached before, scraping away surpassing void, and even transcending the realm of emptiness, to the realm of nothingness. And now she succeeded in proving the formula that had only been theoretical. Instead of insufficient human magic power, she forcibly overclocked the magic core of her staff to complete the spell. In the end, the staff Rod of Crimson, having exceeded its critical point, couldn't withstand and exploded. But even that was within her calculations. Junior sensed it, that this would be the ultimate magic casting of her life as a magician. But for some reason, rather than feeling regretful, she felt relieved. Heavens, behold! As she completed her ultimate, Junior smiled brightly. We are here dash! Crack, crack, crack! The halo, grown to an unbelievable size, covered the sky above, and the space below it completely shattered. Junior collapsed, violently coughing up blood. But her ultimate magic undoubtedly had an effect. Oh! The veil of invulnerability that made this sleepless lake princess invincible was lifted. At this very moment when the connection between the spirit realm and the human world weakened, making magic power scarce. As the curse, nightmare, and darkness that formed the essence of the sleepless lake princess were also powers from another world, i.e., created by magic power. Her existence was clearly shaken, and Junior's ultimate magic struck perfectly in that gap. Supported and healed simultaneously by the two priests, Rosetta and Zennies, Lucas stood up straight. Looking around, he saw that his golden aura was already spreading to all the people in this fortress one by one. It was another miracle born because they all shared the same will and followed the same flag. Once more, Lucas muttered softly, and once more dash! The people rushed out, to stop the enemy commander once again, to protect the world even if just one more time. Chapter 806. The final chance for a counterattack has arrived. In this brief moment when Junior's elemental disassembler and Torkel's man is not made for defeat are taking effect. In this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, everyone in the monster front launched perfectly coordinated attacks, just as they had trained and mastered over the past 3 years. Ivory Tower, Senior Mage. The two flame mages representing the monster front's firepower stretched out their hands simultaneously. This is our final flame dash. Diarmuden's massive pillar of fire was enveloped by Lily's flames, swirling like waves. As they merged into one, the whirling flames exploded. The sleepless lake princess was engulfed in tremendous flames. Her body, which should have been impervious to any attack, burned pitch black. Her fingertips and toes turned to ash and scattered, only to ripple and regenerate moments later. This working, following the two flame mages' inferno, all the mages formed a joint aerial magic circle and unleashed their spells to the limit. Mages from every school of magic in the world unleashed their ultimate spells without holding back. The mana in the air became scarce, forcing everyone to overload their staves to complete their spells. The staves of the mages standing on the wall exploded one after another, scattering multicolored lights. Knowing this would be the last magical display to go down in history, the tearful magical baptism of the mages who had accepted their farewell poured down on the sleepless lake princess. Fire and water, wind and lightning, earth and ice, light and darkness. Even in the face of this all-out concentrated fire, the sleepless lake princess endured. Her body broke apart and regenerated endlessly, persisting like a nightmare lurking in the deepest night. But she had to retreat. After the magical bombardment ended, on the ground sizzling with magical heat, the sleepless lake princess staggered for the first time. Crackle, crackle, the gaze of the outer gods connected to her. Those pitch-black puppet strings wavered as if filled with static. When the momentarily sluggish, sleepless lake princess finally looked ahead again, a fist shrouded in red energy was flying towards her face. It was the fist of Kuelin, the Beast King with his red braids fluttering. Kuelin, who had lost both the Wolf's Curse and the Beastkin's blessing, was now a much smaller human than before. His fist could no longer deliver the same power as before. He knew this. That's why he changed his approach.
Taught.
Behind him, the members of the penal squad followed suit, assuming the same stance as Kuelin. By the time of the battle with the Black Dragon, the Maple Fist had already been refined. It had been reborn as a martial art of the new era that anyone could learn, regardless of whether they were beastkin or relied on curses. The new Grandmaster acknowledged by Lunard. Kuelin had passed on the secret techniques of the Maple Fist to all members of his direct subordinates in the penal squad, and now in this final battle,
Unite.
he saw the fruits of his labor. Heart-severing wind wolf dash. 5-person heart-severing wind wolf. 5 fists flew simultaneously, scattering red energy. Even with her body in tatters from the earlier magical barrage, the Lake Princess tried to defend against this attack. However, Torkel, who had stubbornly clung to the enemy commander's body, interfered with her movements. The time Torkel bought was not even a second, perhaps not even 0.1 seconds. But that gap was enough. Whoosh dash. The unprecedented simultaneous 5-person secret technique strike pierced through the sleepless lake princess. Feeling the definite impact, Kuelin grinned. The power of one is certainly weak. However, the power of unity is far stronger. Sukaak. Even as she was pushed back, the sleepless lake princess violently swung her hand. A wave of darkness rose up, savagely clawing at Kuelin and the penal squad members. The holy power armor that the priests had cast on Kuelin and the penal squad members burst apart. The golden aura that had enveloped their bodies faded away like a candle in the wind. But the golden aura spread like wildfire to the bodies of others who leapt in next. Kelly Bay, who jumped in with daggers and a hammer, placed a dagger on the body of the sleepless lake princess and swung the hammer imbued with the power of the tribal god, forcibly driving it in. The sleepless lake princess lashed out at Kelly Bay with darkness. However, the dagger stuck in her body was no ordinary dagger. Flash knife. It was a blink dagger. Flash dash. Verdandi, who teleported with the dagger, didn't hesitate for a moment and slashed the wound made by the blink dagger with Isakium. The forcibly overloaded dragon slayer, Isakium, exploded inside the wound, spewing out its breath. Darkness splattered like blood. The sleepless lake princess once again swung darkness to throw Verdandi away, but she was pushed back. The dwarf warriors who had been piloting the autonomous golem, Iron Fist, against ordinary monsters until now switched to manual control and jumped into the battlefield. The elves of the Holy Grail Seekers, riding on the shoulders of these golems, fired magic-imbued arrows without rest. Mikhail and his wives descended to the ground on their griffins. The Rompeler siblings, seated behind them, aimed the ship cannons they had detached from their vessel. All the weapons built into the golems, the arrows of the elf assassins, the crimson throwing spears, and the blue magic bullets simultaneously battered the sleepless lake princess. She's being pushed back. Violet deployed Illusion Field across the entire battlefield. It didn't matter whether this worked on the enemy or not. They were just hoping to create even the smallest opening. Elise, who was running at the forefront, thrust her sword coffin into the ground and opened it wide. Hannibal and the spirit mages who stopped beside her enchanted the weapons inside the coffin with spirits as fast as they could. Heroes and soldiers rushed forward, each grasping one of these weapons. The priests cast holy power armor on these soldiers' bodies. And at the end of this procession, Rosetta and Xennies also grabbed their weapons and charged forward, followed by Hannibal, who had summoned the Spirit King. The sleepless lake princess was pushed back. She lashed out with darkness, tearing apart those who attacked her. But the next person appeared. When she struck them down, yet another person appeared. Pushed back, pushed back, pushed back. Watching this battlefield, Damien prepared for his final shot atop the castle wall. Ha! The power of Farsight was already fading. His vision, which once could pierce through everything beyond the horizon, had shrunk to that of an ordinary human. All the incredibly clear scenery had faded like old memories in his mind. But the eyes of the boy, now a full-fledged young man, still held a gleam, because he could face himself with a clear conscience. Because even though he had been bent and dirted while desperately enduring in this hell, he had never abandoned his beliefs in the end. Because he had survived weak but righteous. For such a noble master, Farsight performed its last miracle. Without hesitation, Damien began to pick up and fire the magic guns laid out before him, and the bullets did not miss. Hunter's Retribution, Venom Fang, Guillotine, Plague, Famine, War, Death, and finally, Black Queen. Every magic bullet Damien fired pierced the most vulnerable parts of the sleepless lake princess, pushing her back. As if Farsight was still there. It was an unbelievable display of marksmanship. Or perhaps this wasn't a miracle at all. It might have been the natural blossoming of the young man's efforts over the past 3 years, never letting go of his bow and gun even until the moment he fell asleep. Crack, crackle, boom! After firing the final railgun shot with Black Queen loaded with Annihilation Bullet in Nightmare Slayer mode, falling backward from the recoil amidst fragments of the broken magic gun, pressing his burnt palm against the floor, feeling the dried blood taste in his mouth along with his depleted mana, Damien silently took out a mana potion and poured it into his mouth, then loaded magic bullets with thread-thin power into the magic guns he could still use. They were healing bullets. And once again, he ran to the edge of the wall and began providing supporting fire for his allies. Bang! Boo-boo-boo-boo bang. Quag-wag-wag-wang dash. As the sleepless lake princess was pushed far enough away from the castle walls, the soldiers on the walls began their bombardment as if they had been waiting for this moment. Emitting a golden aura, all the soldiers unleashed crossfire with practiced movements. Cannons and ballistas, arrows and bullets, artifacts and magic. The sleepless lake princess, who had been continuously pushed back by the relentless barrage, suddenly had the strings connected to her body become clear again. The gaze of the outer gods had been restored. Darkness swirled out from the nightmare's master, swallowing up all the crossfire that had been pushing her back. And as the darkness receded, the sleepless lake princess regained her original, intact form. As if all the damage until now had been a lie, she was still the undulating master of nightmares. Junior's elemental disassembler had already ended, and Torkel, who had been clinging to the lake princess until the very end, had long since lost consciousness and been thrown far away. Does that mean all this resistance was futile? No. At least everyone in the monster front believed it wasn't. From the beginning, they hadn't fought to win. They had endured for the past 3 years to protect the world behind them. And today was just another day they faced during this journey. A little more harsh, a little more painful, a little longer. That kind of day. Lucas, who had finished recovering while his allies bought time, stepped forward. His 2 hands grasped the great sword of light. Once more, he had promised the man who raised the flag on this front that he would protect the world until he returned. So once more, behind Lucas, bloodied people formed ranks and shouted in unison. Once more dash, the spirit realm, beneath the roots of the black tree Everblack. The burning woman, the goddess, was watching, the desperate struggle unfolding here in the spirit realm, and the desperate struggle unfolding in the mortal world. As the battle in the mortal world intensified, the situation in the spirit realm was also deteriorating moment by moment. The rebel army led by Ash was gradually being pushed back in the face of the Outer Gods' offensive. Although they had put up a good fight for a while, the difference in power was simply too great from the start. The goddess's eyes were filled with conflict, regret, and a sense of powerlessness as she watched. That's when it happened. "Aren't you going to help?" A voice came from above the goddess's head. It was a familiar voice. The goddess answered bitterly as she looked up. "What exactly can I do, other than burn while tied up here?" And she called out the name of the one descending along the roots of Everblack above her head. Dustia, the distant descendant of the goddess and Ash's birth mother. Dustia smiled back haggardly. Chapter 807. It wasn't just Dustia. The regressors of each generation who inherited the curse from the goddess were all trapped here inside Everblack. This was the divine punishment that the clan received for stealing the magical fire. Even after death, they were trapped in the spirit realm, forced to watch as their descendants repeated their lives. An eternal curse of regression for the entire clan. "Won't you help us?" Dustia asked once more. The goddess let out a long sigh. She murmured softly, "For our human race that lived as slaves, to live at least like proper humans. That's why I planted this tree." The goddess looked up at the roots of the massive thorn tree she had planted herself, which was now burning itself to provide warmth. "And now you're saying we should get rid of this tree? If this tree disappears, Mother, you can be freed. You won't need to sacrifice yourself eternally burning like this." "I would be free, but..." The goddess shook her head. "Our descendants, all of humanity, will now shiver in eternal cold. Without the light of magical fire, the next harsh millennium will begin. Even so, it's because that's what's necessary for the next generation," Dustia said with conviction. "It's because that's what's truly necessary for humanity. No, for the entire world." The goddess blinked in surprise. Dustia turned her head to look at her son leading the battle against the Outer Gods. Just as a child grows into an adult, just as independence comes when childhood ends, in the mother's memories he was still a small, young boy. Her son, who had somehow grown so big without her noticing. The time for maturity has come, both for our humanity and for this world. Time for maturity? The time to stand on one's own strength, not power given from outside. The time to move beyond the one-sided help given by parents and live solely on one's own strength. It was bound to come someday. "I understand it pains you, Mother." What parent wouldn't? Whose heart wouldn't be torn watching their child's back as they venture alone into the wilderness? Dustia spoke emphatically. "But we must let them go." Just as parents can't care for their children forever, this tree can't last eternally either. The magical lighthouse, planted by the will of the Outer Gods, spreading the power of the outside world into this world. Thanks to the magical power this tree drew up, humanity prospered for the past millennium. But that power was ultimately external, not created by this world itself. It must be outgrown someday. The child who leaves their parents' hands and departs alone into the wilderness will surely be cold, surely suffer. But, Dustia smiled faintly, becoming an adult is inherently such a thing, isn't it? Even if cold, even if painful. Doing today's work while chewing dirt and swallowing dust. It is through this process that a child finally becomes an adult. Only through this process can one truly become an adult. Before the goddess who couldn't continue speaking, the spirit of another regressor appeared this time. It was her own son, born to the goddess herself, who had been burned at the stake with her. Mother, that child fighting out there right now, that's the one. The son whispered, looking at Ash catching his breath while leaning on his flag outside. The child I told you about then, who would sever and change this very world that discriminates and enslaves based on power and race. At first glance, that child's actions may seem reckless and foolish, but such a reckless and foolish path is in fact what leads the world to the next era. The son smiled. You showed us that yourself, mother. By now, all the other regressors of the clan had appeared and stood before the goddess. The goddess wept as she looked over her descendants connected to her, who had shared in the eternal punishment. Just as mother gladly sacrificed herself for us and our descendants. The son reached out his hand towards the goddess's burning hand. Now please send us off with a glad heart. Please accept it with a glad heart. At the same time, the regressors reached out their hands towards each other's hands. The maturity of our descendants. The independence of our child. The flames that had been burning the goddess spread to the son's body through his hand. The regressors endured the pain of their bodies burning as they willingly connected the flames, holding hands in a line reaching towards the sky. At the end of the joined hands, Dustia stretched her hand towards the heavens. The tip of Everblack's roots touched her hand. And, whoosh, through the flames will was transmitted. My Everblack, the goddess whispered, swallowing her tears. My giving thorn tree. As fire spread through the entire root system, the voice of the goddess who had planted, warmed, and guarded the tree for the past millennium was conveyed to the tree. Even now, worried about people, pitying those who would shiver in the cold without you, you can't bring yourself to remove your trunk. The goddess whispered tenderly. It's all right. Thump. The roots of the tree, which hadn't moved at all until now, twisted faintly. People are strong, so they'll sprout new fires on their own even without us. So you can rest now, caressing the roots of the tree that had shared in the eternal punishment through their joined hands. The goddess wept and laughed. You've worked so hard for endless ages. Towards the tree, the goddess did not command. Let's go rest. She simply spoke with all her heart. Let's go to sleep together. And rumble. Everblack's roots began to violently shake. Rumble. I looked towards Everblack, which was moving on its own. Humanity's guardian tree began to rise, creating huge cracks around it. At the same time, it started detaching the part of its trunk that connected the spirit realm and the mortal world. We've succeeded. Everyone in the fortress watching this scene cheered. I too let out a sigh of relief. As Everblack removed its trunk and roots, the spirit realm began to close rapidly. But that wasn't all. Rumble. The massive tree, while moving away from the spirit realm's passage, began to use its freed trunk and roots to block the outer god's attacks with its own body. The tree was trying to protect us of its own will. Even as its body was crushed and shattered before the outer god's attacks, it struggled with all its might to help us somehow, regardless. Until now, I had seen the guardian trees simply as objects that needed to be eliminated. I thought they were close to mere mechanical devices planted by the outer gods, so I was willing to burn and destroy them. But that wasn't the case. This tree had only wanted to help people right up to the very end. Thank you. I gritted my teeth as I watched Everblack supporting us with all its strength. Thank you. As Everblack completely withdrew its body from between the mortal world and spirit realm, just as the spirit realm itself was about to start closing in earnest. Thump. The hands of the outer gods pouring from the sky began to join together, eventually creating an unprecedentedly massive hand. Crack! It forcibly grasped the closing sky of the spirit realm. Oh! The giant hand endured, even as its grip was torn and exploded. And in turn, it began to forcibly open the sky of the spirit realm, the passage connecting to the other world. What is this? This is impossible. The blood-red gaze of the outer gods focused on Salome, who was groaning in dismay at this sight. Boom! Perhaps unprepared to absorb it, Salome screamed as she was battered by the formless attack. Kai-ah! Salome! Salome fell. Following that, as the spirit realm's passage was forcibly expanded as if being torn apart, all of the outer gods' attacks intensified. Besides the giant hand, countless other fingers rained down like a bombardment. The race gods fighting atop the fortress couldn't withstand it, and were crushed one by one under the falling fingertips. Ugh! Is this their true power? Lark's sword broke, and all of Fernandez's spells being chanted were forcibly extinguished. Though the two brothers tried to continue resisting even in that state. Crash! Dozens, hundreds of fingers poured down, and finally the final arc was torn to shreds and fell. Lark! Fernandez! No! Beside them, La Mancha, who had been performing evasive maneuvers, was caught by another outer god's hand and thrown to the ground. Boom! Hurled beyond the transparent sea of the spirit realm, La Mancha sank just like that. Father! Glory Knights! There was no time to worry. An enormous number of fingers were pouring down above my head as well. I gritted my teeth and raised my flag to lift the fortress. But my magic fortress merely crumbled like sand under the fingertips of the outer gods. Ash! Just then, 4 red dragons flew in and formed a formation above my head, simultaneously breathing fire towards the sky. Roar! The breath spewed by the 4 dragons, Duskbringer, Dawnbringer, Daybringer, and Duskbringer again, combined into one and set the sky ablaze. But the fingers that had momentarily hesitated soon began to fall again, piercing even through those flames. Thud! Thud! Thud dash! Everblack desperately extended its trunk and roots to try to stop those attacks, but the hands ruthlessly and mercilessly tore away such efforts of the tree. Player dash! Another strained voice called out from afar. Looking that way, it was the Demon King who had been single-handedly blocking the outer gods, blinking, by spreading a veil of darkness since the start of the battle. Though he had always seemed relaxed and strong, now his entire body was in tatters. Even at this moment, the Demon King's shadow-like body was repeatedly exploding into pieces and reassembling every time the outer gods blinked. At this rate, even I won't be able to completely close the spirit realm, the Demon King shouted in an unprecedentedly urgent voice. When will that secret final shot be ready? Blood from a wound on my forehead, which had somehow injured even my spirit body, trickled down to my chin. Wiping it away with the back of my hand, I grinned. Just hold on a little longer. I'll definitely do it. I believed. That man who wants the true ending more than anyone. That damn previous player. My accomplice who has been fighting eternally before me. He'll definitely give those outer gods one hell of a blow. Mortal world. Crossroad. In front of the city gates. The sleepless lake princess stood still, looking around. The area was completely devastated. The city walls made of black dragon scales and bones were all crushed, and the siege weapons placed on them were all destroyed. The humans who once blocked her advance against the Master of Nightmares, wrapped in golden auras. Now not a single one could stand on 2 legs. All were bleeding, clutching their wounds, struggling to breathe. Though they still glared at her with eyes full of will, that was all. The battle was over. Crackle, crackle, as the connection between the spirit realm and mortal world weakened. The puppet strings of the outer gods controlling the sleepless lake princess kept flickering. And each time the connection weakened like this, something inside the sleepless lake princess kept moving. The sleepless lake princess couldn't understand why they were still breathing. Why she kept pulling back the tip of her sword at the critical moment. How she somehow didn't want to kill these people, this city. She was the master of nightmares. Just a collection of monsters that crawled out from under that black lake. Just a tool to kill people and destroy the world. As the outer gods' connection weakened, something inside her kept interfering. Hazy memories flashed through her mind. The day she first met them at the entrance of the Lake Kingdom. The day she first sold them items. The day they fought monsters shoulder to shoulder. The days they defeated wolves, snakes, dragons together. The day they shared drinks and talked about dreams for the future. And the night of a party where they held hands and danced. Under the burnt veil, the woman's lips moved hesitatingly. What? For the first time in countless playthroughs, the Queen of Monsters opened her mouth to speak to the people. What was I to you? After a moment of silence, those who had fallen began to speak one by one. The dwarf said, "A friend." The elf said, "A guiding light." The young knight with a broken shield tied to his bloodied arm said, "Big sister." The blonde knight, still gripping his sword of light, said, "Comrade." Under the veil, the sleepless lake princess's eyes widened. It was then. Crackle. The outer gods forcibly expanded the passage in the spirit realm, and as a result, their gaze towards the mortal world also intensified. The black gaze connected to the sleepless lake princess became clearer than ever before. The outer gods injected an unprecedentedly intense will to ensure they didn't lose control over her for even a moment. Now the gaze wrapped around the sleepless lake princess's body was almost visible like black spider webs. The delusions clouding the master of nightmares were forcibly deleted. She once again became a complete puppet of the outer gods. The trembling in her fingertips disappeared. The master of nightmares slowly raised her sword of darkness, aiming it at the people who were still trying to stop her despite having fallen. Step, step, step. It was then. In this place where no one could stand, someone's footsteps echoed. From inside the city, through the collapsed gates, right up to the tip of the sword aimed by the master of nightmares. Everyone turned their gaze towards the one slowly walking out. It was Ader who appeared. The Lord's advisor in old formal attire slowly took off his glasses. As the thick glasses disappeared, his old gray eyes were revealed. Gazing calmly at the sleepless lake princess with that sunken, ancient gaze, Ader opened his mouth, and, with a faint, shy smile, to confess without hiding what she had been to him. A secret love. Chapter 808. Do you remember? Standing before the sleepless lake princess, facing the tip of her sword, Ader suddenly reminisced about the distant past. There was a time when you invited me to go on a picnic together. You said there was a hill on the outskirts where we often played as children, with a big Zelkova tree and flowers blooming in summer. The sleepless lake princess couldn't recall any memories. You were the one who first suggested we go on a picnic there. The sleepless lake princess couldn't summon any emotions. You have no idea how my heart raced then. Just imagining spending a happy moment alone with you, whom I secretly loved, kept me up all night in excitement. Such distant memories are nothing but forgotten, burnt ashes. She's only listening to this man's words because he's a former player. The outer gods are cautious, not knowing what tricks he might have prepared. But Ader was simply, calmly unfolding his old memories with care. But it rained on the promised day. A tender smile appeared on Ader's lips. It suddenly poured, so the picnic was cancelled. I was utterly disappointed and dejected. But do you remember what you said to me then? No memories, no emotions. Surface. Yet somehow, suddenly, the sound of rain echoes in her ears. When it rains, we can see the rainy scenery. The two of them, in their forms from 500 years ago. And when the rain stops, we can see a rainbow, sitting side by side in a pavilion in the palace courtyard, watching the falling rain together. Eventually, the rain stops. As the sky clears brightly, the young princess smiles. Come, Ader, let's go see the rainbow. The princess's outstretched hand takes the slave's hand, and the two step into a world where sunlight seeps through, where the rain has stopped. Let's go see the rainbow. When she blinked once, the distant memory vanished as if it were a lie. This is a battlefield. Standing here are not a princess and a slave, but the master of nightmares and a failed hero. The rainbow I saw with you that day, Ader quietly confessed. It has kept me alive all this time. The beautiful things you gave me were so brilliant, they're still embedded in my heart, refusing to disappear. And that's why I've lived until now. Ader's halted steps began to move forward again. Since the day the Lake Kingdom fell, eternal black rain has been falling in your world. As he approached, the sword in the sleepless lake princess's hand emitted an eerie aura. Ader paid no heed. Whatever was in her hand, it didn't matter from the start. What he wanted to reach was only her heart. My poor princess, who took in all that rain to save a world drowning in black rain. Ader took another step closer. Shunk dash. The dark sword thrust forward, piercing Ader's chest. But Ader continued to step forward even in that state. His pierced chest crumbled and scattered like dust. Blood surged up, wetting his lips. His trembling legs wobbled, seeming ready to collapse at any moment. But with truly desperate will, he took one more step forward and reached out his hand. Ader's weathered fingertips touched the princess's cheek beneath her veil. This time let me. Caressing her cold cheek, Ader smiled with his blood-stained face. Show you a rainbow. The outer gods, sensing something amiss, urgently tried to pull the sleepless lake princess back. But it was already too late. A dazzling flash burst forth from Ader's fingertips. The silver light enveloped the puppet strings controlling the sleepless lake princess, the outer god's gazes, and shot straight up into the sky. In the spirit realm, the outer gods forcibly expanded the passage, and as a result, their gazes directed towards the human world intensified. The black gaze connected to the sleepless lake princess became clearer than ever before. The outer gods injected an unprecedentedly intense will to not lose even the slightest control over her. The gaze wrapped around the sleepless lake princess's body was almost visible like black spider webs. This was the moment Ader had been waiting for. The moment when the outer gods strengthened their connection with the sleepless lake princess more than ever before. This was the moment when his trump card would absolutely not miss its mark. Destroying Apocalypse Play. No, your very system itself. The reason he deliberately stepped back from being a player to become a director. The reason he had been handling the game called Apocalypse Play and its system. The reason he had been searching for flaws in the system over countless years, preparing means to bypass it, and gradually infiltrating his own traces. Everything was for this moment alone. For the rebellion to be attempted at the very last. This is my small revenge. It was a kind of virus that neutralized the system. It was the very embodiment of one man's obsession who had fought an unbeatable opponent for an eternal time. Following the black gaze connecting the outer gods and the sleepless lake princess, the flash Ader shot up surged like a wave. Chworor. And following that trajectory, the outer gods' gazes simultaneously malfunctioned, exploded, and lost their function. Faced with this sudden situation, the outer gods tried to hastily cut off the connection. But they couldn't, because they were connected to the sleepless lake princess like a spider web by their own will. Flash dash. The flash that finally climbed all the way up the sky reached the eyes of the outer gods. Oh! With inaudible screams, the outer gods tightly shut their eyes. All the systems that the outer gods had overlaid on this world simultaneously malfunctioned. The passage that allowed them to interfere with this world despite existing in a far-off otherworld suddenly went dead. How was it, my lord? Watching the scene of countless eyes covering the sky closing in pain, Ader suddenly asked Ash. Was the timing good? It's the perfect timing, Ader, I shouted. Ader's trump card had struck, and the outer gods covering the spirit realm also trembled in pain all at once. The outer gods' power to interfere with this world rapidly weakened. But this is only a temporary phenomenon. Before the outer gods regain their strength, we must settle this now. Demon King, I shouted towards my eternal rival. Can I leave it to you? The Demon King, meeting my gaze, smirked, his mouth like a white crack, and then, of course, he answered simply yet reliably. The Demon King shot up into the sky, leaving a trail of darkness like a long brush stroke behind his body. And standing at the center of the sky, he stretched out his arms to the sides, and from his fingertips, he emitted an enormous amount of darkness, grasping the passage connecting to the other world. Cuff! As a painful cry burst from the Demon King's mouth, Iya! Kugwagwong! It began to close. The sky, the outer gods, who until just now were opening that passage with giant hands, tried to create those giant hands again to interfere, but perhaps because their system was destroyed by Ader, the hands couldn't properly form and crumbled on their own. What are you doing, Demon King? The outer gods shouted urgently towards the Demon King. Stop! Are you going to violate the providence of this universe that we established? You two were once a constellation. If you, such as you are, go against the laws you set, your very existence will be annihilated. This world is just a play on a small stage. Are you willing to die for such a thing? Scattering darkness like blood in all directions, the Demon King shouted. I don't care. Oh! Constellations, universe, providence, play. I don't care about any of it. Even as the system collapsed and the passage crumbled, the outer gods desperately poured out flickers, gazes, and touches to attack the Demon King. Enduring all those attacks, his body repeatedly shattering and reconnecting, the Demon King roared. There has never been a soul I couldn't corrupt. So, if I can corrupt that person, at this moment, on this small stage of a play, I don't mind if my soul burns away completely. For the first time, the Demon King took on the leading role. I'll show you that you're nothing but an ordinary human. At some point, his destroyed body could no longer recover. As the passage to the other world closed, the Demon King's power was also fading. That you're just an ordinary human who should live ordinarily, die ordinarily, be happy ordinarily, and be unhappy ordinarily. But the Demon King, with unbelievable determination, continued to close the sky with his body that was being torn apart and exploding. I'll prove it by corrupting you dash. The Demon King desperately squeezed out his last strength. Iya dash. And just before the sky's gate closed completely, chwak! Unable to withstand the countless flickers pouring from the other side of the other world, his entire body finally exploded and collapsed. The Demon King fell powerlessly. Falling down with his body in tatters, he desperately turned his broken face to look for me. And the moment he fell, I was simultaneously soaring up. As we brushed past each other in mid-air, our gazes met. The Demon King asked with difficulty, "Can I leave it to you?" I grinned. Of course. Flying up to the center of the sky, I stretched out my hand. On my hand was the imperial seal ring. As the racial god of humanity, no. With eyes wide open, I declared. As the leader of the World Guardian Front, I represent all free will in this world. Then, from all over the world, white and transparent energy began to pour towards me in a whirlwind. This was not power borrowed from the outside world. It was the pure power of this world, the free will of all people in this world. It was their sum total. I wish on behalf of this world. Goo! The will of the gathered people is hot. It was deeper and heavier than any sum of will I had gathered before. That's why I don't hesitate even more. The responsibility to properly represent the hearts of those who believe in and follow my flag lies with me. We reject all oppression imposed on our world. I forged the worlds will gathered in me and we reject it dash. I shot it towards the sky. A dazzling white light covered the passage connecting to the other world. The outer gods attempted a final resistance. Somehow pushing their broken fingers into the passage, they poured countless flickers towards me. The endlessly overlapping flickers and the outer god's touches finally blocked the world's will. For a moment, our powers were in equilibrium. A tense tug-of-war continues. A dash! I roared and stretched out my hand. How did we come this far? Do you think we'll be pushed back here? Just a little more. Feeling my whole body burning in the torrent of light, I desperately shouted. Just a little more. And tuduk, tududuk. Unable to withstand the fierce battle, cracks began to appear on the imperial seal ring. Chapter 809. The final light and darkness collided in mid-air. The light I gathered and shot, the will of the world, and the outer god's final resistance blocking it. That dense darkness. Goo! Surrounded by the torrent of light, I gritted my teeth while pouring out the will of the world. Within this will was not only the will of the Suicide Squad here with me in the spirit realm, not only the will of my comrades who set out for the final battle in the human world, but also the will of all those living ordinary lives in the world. For everyone to become the true master of their own destiny. For everyone to break free from puppet bondage and gain true freedom. They gave up the foundations of civilization that make up our world, gave up the warmth of magic, and followed my flag into the cold wilderness. The fate of this entire world that believes in and follows me hangs on my flag, on my fingertips. Do you think I'll lose? Just a little more. Tuduk, tududuk. Unable to withstand the fierce battle, cracks began to appear on the imperial seal ring. Just a little more. And very slowly, the light, the will of the world began to be pushed back. I gritted my teeth. We've already gathered all the will we can from our world. This is the maximum output. Is even this not enough to overcome the oppression of the outer gods? Someone, I desperately prayed. If someone, even just a little, could lend me their will. That's when it happened. Wayak! A faint but clear current of will blew from behind me. That current joined the will of the world, and the light I was emitting gradually grew stronger. Conversely, the darkness of the outer gods, their final resistance, proportionally weakened. Surprised, I looked for the source of the newly joined will. Those who lent me this will were none other than, beyond that sky, some of the countless outer gods. Among those fierce eyes glaring at me with malice as if to kill me, a few eyes were sending me supportive gazes. They had added their will to mine. Ah! And I realized just now that those gazes were very familiar and old. In this absurdly named game called Apocalypse Play, giving far more top-grade rewards than the standard, providing tools, set equipment, and hints exactly needed for the situation. Quietly watching over me, this world, with goodwill among other outer gods who poured out malice saying die, perish, explode. Within the limits of the system, they tried their best to help me somehow. They were the very outer gods who had been cheering me on all this long time. What? The other astonished outer gods shouted. What are you doing, you lot? Why are you helping the ants' rebellion? Their misfortune is our joy. Their tragedy is our nourishment. Why? The rest of the outer gods were enraged, but the moment those few outer gods lent their will, the tide turned. The collision of light and darkness that had been in equilibrium was now gradually changing to the advantage of light. The will of the world was pushing back. A dash! I squeezed out my last strength and thrust my fist forward. Flash dash! The light completely pushed back the darkness. The will of the world completely dyed white the passage connecting to the other world. Finally, all the outer gods couldn't withstand and retreated, and the next moment. Kugwugwung! The sky closed. Above the completely closed sky, I applied the final process. Like melting wax to seal a letter with a seal. Gathering the last of my willpower, I sealed the closed passage and stamped the imperial seal ring. Kung dash! As the insignia of the World Guardian Front was stamped on the sky, the completely shattered imperial seal ring scattered into golden fragments. The sky was completely closed, and the passage was shut. Beyond the closed sky, countless hands that the outer gods belatedly poured out struck down wildly. Fists and palms full of anger swung beyond the glass-like barrier. But it's no use anymore. Oh, oh, oh. Far in the sky, the outer god's furious roars echoed. Among those gazes filled with boiling anger, dejection, and a hint of admiration, were the gazes that had just helped me, no, the gazes that had helped me throughout this long defense game. Those gazes that had been with me through those long days and long nights. Though I tried to break the rules, stand above the rules, and see the world without prejudice, it seems I was still trapped inside my shell. I thought the world outside the shell was full of malice. I believed no one was on my side, that everyone was my enemy. But that wasn't true. Thank you. There was goodwill everywhere. Even in those I considered my most terrible enemies, there were hearts that helped and cared for me. That fact made me tearfully happy. Really, thank you. To all those who watched and cheered for me until the end, for all my life up to now. I said with all my heart, thank you for not giving up on me and watching over me. They whispered something to me, perhaps because the passage is blocked. I can no longer hear their voices, but I can clearly feel what they want to say. All this time, the other outer gods whispered with malice. They prayed for my game over like this. Die, perish, explode. But those cheering for me were saying this. Live, grow, bloom, hope, love, rejoice. Let new buds sprout. Throw yourself into life without fear. Wiping away my tears, after smiling brightly at them, I stood facing all the remaining outer gods, proudly meeting all their gazes, mixed with hostility, anger, admiration, and affection. The next time we knock on this door, I said emphatically, I hope we'll treat each other as equals, not looking down on one side as a lower being. I grinned. I hope we'll be mature enough to respect each other. If such a day comes someday, we'll open the door with joy, and the moment will come when we can look into each other's eyes and talk. I sincerely pray for the moment when we can talk for each other's sake. Though we faced each other with death today, we also proved that we can share our hearts, not just fight with hostility. Someday we might be able to stand side by side, looking in the same direction. Believing so, I raised my hand to my neck. I grasped the choker-style necklace that had been around my neck since the tutorial stage. The traitor's necklace. I coolly unfastened and removed that necklace, my streaming equipment, and after stroking my neck, exposed for the first time in 3 years. Who? Taking a deep breath, bowing politely, lowering my head, with all my heart, I paid my respects to the sky. It was a greeting after a dance had ended, like an actor announcing farewell as the curtain falls on a long play. After finishing my heartfelt greeting, I straightened up again, and whispered to the many gazes looking at me, gradually fading. Thank you for playing. Thank you for playing. My long adventure, together, aurora spread like a curtain over the sky. I stood there until the sky of the spirit realm was completely covered with aurora, and even the last gaze of the outer gods disappeared from view. Like an actor standing at the end of a long play with reddened eyes, I wiped my eyes several times, then slowly turned around. The stage is over. Now it's time to return to life. At the bottom of the spirit realm, below the roots of Everblack. The terribly shattered Demon King lay there. With his very soul torn to shreds, the Demon King was dying. He felt his end was near. Kung. Kagwagwang. That's when it happened. The entire spirit realm began to collapse with violent tremors. Ash had succeeded in completely sealing the gate to the otherworld. With the success of the rebellion, this artificial space, the spirit realm, created by the outer gods to interfere with this world, was naturally in the process of disappearing. Fragments of the shattered Everblack rained down on the Demon King's head. The Demon King quietly gazed at the collapsing world with blurry eyes. That's when, Sabak, Sabak, a faint sound of footsteps was heard. Surprise flashed across the Demon King's face as he painfully turned his head. There, a woman, so familiar yet so strange. Such a mist woman was approaching with an emotionless face. Are you satisfied with this? The woman, once called a goddess but now an ordinary being, asked. By sacrificing your entire life, destroying a world like this, are you satisfied? Of course. A satisfied smile spread across the Demon King's mouth like a white crack. I couldn't be more satisfied. The woman's body no longer had any divine radiance or transcendent holiness. The thorn bush that had been wrapped around her body, the unquenchable flames, the wounds from stoning, all had disappeared. She had become just an ordinary soul. In the end, I succeeded. The Demon King raised his broken hand to point at the woman. You have fallen to me. The woman shook her head with a bitter smile. You fool. Kung. Kugwagwang. Once again the world made the sound of collapsing. The ground forming the spirit realm began to sink and the sky started to fall. The white sand beach shot up like a fountain and the transparent sea surged high, sweeping over the shore. The black thorn bush, having lost its magical light, shattered and rained down like rain. Receiving that rain, the woman quietly sat down next to the fallen Demon King. The two gazed at the perishing world side by side. What will happen to you now? I'll go to the afterlife. The woman answered calmly. And I'll be reborn again and die again, and live countless lives like that, reincarnating. I see. And you? The woman whispered, examining the Demon King's shattered face. Since you're not originally a soul of this world, you'll probably disappear like this. Even in the unlikely event that your soul doesn't disappear and reincarnates here, because you've committed so many evil deeds, it would take nearly an eternity to pay for all your sins. I don't mind if I disappear. I don't mind if I'm punished for eternity. The Demon King smiled again. I found the purpose of my life and achieved it. That's enough. After a moment of silence, if you don't disappear, if you pay for all your sins for nearly an eternity, the woman spoke in a gentle voice. And if in that distant future, if there comes a moment when we meet again, then I'll greet you with a smile. The Demon King, staring blankly at the woman, asked, Is that pity?
No.
The woman smiled faintly. It's just a promise. The Demon King smiled faintly too. Is that so? That's right. Under the collapsing world, the woman reached out and held the Demon King's shadow-like hand. At the end of their long, ill-fated relationship, the two gazed at each other like that for a long time. Above their heads, the thorn bush that had lost its light endlessly rained down. Chapter 8:10. Reality Human World. In front of Crossroads City Gate. Boom 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 dash. A black cloud surges towards the collapsed city wall. When the connection with the outer gods was cut off, the sleepless lake princess collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. Then, the horde of monsters waiting in the rear, surrounding Crossroad, began to charge as if they had been waiting for this moment. The fallen heroes and soldiers quietly watched the black tidal wave rushing in, the marching end of the world. Though they had no strength left to fight, everyone got up, holding their wounded parts. Supporting each other, they formed a wall with their bodies instead of the broken city wall. For they are the last wall of this world, the final line of defense of this world. Everyone prepared to face their dignified end. And, the moment the vanguard of the charging monsters touched the wall of people, whoosh, it dispersed, like mist. All the monsters that were rushing in, armed with strong teeth and claws, muscles and hatred, solely to kill humans, dissipated like bubbles. The moment Ash succeeded in closing the sky in the spirit realm. In the human world, all monsters vanished simultaneously in an instant. The horde of nightmares disappeared as if it were a lie. Like darkness fading away before sunrise, the gathering black clouds dispersed, and only peaceful sunlight was shining down on Crossroad. People looked around in surprise with wide eyes. Not believing their own eyes, they rubbed them and turned to look at each other's faces in astonishment. And then, without anyone starting it first, they embraced each other and cheered. The nightmare is over. Someone laughed. The nightmare is over. Someone cried. We survived. Everyone hugged. We protected the world. The people who embraced each other cried and laughed together. A little away from the people rejoicing together, in the open space in front of the city gate. Ader quietly looked down at the sleepless lake princess lying with her head on his lap, lifting the burnt veil, carefully examining the sleeping face of his beloved.
Eder whispered softly.
You are not the sleepless lake princess. She is no longer the master of nightmares, because all nightmares have ended. Ader slowly took out shining fragments from his pocket. They were the pieces of her soul that Ash had brought back from the deepest part of the Lake Kingdom. Ader slowly tilted his fingertips, and the soul fragments that flowed down his palm fell directly onto her chest, being absorbed into her. Whoosh! The shadow of nightmares remaining on the sleepless lake princess's body slowly seeped out. Color gradually returned to her pale skin, and a faint warmth circled her cold body. She returned to being nameless. But Ader knew, even if all these scattered pieces of her soul were gathered again, it would be impossible to fully restore what she had already lost. Though the traces of nightmares might disappear, there was no way to recover all the precious things she had sacrificed to save her world.
Sauver des choses.
I'll give you the you that I remember, the existence of her that he remembers, the existence of himself who remembers her, to give to her. I'll give you the world of you that I remember. From his chest pierced by the sword of darkness, Ader carefully took out a piece of his own soul. It was a dazzlingly white piece, uniquely brilliant among his entirely ashen soul. Will you forgive me for mixing a bit of my impure fragment, like dust, into your noble soul? As Ader clenched his hand once and opened it, his soul fragments shattered into powder. For it is the most precious thing this poor man can give. Those memories with her that shone like stardust, the most precious things he had cherished all his life, Ader slowly dropped onto her chest. You are not the one who lost her name. She is no longer nameless, for she will regain her rightful name. Your name is Ariel. Slowly, preciously, he calls her original name. Your name is Ariel. From the sleepless lake princess to nameless, and from nameless finally to Ariel. Your name is Ariel. Everything about Ariel that Ader remembers. The fragments of Ader who remembers Ariel, poured over her mosaic-like pieced-together soul, seeping between those wounds, firmly binding her soul together. At that moment, tears trickled down from Ariel's closed eyes. Carefully wiping those tears with the tip of his other hand, Ader looked down at her with an affectionate face. Ah! He caught the last stardust-like soul fragment remaining in his hand.
No.
This I cannot give. Ader carefully peered into that last stardust. That piece was a memory of a day. It was the memory of the long-ago day when Ariel gave him the name Ader. This alone is my everything that you gave to me. Ader preciously put that tiny soul fragment, like a grain of sand, into his own bosom, and he smiled sadly. So, it's okay to completely forget about a man with such a name now. In exchange for healing all the broken wounds and burned scars of sacrifice left on Ariel's soul by offering his own soul, Ader chose the path of becoming a forgotten existence. So, he will embrace and die with just the memory of this name, so that she would never remember him even by chance. All those sad nights, all those painful dreams, are now over. Ader gently stroked Ariel's cheek once more as she breathed peacefully. May you have only good nights and sweet dreams from now on. Slowly bowing his head, Ader carefully pressed his forehead against hers, and made a wish more earnest than ever before. You must be happy, for my share too. Quietly facing Ariel's sleeping face, Ader whispered in a voice that seemed about to disappear. Goodbye. The nightmare was over. All the people of Crossroad embraced each other, crying and laughing with joy that they were alive. In this moment when everyone was happy, a very small farewell passed by. A truly long farewell that no one would remember. Spirit realm. In this collapsing world too, people were preparing for farewells. The Emperor, Traha stood on the deck of the airship La Mancha, observing the collapsing spirit realm. More precisely, he was watching Ash bidding farewell to the members of the Suicide Squad who fought together in the center of this world. Various racial gods, including the 4 great gods, came to Ash, asking him to take good care of their races. Ash made a clear promise to get along well with all races. Fernandez and Lark first paid their respects to Traha before heading towards Ash. Fernandez tormented Ash with words, and Lark, who approached, hugged them both tightly in a brotherly embrace. The 2 younger brothers screamed that it hurt. Then the 2 older brothers repeatedly told their younger brother to take good care of their father and the Empire. The 4 red dragons each hugged Ash and exchanged words of blessing. Everyone was in a warm mood, but only the second Duskbringer couldn't hold back her tears during the hug. So Ash had to work hard to comfort her. The 3 dragons of the previous generations watched this scene and chuckled mischievously. Ash also exchanged greetings with the previous generation of returnees. He had a long conversation especially with Dustia, his birth mother. Dustia said she was grateful that he endured the difficult journey well, and Ash said he was grateful that she had always been watching over him. Then Ash also made contact with the last branch of the collapsing Everblack. The returnees who had lived with Everblack helped with the communication with the tree. Ash offered to transplant a sapling to the human world if Everblack wished, but Everblack refused. As the age of magic had ended, Everblack, a tree synthesized by magic, could no longer survive in the human world. Everblack decided to meet its end here by its own will. As Traha watched his son continuing such conversations, someone flew onto the deck and stood beside Traha. Traha looked at the other person with a bitter smile. "You told me to go to hell, yet we meet here." "I'm glad to see you again, Dustia." It was Dustia, Traha's wife and Ash's birth mother. Dustia approached with a low sigh and stood beside Traha. Traha gestured with his chin. "How was life in the spirit realm?" "It was always noisy because your majesty kept battling with the gods right next to that tree. Not much different from when you were alive then. Did you worry about me even there?" "Ha, as if. Your personality hasn't changed much from when you were alive either." "You haven't changed since I died either, your majesty." The couple's expressions were peaceful as they conversed, seemingly arguing as they always did when alive. The couple watched their son together. Dustia opened her mouth. "Ash has removed all these shackles. The curse of endless returns that has continued for generations has finally disappeared. Now, I can depart for the afterlife too. It's not just the curse of returns that's gone. He's eliminated all the blessings that enveloped the world and all the laws that formed the foundation of our civilization. That means the fixed ideas, yokes, and evil customs that bound the world will also disappear." Traha chuckled. "Just because you're already dead, aren't you looking too positively at the storm that boy will bring? We don't know what this world that Ash has changed will look like in the future. But our son will do well. Even if he loses his way and wanders for a while, he's a child who eventually finds the stars. So, he'll do well in future adventures too." Dustia looked straight at Traha. "I can no longer watch over that child, so your majesty must take good care of our son. Can't you see I'm old? It's my turn to be taken care of now. Don't talk weak. You, the peacemaker." A smile brushed across both their lips. "When I die, I'll probably fall into hell, but you'll go to a more peaceful place now. It would be nice if we could meet again, but this is probably the last time, right? Well, I don't know exactly what's beyond this path, but..." Traha and Dustia's lips drew closer. "If your majesty falls into hell, wouldn't I probably be waiting in the same place? May I propose again then?" "Of course you should. Your proposal in life was the worst." The two kissed slowly, and then stepped back. "Well, it's time to part. Goodbye, my damned love." Dustia left the deck, and Traha drove the airship towards Ash. Ash was in the middle of struggling, caught by Salome. Ash tried to shake her off, saying, "I already have someone. Get lost." But Salome kept clinging on. shouting outrageous things like, "It's better because you have someone." "Ash," Traha called out loudly. "There's no time. We have to leave now." Boom, boom, boom. The spirit realm was collapsing rapidly. Ash, who had just thrown Salome far away, nodded towards the Emperor, then looked around at the many people watching him. There was no longer any meaning in verbal farewells, nor was there time for them. After exchanging glances with everyone once, Ash flew towards La Mancha. At the same time, the 5 Glory Knights began preparing the dimensional transfer magic circle installed on La Mancha. It was the magic furnace that had been transferred and installed from the demon race's ship. Although there was still enough magic power left in the spirit realm, it was clear that the magic power supply would disappear from the moment they crossed the boundary to the human world. So, they were using the magic power stored in advance in the ship's storage as the power source for operating the magic furnace. The Emperor exclaimed softly. "At first I wondered why we were transplanting this alien magic furnace, but it was the means to return to the human world. If it was just me, it might have been different, but of course I prepared a retreat method as the top priority when escorting your majesty." Ash grinned. Even if the passage between the spirit realm and the human world closed, this was the contingency prepared as a method to return to the human world from the spirit realm for one time only. La Mancha with the dimensional transfer magic circle attached. It was the moment when Ash, flying through the air, was about to grasp the hand of the Emperor standing at the edge of the deck. Boom dash! Suddenly, a violent vibration shook the area. Oh! A massive shockwave originating from the magic furnace engraved with the dimensional transfer magic circle swept through the area. La Mancha shook greatly, and Ash was pushed back sharply. The hands of father and son missed each other in midair. The blood drained from Traha's face. "Your Majesty!" At the same time, Hecate, who was preparing the dimensional transfer magic circle in the bridge, screamed. "The dimensional transfer magic circle is going out of control." It entered the operation sequence on its own as soon as we started supplying magic power. As Coco, who had installed the dimensional transfer magic circle, had warned in advance, the alien magic furnace itself was in an extremely deteriorated state. It had already been used once when entering the spirit realm from the human world, so its durability was at its limit. Moreover, La Mancha had to undergo fierce battles during the Great Battle in the spirit realm. It had been thrown into the sea of the spirit realm and miraculously resurfaced. In this process, it was impossible for the dimensional transfer magic circle, a delicate magic and machine, to remain intact. Added to this was the very unstable environment of the spirit realm itself collapsing. Boom! 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 Irregular vibrations erupted from the magic furnace one after another. Ash was pushed back repeatedly like a leaf swept up in a storm. Traha called out urgently towards the bridge. "Stabilize it immediately. It's impossible. The magic furnace isn't listening. Then stop the operation for now. Force it to stop. Ash is outside the ship." Ugh! Hecate hit the stop button on the magic furnace control panel several times, then tried to forcibly cut the connection between the magic furnace and the magic storage connected to this magic circle by drawing her sword. But the amount of magic power going into the operation of this magic circle was too large and enormous for an individual to handle. Clang dash! Just striking the connection point with the sword shattered the sword, and Hecate was thrown backwards. Traha tried to stop the airship itself by infusing his consciousness, but the dimensional transfer magic circle continued to run wild regardless of the control of the airship itself. One of the other Glory Knights who was trying to stop the operation somehow shouted, "We can't control it, Your Majesty. At this rate, soon." The next moment. Flash dash! The dimensional transfer magic circle that had gone out of control forcibly activated, ignoring all the necessary processes. The entire huge hull of La Mancha was enveloped in light, and with a dazzling flash, it cut through space and disappeared. It left for the human world, leaving Ash behind. This is why, watching the only method of return to the human world disappear before his eyes, Ash laughed helplessly. "I shouldn't let my guard down until the very end." Immediately after, the aftershock of the dimensional transfer magic and the impact of the spirit realm's collapse swept through the area. Swept up in that fierce vibration, Ash fell to the bottom of the collapsing spirit realm. Chapter 8:11. Real World. Crossroad. Serenade stood atop the eastern wall. The southern wall was off-limits due to safety concerns, so she had stationed herself at the eastern wall's tower, the closest vantage point to the battlefield. And in this final battle, the World Guardian Front had emerged victorious. They had successfully repelled the invasion of the monstrous horde. People laughed and cried, embracing each other, overjoyed to be alive, confirming each other's warmth. However, even in the face of this joyous scene, Serenade couldn't find it in herself to feel truly happy. My lord! Ash had not yet returned. With the winter wind blowing against her back, her blue hair tousled by the breeze, Serenade clasped her hands together in prayer. Please, just let him be safe. It was then. Flash dash. A light suddenly flickered from the eastern plains of Crossroad. Startled, Serenade turned her gaze in that direction. In the heart of the withered and nearly dead ever-black tree, a magic gate had formed, and soon after, the airship La Mancha appeared, forcing its way through the gate. Ash, who had departed on that airship, must have returned. Believing this, a smile unconsciously formed on Serenade's lips. But before she could hurry down the eastern wall, a thunderous shout rang out from the airship. Serenade! It was Emperor Traha. The Emperor, standing at the bow of the airship, recognized Serenade on the wall and roared with a voice like a lion's. Gather the people immediately. What? There was an accident during the return trip, and Ash didn't make it back. For a moment, Serenade couldn't comprehend what the Emperor was saying. A sensation as if all the blood in her body had drained away overwhelmed her. But the Emperor's next words brought her back to her senses. He will return. If it's him, he will surely come back. That's why we must keep this passage open for as long as possible. As soon as La Mancha returned to the real world, it stopped operating. With the force it had gained while bursting out of the gate, the massive airship crashed to the ground. The Emperor and 5 Glory Knights tumbled out of the ship, practically rolling. Gather the people. We have to keep the gate from closing. Hurry dash. Though the Emperor and the Glory Knights were all battered and wounded, they desperately hurled themselves at the gate that had already started closing, doing everything in their power to force it open. Without even taking in the full sight, Serenade sprinted towards the southern wall. It didn't matter if her legs broke. It didn't matter if her lungs tore apart. Faster, even faster, faster. Serenade ran with everything she had, not even pausing to breathe, finally reaching the southern wall. And in front of the people who were still crying and laughing in the joy of victory, she shouted, Everyone, please listen. The Crown Prince. At the mention of the Crown Prince's name, the people turned around in shock. Serenade, more desperate than ever, cried out to them. We must save him, our lord. Thud. Rumble. The world was crumbling. Somewhere at the very bottom of the spirit realm, buried under pieces of wood and piles of dirt, I blinked slowly. How far have I fallen? No. Does it even matter how far I've fallen? It's over. I had lost the only means of escaping the spirit realm. And now I had fallen to this deep, dark pit. And soon the spirit realm would completely collapse and disappear. Perhaps this is the price I pay for letting my guard down at the very end, thinking all the battles were over. It was an unavoidable accident. But maybe if I had been more thorough, if I had focused solely on escape rather than saying goodbye to those I might never see again, it could have been prevented. But I shared a final connection with those precious people I might never see again, and an unfortunate series of events led to this result. Still, if it's just my life, it's a cheap price to pay for letting my guard down. I protected my world, and I accomplished all of my goals. Though it's a shame I couldn't witness the true ending with my own eyes. Even so, even without me, my people will reach it in my stead. They'll live on carrying my will. So, I can face the end with peace of mind. Just as I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, thinking this, you're ruining my final moments. Oh! A familiar voice echoed from somewhere nearby. When I looked over, there, sitting side by side on the white sands, watching the spirit realm's destruction, were the Demon King, his body shattered and in ruins, and the former goddess, now just a simple soul. Startled, I shot up, my upper body bolting upright. What the hell? What are you two doing here? I could ask you the same thing. The Demon King muttered gruffly, and the goddess covered her mouth with a laugh. The spirit realm is about to collapse. How did you end up falling here, Ash? Seeing that they were prepared to face a serene end, I let out a hollow laugh and explained honestly. I told them that I made a mistake at the very last moment, that I had missed the only escape method, the airship. After hearing my story, the goddess tilted her head in confusion. But why are you just sitting here? What? Well, you see, it's basically over. I laughed bitterly and put my hand to my forehead. I let my guard down at the end, and I missed my chance to return to the real world. In the end, it's my mistake. So, are you really going to give up everything just because you made one mistake? The goddess's voice had taken on a slightly stern tone. Even if time is short, even if you've lost countless things precious to you, no matter how hard, how exhausting, how painful it has been, you haven't given up until now. That's how you got this far. Meeting my dazed eyes, the goddess nodded firmly. Your life isn't over yet. If that's the case, then you have to fight, just like you always have. She no longer had any divine power, but there was still an indescribable dignity about her. With a groan, the goddess got to her feet. The Demon King also stood, struggling with his broken body. They both approached and extended their hands to me. I grabbed their hands, albeit a bit dazed, but I was still sitting, hesitant. I mumbled awkwardly, but there's no way. From down here, how could I ever? How foolish. The goddess smiled brightly and nodded toward the sky. The kindness you've shown to others will pave your way. If you truly seek it with all your heart, there will always be someone around you to help. You should trust in the goodwill of others, just a little. The Demon King spoke up next. As you promised, it was the best stage, the best show. He chuckled briefly and gestured toward the sky with his chin. So, shouldn't you show them the best curtain call fitting for that? The applause you deserve is up there, player. Go and revel in it. Then, as if they had planned it, both of them pulled me up with all their might. Neither the goddess nor the Demon King had the strength left to send me flying into the sky, but they had the heart to lift me who had fallen. With a burst of energy, I kicked off the ground and soared into the sky, gritting my teeth. I squeezed out the last of my dragon's power to form wings. Then, as if climbing against a waterfall, I began clawing my way up through the collapsing world. An adventure isn't complete until you return home. The goddess's voice echoed faintly from behind. Finish your adventure, Ash. I shot upwards, breaking through the crumbling debris, smashing the falling wooden fragments, and piercing through the raging torrents. I flapped my wings desperately. But soon I began to tire. As the spirit realm collapsed, the magic power in the world was also fading. The dragon power I was using quickly began to lose its potency. How far could my struggles reach before the world ended? As I wondered this, I looked up at the sky and opened my eyes wide. Glowing comets were falling toward me. No, those weren't comets. They were the many racial deities. To save me, they had all rushed down to the collapsing world below. Though they were all destined to head to the afterlife with the spirit realm's destruction, they had come willing to save me like this. Fly, my friend. Each of them who spotted me reached out and grabbed my hands. Just once more, and threw me upwards. Just once more dash. From hand to hand, from hand to hand. Once more they sent me soaring. Leaving behind the spirit realm's collapsing ground, I continued to ascend toward the sky. Upwards, upwards, upwards. This time, The previous reincarnators appeared before me, forming a circle in the sky, hand in hand, waiting for me. One of them, a woman who reached out her hand toward me. My mother, Dustia, who gave birth to me, shouted with a radiant smile. When you entered this spirit realm, from the real world, you opened the gate at Everblack's trunk, didn't you? It seems the same gate was used when your airship escaped to the real world. And, right now, that gate at the tip of the trunk is still holding. With a sharp movement, my mother grabbed my hand with a firm grip and grinned. These little hands have grown so much. Mother! Hurry up! The world is waiting for you. The reincarnators, who were holding hands in a circle, spun around and gathered their strength. My mother tightened her grip on my arm and nodded. It's okay to fail. It's okay to break down. Even if you don't have the power to turn back time, you can always stand up again. So, with tears in her eyes, my mother smiled. Live on. Keep going. Smiling back at her, I nodded firmly. The circle of reincarnators, which had been spinning, straightened out into a line and transferred all their strength to the end. And at the right moment, I was catapulted into the sky. Now, I flew close to the black thorn tree that was crumbling below me, and halfway up Everblack, 2 men were waiting for me. You reckless, foolish kid. How much more are you going to worry us? My 2 brothers, Lark and Fernandez, were waiting, their sword and staff embedded in Everblack. I'll give you my avalanche, and I'll give you my spark. The 2 of them infused their respective weapons with swirling sword energy and flickering magic. With a sharp movement, I grabbed them with both hands and at the same time, whack, my 2 brothers smacked my back with a powerful slap. With a jolt of pain, I soared even higher. The sword and staff in my hands unleashed sword energy and magic, propelling me further upward. Falling is not a disgrace for those who challenge the heavens. It's just a part of the journey. My 2 brothers shouted from behind as I ascended. No matter how many times you fall, if you still have the courage to try again, then you can fly again. Holding onto their words in my heart, I shot upwards. Now I reached the uppermost part of Everblack. The altitude was dizzyingly high, and the air around me grew rapidly colder. The sword and staff, too, stopped emitting sword energy and magic and gradually came to a halt. At that moment, a warm sensation enveloped me. When I looked around, I saw 4 red dragons surrounding me, as if escorting me on their flight. The massive dragons I once knew were gone, reduced to fragmented and shattered pieces. They scattered their scales along their path like a trail of fireworks, soaring through the sky like the mothers of my heart. You know what we're going to say, don't you? The first dusk bringer asked playfully. With a bright smile, I nodded and replied, I love you. A satisfied smile crossed the faces of the 4 dragons. I shouted once more, I love you with all my heart. One by one, the 4 dragons approached and kissed my forehead. Each time they did, warmth spread through my body, and the dying flame within my heart rekindled, blazing brightly once more. Finally, the second dusk bringer transformed into a human form and left a long kiss on my forehead. And then, she smiled serenely. Your tomorrow will surely be bright. The dusk bringer drifted away. After sending me up, the 4 dragons quickly disappeared from my sight. The world's destruction, which had started from below, had now reached the sky and was closing in behind me. I gritted my teeth and accelerated. At the very top of Everblack, over here, the succubus queen was waiting. Salome! This way, into the tree. Following the path Salome had secured, I entered Everblack. Inside the tree, it had transformed into a vast cavern. And at the far end of that cavern was a gate, different from the ones I had seen before. A gate of alien magic was open. It was a gate opened by dimensional translocation magic. And even as the thorn tree was crumbling, it was desperately maintaining the path to that gate. Even though the passage between the spirit realm and reality was sealed. With its already dead body, the tree was struggling to keep the path open to the gate that would open and close just once. I won't bother saying goodbye. Before I could even say anything, Salome tied her parasol to my cape. Because we'll see each other again soon. Besides, a good succubus always knows when it's time to wake up from a dream. Salome, don't worry about me. Now go. Fly, handsome. With a flourish dash. Salome's parasol sparkled with a dazzling pink light, and I was shot forward, unable to do anything but follow. So many people are waiting for you. So many who wish for your happiness. Salome waved at me with a mischievous grin. So, give it your all. In an instant, I was far from Salome, and a blinding flash filled the area. Thud. Rumble. Rumble dash. As the spirit realm's collapse accelerated, it reached right beneath my feet. Even though its entire body had crumbled and disintegrated down to its roots, Everblack struggled to maintain the passage until the very last moment. I gritted my teeth and gathered every last bit of strength I had left, shooting upwards. I flew through the crumbling, narrowing passage as if climbing. At some point, the weapons from my brothers, the warmth from the 4 dragons, and the parasol from Salome, all of them were destroyed and vanished. The dragon wings, the dragon heart, and the halo of authority that floated above my head like a crown were all gone. I was left as a mere human, breathing heavily as I clawed my way up the passage. The gate was still far away. I was out of breath and my vision blurred. It was so difficult that I wanted to give up and collapse right there and die. But it wasn't over yet. The people who cheered for me hadn't given up on me. So I won't give up either. I'll fight against this world and against myself. Just a little more. Just a little more. Real world. Crossroad Eastern Plains. Everblack's trunk. Keep the gate open. Everyone, get in there dash. We must hold on no matter what. All the members of the World Guardian Front clung to the gate in the tree, doing everything they could to prevent it from closing. The mages who once wielded miraculous power, the knights who cleaved mountains with their swords and blocked dragons with their shields, had all lost their strength. Now they were all just ordinary humans, and all they could do was hold on to each other and endure. They placed their hands on the closing gate, desperately trying to slow its closing. With their hands, their shoulders, their backs, their foreheads, with their whole bodies, they struggled to push the gate open. We have to keep the path open. The magical gate continued to narrow, and the strength of ordinary humans couldn't stop its closure. Until he returns. But because so many people gathered their will and heart and resisted desperately, the gate closed much more slowly than it originally would have. But it was only slower. The closure itself continued. Hold on dash. The people screamed in unison as they endured. And then, ah! A young man who once possessed Farsight shouted as he looked into the passage. It's the Crown Prince. What? When everyone looked inside, it was true. Ash was struggling to climb the final stretch of the passage. And right behind him, a blinding flash and destruction were close on his heels. Your Highness! This way, quickly dash. The gate narrowed once more. The people gritted their teeth, their grips tearing apart, but they held on. Everyone desperately shouted, as if vomiting blood. Just a little more. Ash, spotting his people, found new strength in his eyes. And at that moment, the passage behind and beneath him disintegrated into pure white. Ash lost his balance and was about to collapse. In that instant, snap! A branch of the tree reached out to support him. It was the last will of a tree that had lived only for people. Using that branch as a foothold, and taking the falling soil and wood fragments with his whole body, Ash kicked off into the air from the end of the passage. But it was far. Despite his desperate effort to close the distance, it was far. It felt like an insurmountable chasm lay between him and the gate. And then, my Lord Dash! Serenade jumped into the gate herself. My liege Dash! Lucas followed closely behind. Senior! Your Highness! Your Highness Dash! Evangeline, Damien, Junior, and everyone else, they threw themselves into the air, simultaneously grabbing each other and reaching out to Ash. Like a blooming flower, The hands of those ordinary people reached out to Ash, who desperately reached back, clasped. Hands that, under normal circumstances, could never reach each other across that vast chasm. Undoubtedly grasped each other.
I'm sorry.
I managed to choke out in an exhausted voice. I'm a little late. Now completely sealed beneath Everblack's trunk. Covered in dirt and blood, we had all made it out of the gate safely. As I stroked Serenade's back while she sobbed in my arms, I suddenly realized and corrected myself. No, it's not the time to apologize. I looked up and scanned my surroundings. Thank you. And to everyone who waited for me, who surrounded me, I beamed at them. I'm back. Everyone rushed toward me at once. Without any hesitation, they threw themselves at me. All of our hands tangled together, seeking each other's warmth, wrapping our arms around each other's shoulders and backs. Surrounded by countless warm embraces, holding on to me as if never wanting to let go again. I felt breathless but incredibly happy. I cried with my people, and I laughed with my people. Laughing and crying, we held each other for a long time. It was a truly long adventure. It was, indeed, a magnificent adventure. Chapter 8:12. The Black Lake. The lake, once filled with black water tainted by malice and nightmares, was now, whoosh, completely evaporated. With the closing of the passage to the otherworld and the destruction of the spirit realm, all the curses that had once filled the Black Lake vanished. As the contaminated water evaporated and dried to the very bottom, the ancient kingdom submerged beneath it finally revealed its full form to the world. The time of the people of this land, who had been petrified by the curse of eternal life, began to flow once more. Gasp! What is this? How long were we lost in that nightmare? One by one, the people who had been freed from the Demon King's nightmare began to regain their senses. Most of the citizens of the Lake Kingdom had succumbed to the curse of eternal life not long after, unable to endure the hellish pain beneath the lake, and had accepted the Demon King's offer. They had surrendered themselves to the nightmare and submerged into the depths. As they emerged from their long, long dream, they were bewildered by the unfamiliar air of reality. And when they saw the completely transformed world, they were shocked. All the buildings are in ruins. How did the entire kingdom end up at the bottom of the lake? My magic won't activate. There's no magic power in the air. Even the artifacts aren't working. What in the world? The Lake Kingdom, a kingdom of ancient magic, had possessed a level of magic far beyond that of any modern nation. Conversely, they were excessively dependent on magic. The people of the Lake Kingdom were stunned by the absence of magic in the air and the sight of their moss-covered civilization, now at a standstill and unresponsive, like an axe handle rotting away while a woodcutter is lost in a dream. After a 500-year gap spent in hell, the encounter with a completely transformed world left the people of the Lake Kingdom in shock. The entire kingdom was on the brink of descending into chaos. But, calm down. A leader with a cool head remained. This is a royal command. Everyone, stay calm. Maintain order. A man removed his jester's mask. It was Prince Christian. Having woken from the nightmare, Christian stepped in to manage the kingdom's turmoil in place of the king, who had fainted again. The royal family still held some authority, and most importantly, Christian had grasped the reality of the situation. With the Nightcrawler unit by his side, Christian quickly brought the kingdom's internal chaos under control. He led the people to restore order, invoking the royal command. After all, restoring the country freed from the nightmare was a task he had dreamed of for countless years. Christian and the Nightcrawler unit moved busily through the city, guiding the people. The water and food supplies are depleted, Your Highness. I've stored dried food and purified water in the royal warehouse. Start distributing it immediately and post notices in the main government offices throughout the city. Also, gather the personnel who originally handled public affairs. It's still cold, and night will soon fall. At this rate, many will freeze to death. Tear down all the rotten wooden buildings and use them for firewood. Light fires in all the main squares and smaller squares. As Christian issued orders quickly, he pointed to the distant land above. With the entire kingdom now settled at the bottom of the lake, the surface was an unreachable height away. We also need to carve a path up to the lake's surface. The work begins tomorrow morning, and everyone able-bodied will be conscripted. See to it. One of the high-ranking officials stammered. Why, Your Highness? That's something that should be done with magic. Magic no longer exists, Christian sharply retorted. From now on, we must do everything in this world with our own two hands. Why has this happened? Why has our lake kingdom, our glorious magical civilization, why has it fallen like this? To the nobles trembling, unable to adapt to the situation, Christian spoke in a stern voice. We are paying the price we deserve. For being captivated by the light of magic, clinging solely to it, spreading malice across the world, dividing and discriminating against people. This country's sins are finally being paid for. Then Christian murmured quietly, and it's my sin as well. After all, it was undoubtedly his fault that he had allowed the demon king inside and brought the kingdom to ruin. I too will pay the price. But atonement must come after saving the people of his country. Let's move, Nightcrawlers. Leading the ones who had followed him from hell to now, Christian marched forward. Though the long night is over, we must keep busy for a while longer. Yes, Your Highness. Christian headed toward the outer district. Unlike the panicked citizens in the inner district, the non-citizens of the outer district were already moving quickly under Christian's orders. The non-citizens of the Lake Kingdom had never been able to use magic, even in the Age of Magic. So, for the sake of immediate survival, they were much more prepared to live stubbornly. Christian, advancing at a brisk pace, eventually stopped. Someone was standing in the road ahead, waiting for him. Your Highness! It was none other than the sword demon, the spear demon, the adventurers from the base camp, and the people from the bottom town. They were the ones who had survived this hell for as long as Christian and the Nightcrawlers had. And they were ready to welcome the new era. Need a hand? The sword demon and the spear demon asked with a grin, and Christian immediately nodded. I'll gratefully accept your help. We must at least organize the essentials before Ariel returns. Your assistance is crucial. As they all resumed the busy work of restoring order, Christian glanced up at the distant sky. No longer was the sky above the Lake Kingdom filled with the black, polluted water of the lake. The winter sky, clear and bright, shone in a vivid blue, painfully pristine. Ariel! Christian softly murmured his sister's name. Please come back soon. This country needs you. He believed in Ash's promise, and in Ader's determination. He believed that in this world, now free of nightmares, his sister would be safe. Long white eyelashes trembled. Eventually, eyelids slowly opened, revealing clear turquoise eyes to the world. Ah! Ariel had awakened. Hearing that she would soon wake, I had come to her room to wait for her, and now I greeted her. You've come to, Nameless? No. I hurriedly corrected myself, calling her by name. Ariel. Ash? Ariel, who had been looking at me with a dazed expression, suddenly sat up in alarm. Where am I? The temple in Crossroad. It's dawn. I showed her the bandages wrapped around my body. You've been asleep the entire day. The final battle ended just yesterday. What do you mean the battle is over? What are you talking about? It means all the nightmares have ended. With a smile, I gestured toward her. So, how does it feel to sleep soundly without any nightmares for the first time in a while? Ah! Only then did Ariel seem to realize that all the nightmares that had plagued her were truly gone. It's true, they're gone. All the darkness and curses. How could this? Such a miraculous thing. Then my kingdom too. Finally, Ariel bowed her head repeatedly to me. Thank you, Ash. I will properly express my gratitude in the name of the Lake Kingdom later. But truly, thank you. I don't know how I'll ever repay this debt. With tears welling up in her large, lake-colored eyes, Ariel clasped my hands in hers. You saved me, my kingdom, and this world. Truly, thank you. No need to mention it. We're friends, aren't we? It's only natural. Once Ariel started to cry, she couldn't stop. Tears streamed down her pale cheeks, endlessly. A bit concerned, I asked her carefully, "Are you okay?"
I'm fine.
"Don't worry. I'm crying because I'm happy." Ariel tried her best to smile, but she soon lost control and burst into tears. She clutched her chest with both hands, struggling. "I'm really happy, so happy. But it feels like I've forgotten something very important. Why does my heart ache like this on such a joyous day? Why do I feel such a deep sense of loss?" I remained silent. Beside me, Ariel continued to sob quietly.
I'm sorry, Ash.
"Just let me cry for a moment." Ariel cried for a long time. I stayed by her side, quietly, until her tears finally stopped. Dawn passed and it was early morning. As soon as she had gathered herself, Ariel left. She couldn't bear the worry about the Lake Kingdom's condition. The journey there would take 3 days even on horseback, so I lent her the best horse I had. I also didn't send Ariel off alone. I assigned some of Crossroads' soldiers to accompany her. Their task was to assess the situation in the Lake Kingdom and provide any necessary supplies as quickly as possible. With a graceful motion, Ariel mounted her horse and gave me a faint smile. "Thank you so much, Ash. Words can't express how grateful I am for all your kindness and consideration." "You're welcome. Once I've taken care of the situation in the Lake Kingdom, I will return to formally express our gratitude to the World Guardian Front." Then, Ariel added cautiously, "And I will come to officially apologize for the harm I caused this world as the Mistress of Nightmares. I know it's not something that can be resolved with just an apology, but I will do my best." Ariel said she had no memory of her time as the Sleepless Lake Princess, but she was aware that she had become the Mistress of Nightmares and had attempted to destroy the world. I slowly nodded. "I'll help too. I'll do my best." We shared a faint smile. "Then see you soon." "Hiya!" Ariel spurred her horse and galloped southward like the wind. As I watched the princess of the Lake Kingdom and her escort troops quickly fade into the distance, I slowly turned my head to the side. "Are you really okay with this?" Then, a man staggered out from the shadow of a nearby building. With a heart full of pity, I called out his name.
Aidez.
The man who had been my accomplice, the director, Ader, managed a feeble smile. With a large hole in his chest, his entire body was shedding gray particles. He had overloaded and burned out the system of the outer gods, and had used his own soul as the price to heal the wounds etched into Ariel's soul. And at the end of this long battle, he was completely broken. Just existing seemed to be a struggle for him. I destroyed the destructive play that tormented our world, and I saved the one person I've wanted to save my whole life. The director, now back to his old, lazy drawl, gave a weak smile. "It couldn't be better than this, he. Don't worry about me. Everything is going according to plan." Ader limped forward with difficulty, coming to stand before me. "More importantly, my lord, what matters now is the story of the great deed you have accomplished." We stood silently, looking at each other. Ader continued in a slow, weary voice. "And, my lord, it's finally time to fulfill that long-held wish of yours." Chapter 8:13. As dawn passed and morning just began, Ader and I climbed the eastern wall of Crossroad together. "You already know why your achievements are so great, my lord." But Ader's voice was much quieter now, so I had to listen more closely than usual. "It's because you continued to walk the difficult path." Hearing him constantly praise and call me great was honestly a bit embarrassing. I awkwardly scratched the back of my head. "You don't have to keep flattering me like that. Hee. I'm merely stating the facts. I just stumbled along, taking one step at a time on the path in front of me." "But you never stopped looking at the stars above," Ader whispered as we stood atop the wall. "That's why you've reached this place." We both stood, facing east. The rising sun illuminated the sky with its brilliant light. A new day was beginning. A day without monsters, without nightmares, and without those who treated us like mere playthings. The first day was just beginning. The easy path was always right in front of you. You could have forged ahead without conflict or anguish, fighting and killing the enemy to clear the way. But you didn't give up on the harder path. You struggled, you agonized, you attempted dialogue. Standing there with his eyes closed, facing the sun, Ader took a deep breath. If you had decided that your enemies were born wrong, that they were to be killed, and made that choice without hesitation. I listened to his words intently. If you had given up on talking to those across the deep chasm from the beginning, if you hadn't tried to love even what was ugly about them, hadn't tried to pity the pain of even your enemies. A faint smile appeared on Ader's lips. If you had given up on the courage not to hate, this world wouldn't have reached this conclusion. It was as if, before the game's credits rolled, the director was recapping the achievements I had accomplished. All those moments when you struggled and agonized, all that inefficiency had meaning. Those painful and difficult days led this world to the true ending. No. Ader raised his hand and gestured behind us. He pointed to Crossroad. They led us to today. I turned around and took in the city standing before us. The early morning sunlight poured over the city where we had fought our final battle just yesterday. Now it was steeped in peaceful silence. It was a time when all my people, who had cried and laughed through the night, were still enjoying the sweetness of a morning slumber. The tomorrow I had longed to reach had finally become today. Congratulations, player. Ader slowly bowed deeply to me, with all the respect he could muster. I pay my respects to your great achievements. And now, it's time to grant the wish you were promised. Ader gathered the gray particles from his body and forged them into a brilliant light. It was a power separate from magic, the ability to access the other world as a system administrator. A part of that power still remained within him. You've waited a long time. It's time to deliver your message to that child.
Edi.
Don't worry. I've saved enough strength to grant your wish and transmit your message. I saved just enough life for this very moment. My wish. It was also the wish of a certain retro addict on Earth. To send a message of encouragement to a child who lay in a coma in the hospital. It was something I had waited so long to do, but I cautiously asked him, if I fulfill that wish, then I will finally be free. Ader smiled softly, and I immediately understood what he meant. As I feared, if this wish is fulfilled, Ader will die. Don't look at me like that. I wouldn't have lasted a few more days in this state anyway. Rather than just fading away without purpose, wouldn't it be better to use the last of my life to deliver your words to that child? Ader chuckled softly. I'm just glad your wish is a small one. If it were any bigger, I might not have been able to fulfill it.
Edi.
I've achieved all my wishes. Ader's gray eyes were clear and resolute. My lord, you've granted every one of my wishes. So now it's my turn. I clenched my fist tightly. Now, my lord, Ader said, looking at me with an uncharacteristic tenderness. What do you want to say to that child? I took a deep breath. Wait. Suddenly, an energetic voice interrupted. Save that life. Hold on. I've got a better way. Startled, I turned to see the space in the air above the eastern wall rippling, and soon, a small door opened. Yoo-hoo! Salome popped out. As the pink-haired, tan troublemaker suddenly wedged herself between us, I shouted in disbelief. Salome? Tada, that's right. The most seductive woman in the universe, Salome, reappears. No way, you're really alive. Genuinely shocked, I watched as Salome, who was making peace signs with both hands, narrowed her eyes. What's with that tone? It's like you were hoping I was dead. No, I was hoping you were alive, of course. It's just surprising. How did she manage to escape that chaos? Didn't I say? Now that I'm just a mind, I can go anywhere I want, even to another world. Salome puffed out her chest arrogantly and smirked. Since I'm essentially a spiritual entity, it costs me less to pass between worlds. And with you as a clear mental anchor here, I was able to just hop over. But then Salome started gasping for breath, looking like she was about to keel over. Heck. But there's barely any magic left in this world. It's suffocating. Are you okay? Magic, miracles, and powers like that had mostly disappeared from our world now. As someone like Salome, who was a mix of all those things, it must be tough to hang on. Well, the truth is, I probably won't be able to survive in this world much longer. Salome wiggled her fingers hesitantly. I'll have to leave for another world. But before I go, I wanted to see your face one last time, so I came here. Salome. I swallowed hard. This succubus, who had fought to help me, had come to say goodbye before she left for another world. Ha! What a shame. What a waste. Leaving you behind is such a waste. Salome licked her lips as she looked me up and down with regret. What's that supposed to mean? She gave me a greasy smile, raising her thumb and index finger into a V shape and placing it under her chin. Anyway, I'm heading to a world I've always wanted to visit. A world you've always wanted to visit? No way. It's a very distant world, but there's a definite mental anchor there. Could that mental anchor be? Yes, Ash. I got the coordinates from peeking into your past. I gasped, my mouth hanging open. That's right. My personality was a copy of Retroaddict's. In other words, Salome had read Retroaddict's memories and knew Retroaddict's mind as well. She planned to go to Earth. Salome spun around, showing off her outfit. In fact, I prepared this outfit in advance for that world. This is Salame's foresight. See, crazy. I knew something was off when we reunited, but to think she planned this from the beginning, and what part of Retroaddict's memories made her choose that look? They might be a little scared of her there. The new legend of the succubus Empress Salome begins. Ha ha ha. Look forward to it. What exactly are you planning to do? Salome just grinned mischievously instead of answering. I silently apologized to the people of Earth.
I'm sorry, Earthlings.
I'm about to export something pretty scary. Anyway, enough talk. I'm heading to that world now. Salome extended her hand and drew a large circle in the air. I'm going to connect a passage between this world and that world for a moment, and as you know, I'm such an extraordinary woman that I can carry at least one person's mind over with me. I caught on to her meaning and asked, You're saying you can take my consciousness to that world for a short time? Salome nodded. It's a bit different from the gray man's method, but the result is pretty similar. It'll be a short time, but you'll be able to reach that child's heart. Salome smiled brightly. And more than anything, I want to watch your wish come true. I chuckled softly and nodded. If it's her, she's more than qualified. Please, Salome. All right, I'm getting ready. Salome began opening a door in the air. Ader, who had been watching from the side, suddenly spoke urgently. Wait, my lord. When I turned to look, Ader shook his head. You can't do this. Why not? I promised you, didn't I? That when you reached the true ending, I would grant your wish. Ader clutched his chest with trembling hands. You kept your promise to me, so I have to repay you. I must reward you, who fought on without giving up for so long. But
Ed.
I smiled warmly at him. I've already received more than enough reward. What? It's right here. I gestured toward the city behind us. Ader's eyes widened. There was the peaceful landscape of Crossroad, bathed in the morning sunlight. What greater reward could there be? Our wish to save the world was something we achieved by fighting together. You don't owe me anything more. But, in the first place, fulfilling my wish at the cost of someone else's life was never an option. I came this far carrying my wish to save someone. So, The idea of fulfilling my wish at the expense of your remaining life is completely out of the question, you idiot. Perhaps unexpectedly given a slight extension of his life, Ader's voice faltered in confusion. Then, what should I do with the life I have left? I gently patted Ader's shoulder. Why not use that remaining life to fulfill your last wish? My last wish? Yeah. I smiled softly. Think about it. What you want to do at the very end of your life. Find your true last wish for yourself. At the end of this long journey, I wanted my accomplice to be happy too. I wanted him to use his last moments for himself. My last wish. Leaving the dazed Ader behind, I stood before Salome. Well, Ash, this is the moment you've been dreaming of. Standing in front of the wide-open magical door, Salome grinned brightly. You've carried your banner, walked to the very end, and now, it's time to deliver your heart's message in person. For some reason, I started to feel nervous, my heart pounding in my chest. I took a deep breath and steadied myself. Salome extended her hand to me. Come on, let's go fulfill your wish. Yeah. I took Salome's hand. With a mischievous smile, Salome pulled me forward, and a blinding white light filled my vision. And then, Chapter 8:14. In a dark, silent arcade. All the other machines had stopped, their screens off, surrounded by stillness. In the center of the arcade, a single massive game machine buzzed with rough noise, radiating the unique warmth of machinery. The only machine still powered on in the entire arcade had a small child sitting in front of it. The boy was dressed in a baggy hospital gown that didn't fit his small frame, his head covered by a beanie, his skin pale from lack of sunlight. The boy stared at the large game screen. On the screen, marred with static, a single phrase flickered. Continue? Would you like to continue? Next to that phrase, the number ticked back and forth between 1 and 0, also distorted by static. It wasn't clear, but it seemed to be slowly dropping from 1 to 0. And when it finally hit 0, the game would be over forever. Watching the slowly ticking numbers, the boy felt a strange sense of peace. Perhaps it was a kind of resignation, or maybe he had simply lost interest. He just stared at the screen with empty eyes, as if hoping the number would reach 0 soon, as if waiting for the words "Game Over" to flash across the large screen. At that moment, not going to play anymore? A young man's voice echoed from the entrance of the arcade. Then, the young man walked into the arcade, his footsteps echoing in the quiet space. It'd be a shame to stop now after getting this far. Why not give it one more try? The boy, who had been waiting for the game to end, reluctantly responded. I'm sick of this game. The boy's eyes, still fixed on the screen, held a hint of resentment. It's hard, it's painful, and it's not even fun. I'm done. Step, step. The approaching footsteps stopped behind the boy. The boy glanced back, blinking in surprise. Wait, Retro? The man resembled the famous streamer Retro Addict that the boy often watched on TV. Or so he thought, but upon closer inspection, he realized it wasn't him. The man's appearance was completely different. Plus, he was dressed in a unique uniform the boy had never seen before. Why did I mistake him for someone else? The boy tilted his head in confusion. Sorry, you just reminded me of someone I know. But who are you? The man hesitated for a moment, choosing his words carefully before replying. A friend. He gave a sheepish smile. An old friend of Retro Addicts. Oh, that makes sense. The boy scratched his head, still covered by the beanie. You don't look anything like Retro, but your vibe is similar. That's why I got confused. Haha, I get that a lot. People say Retro and I are quite similar. The man laughed as he pulled a chair from a nearby game machine and sat next to the boy. So, you know a lot about Retro Addict? More or less. After all, I was his first viewer. How did you end up watching his stream? The boy smiled faintly, recalling the past. Retro's a pretty popular game streamer now. That's true. But back when he first started, he was a total newbie. His stream setup was a mess, and he only played really old games. Because of that, no one watched his stream. Talking about his favorite streamer seemed to cheer the boy up a bit. I was stuck in the hospital, bored out of my mind, so I started wandering around different streams, and that's when I stumbled upon Retros, a stream with 0 viewers, broadcasting some ancient game that nobody even knew existed. The boy paused for a moment. After a brief silence, he continued. That was the day I was thinking about dying. Treatment was tough, surgery was scary. I kept throwing up the meds, and I felt so guilty towards my parents. Everything was just so exhausting. I thought maybe it was time to just give up. The man listened quietly. I entered that stream that no one else was watching, and the game looked incredibly difficult. His life bar was almost empty, down to the last sliver, and monsters were closing in from all sides. And I thought to myself, the boy lowered his gaze. If this guy loses, I'll give up too. His small, worn-out hands, bruised from countless injections, clenched into fists. I decided that I would die that day. But he beat it. A faint excitement crept into the boy's voice. He actually did it. He was literally on the verge of a game over. But he gritted his teeth and fought desperately. He kept pushing forward, refusing to give up, until he finally reached the final boss and won. He saw the ending. Seeing that, somehow I didn't want to die anymore. The boy repeated softly, I wanted to live. The man quietly studied the boy's profile. The boy continued. Even after that, Retro never gave up. No matter how tough the old games were, no matter how unpopular his stream was, he kept going. Eventually, he cleared every difficult game, and his stream, which no one watched, slowly started to grow. The boy nodded to himself. Watching him, I think I found the courage to keep going too. Slowly, the boy lifted his gaze to the large game machine in front of him. So, I think that's why I kept fighting against this thing. Still, continue? The number on the game screen was nearing 0. Well, it's over now. The boy raised both hands in defeat. I'm not playing anymore. Why not? Because I can't win. The boy kicked the game machine's base with his hospital slippers. I can't even count how many times I've fought this thing. But no matter how hard I try, I always end up getting knocked out. I watched Retro and found the courage to get back up and try again, over and over. The boy shook his head slightly. But not once. Not even once did I win. Even when I tried to hold on to hope, even when I took my meds and went through surgery, things only got worse. The treatment failed, the surgery failed, and my efforts failed. I tried my best, but I can't escape this hell. A long sigh escaped the boy's lips. It's always like this. No matter how hard I try, no matter how much I struggle, the world keeps taking things from me. Nothing changes. I'm done. I don't want to live like this anymore. Screech. The boy pushed his chair back and stood up from the game machine. Game over, he declared, ready to turn away from the machine. But then, kid, the man suddenly spoke. Do you think this world is unfair? The boy paused for a moment, then nodded. Yes. Do you think life is just suffering, even after you've overcome the hardest parts? Yes. The man smiled faintly. I used to think so too. What? This world. I used to think it was a hell where only an Iron Man could survive. A place full of nothing but pain. Hell. Iron Man. The boy mulled over the man's words, his head tilting in confusion. You used to think that. Does that mean your perspective changed? A little. The man smiled faintly, reminiscing about his past. I used to think that one failure meant it was over, but even when I hit rock bottom, there was someone who reached out to me. Life may be a hell full of suffering, but there are moments, rare but real, where beauty blooms like wildflowers. The man gestured toward the boy. You've had people like that, and moments like that, haven't you? The boy didn't answer right away, but he didn't deny it either. Standing in front of the boy, the man slowly stood up straight. I won't say this world isn't hell. I won't say the world doesn't demand you to be an Iron Man. But the man looked the boy straight in the eyes. This world is a far more beautiful hell than you think. And even for people like us who are far from Iron Men and full of failures, as long as we don't give up, there's always a chance. The boy growled softly. What are you trying to say? What did you come here to tell me? The boy's voice was tinged with frustration. You don't know how hard it is for me, and you're not going to live my life for me. You're not going to take my treatments, my surgeries, throw up in my place, or cry in my place. So what good is your empty consolation? Retroaddict wanted me to tell you something. The boy's eyes widened in shock. The man smiled gently. He wanted to tell you to hang in there, that he's rooting for you. And to cheer you on, he cleared the hardest game in the world while you were asleep. 741 game overs. And a 3-year journey. The man recalled it all. Do you know why he did that? No. Because you saved him from hell. The boy froze. The man spoke with conviction. You reached out to him, introduced yourself, when he was isolated and dying in his own personal hell. In this hellish world, all that ordinary people who aren't Iron Men can do is reach out to one another. And sometimes that's enough. The man believed that. I know. It's irresponsible. We can't live your life for you. We struggle just to face our own personal hells. We're barely managing to endure the hardest games we've ever faced. But just like you gained courage from that friend, with all his sincerity, that friend gained courage from you, hoping that even a little bit of this would reach him. We want you to live, the man said. We want you to keep challenging your life, keep trying to conquer your world, and not give up. The boy bit his lip. The man continued. Life will still be hard for you, treatment will still be tough, and continuing to live will still be painful. Even if you overcome one challenge, unimaginable difficulties will keep coming. But still, just one more time, just one last time. The man reached into his pocket. He flicked his fingers and tossed it to the boy. Fight again. The boy caught the object out of reflex. What the man had thrown him was an old coin. As the boy stared down at the coin in his hand, the man smiled warmly. It's your choice. The man turned around. Then, striding away, he left the arcade. Wait! The boy hesitated, then shouted urgently. Hey, mister! Wait a second! The man stopped at the arcade's entrance. The boy called out to him, his voice trembling. How do I repay you for this coin? The man chuckled softly, then slowly turned around. You're not the one who needs to pay it back. He pointed a finger at the boy. Then he raised his thumb, pointing it at himself. I'm the one who paid it back. Leaving the boy with words he couldn't quite understand, the man opened the arcade door and vanished outside. Standing there, the boy stared at the entrance where the man had disappeared for a long time. Finally, he slowly turned around. Continue? The same old phrase still flickered on the screen, on that infuriating game machine. The boy walked over to it and plopped back into the seat. He stared silently at the coin in his hand. One more time, with the coin clutched in his fist. Just one last time. Insert a coin. The boy pushed the coin into the machine slot. Clink. As the coin clattered down, the number that had been so close to 0 suddenly shot back up. A new phrase flashed across the static-filled screen in bright, clear letters. Here comes a new challenger. Get ready for the next stage. A new challenger has appeared. Prepare for the next stage. Phew. Taking a deep breath, opening his eyes wide, the boy's small, dry hand gripped the game's joystick. Press start. And he pressed the start button with all his might. Chapter 8:15. Click. The stream went live. The camera shook slightly before settling on the man seated in his gaming chair. Goha! He waved at the camera with a cheerful smile. As the notification for the live stream popped up, viewers started flooding the chat with messages. Goha! Hey, Retro! Feels like it's been a while, haha. It's because it has been a while, ol. Is this your first stream since getting out of the hospital? Looks like it. How was hospital food? You look even more puffy than usual. Retro Addict scratched his messy hair with a wry smile. Yeah, so I kinda collapsed during the last stream. Got rushed to the ER and ended up staying in the hospital for a few days to get some rest. Fired up the stream as soon as I got home from being discharged. I was watching that live. Scared the crap out of me. You just suddenly keeled over. For real, Retro legit passed out, LMAO. Guess clearing Protect the Empire was too much of a thrill. Clearing the Iron Man mode of that nightmare is totally worth it, though. The news even covered your clear on international gaming forums. Dude. But in Korea, the headline was about you fainting, LMAO. You were streaming for like an entire day at the end there. No wonder you conked out. LOL, 10K viewers for the clear, 50K viewers for the ambulance. Legendary. As they discussed the day he collapsed, Retro Addict looked pretty embarrassed. Man, yeah, everything started spinning all of a sudden, and I just blacked out. But hey, thanks to you guys for calling 911. Lucky my manager knew my address too. So basically, we saved your life. How about thanking us with some ice cream? The good side of streaming, lol. But like, you wouldn't have collapsed from overwork if you hadn't been streaming in the first place. Shoo, don't bring that up. Can't even joke that streaming is more important than your health now. Old and fragile Retro Addict. SMH. Retro, man, you gotta take care of yourself from now on. Okay? And then, ding, the notification sound played, and the first donation message of the day popped up. Blackbox donated 10,000 won. What did you eat in the hospital? I'm asking for the third time. Thanks for the 10 bucks. But why are you all so curious about what I ate? Food is serious business, lol. This country is obsessed with food, ha ha ha. Seriously though, what did you eat? 4th attempt. 5th attempt. 6th attempt. 741st attempt. Okay. Chill. No need to go up to the 742nd attempt. I figured you'd ask, so I took pictures of everything. Haha. Now he knows to take photos before we even ask. As expected of Retro. Honestly, taking pics before eating is just common courtesy at this point. For real, lol. Seriously, if you don't, we'll unsubscribe, no cap. Retro Addict started showing the pictures of his hospital meals on the stream. The viewers recoiled at the sight of the bland, healthy hospital food, but Retro Addict just waved his hands dismissively. Honestly, I thought it was pretty good. The food was lightly seasoned, which I liked. If the hospital were closer, I'd want to eat there every day. You guys really underestimate hospital food. It's actually healthy and tasty. Okay, boomer. I'm a boomer too. But that's too much. Mom, bring me some real kimchi. Real Koreans should eat spicy and salty food. TSK. The silly conversation about hospital food soon led to Retro Addict sharing stories about his time in the hospital. Since there was a chance he might have had a serious health issue, Retro Addict had stayed in the hospital for almost a week, undergoing thorough examinations and resting. He talked about the scary tests he had to go through, the shady vendors selling alcohol and cigarettes at the hospital's convenience store, the power struggle between King of the Patients, Mr. Park, and Queen of the Ward, Mrs. Hong, and their epic showdown. Retro Addict shared these stories in detail, and then suddenly clapped his hands. Oh, right. And something super weird happened too. Here we go, Retro's overreacting to something minor. Retro's nonchalant stories are the ones that are actually insane. But seriously, what happened between Mr. Park and Mrs. Hong? Yeah, who became the new ruler of the ward in the end? No, guys, this is no overreaction. This was actually the most bizarre thing that's ever happened to me. Something crazier than the ward's royal rumble? Intriguing. Okay, let's hear it. This better be good, or I'm unsubscribing, ol. Retro Addict took a deep breath. Then, in a more serious tone, he slowly began. A woman suddenly appeared in my hospital room. Already boring. Skipping ahead. Alright, thanks for the story, it was fun. Let me guess, it's just a fan who tracked you down.
Ima fun.
Let's hang out. Classic stalker meetup, lol. No, I'm serious. She said she was a fan and everything. Really? What's going on? But how did she even find out which hospital you were at? Sounds like stalking. Viewers started to worry that Retro Addict might have been stalked by a crazed fan. But what he said next was even stranger. She just appeared in my room out of nowhere. Or did she even enter? Suddenly, she was just there. She said she came to this world just to see me. And she was foreign. She had this super unique style. Pink hair, tan skin. She said she wanted to take care of me. What is he talking about now? The chat was flooded with question marks. But Retro Addict kept going, completely serious. She even said she wanted to take care of me for the rest of my life. She practically clung to me. I was so shocked. Ugh. So, some pink-haired tan girl showed up and said she liked you? Sounds like an anime plot. Anyone got a recommendation? That's your type, huh, Professor? No, I'm not making this up. I'm telling you the 100% truth. Retro Addict was clearly frustrated. But the chat was already losing patience. This weeb, I can't believe I actually worried about him for a second. Dude, are you sure you weren't just hallucinating? Did you forget to take your meds or take too much? The way you collapsed, you probably messed up your head. Looks like it's time for another hospital visit. Ding. More donations rolled in. Bad Game Sommelier donated 10,001. I think you've played so many bad games you've finally lost it. Sudon Manpur donated 100,001. Hey, Mr. Ko, stop talking nonsense and play that game I sent you. No Fun Stream Makes Me Bark donated 10,001. Woof woofger woof woof haya arg. I'm telling you it's true. A pink-haired, tanned woman just appeared out of nowhere and said all that. I'm only speaking facts. Retro's eyes started to tear up. He seemed genuinely upset. But who am I kidding? I'm Retro Addict, a lifelong bachelor. There's no way a woman would be that into me. I figured she was just trying to scam me and steal my kidneys. So I kicked her out. At least you've got some common sense left. Pretty sure it was just a weird dream. We're really grateful you're streaming even though you're this sick. Poor Retro, all alone for so long that he's losing it. Okay, I got it. I'll dress up with pink hair and a tan at the next fan meeting, alright? Pink Hair Gang, assemble. Seeing that no one believed his story and the atmosphere was getting cold, Retro Addict gave up on trying to explain. Maybe I really was just seeing things. Honestly, it was such a ridiculous story that even he found it hard to believe. Maybe it was just his imagination, but ever since then, he kept catching glimpses of pink hair in the corners of his vision. But yeah, it must just be a trick of the mind. After that, Retro Addict and the viewers discussed the Protect the Empire stream. Even though Retro Addict fainted at the end, he had been the first person in the world to clear the impossible difficulty mode since the game's release. It was something worth celebrating. The stream turned into a belated review of the months-long challenge. Retro Addict started going through his old videos on his channel, reminiscing about the long journey. From Empire 1 to Empire 742. The battle-scarred path he had taken was all recorded there. As Retro Addict was going down memory lane, a donation notification popped up. Ding! Mission Fairy donated 10,001. So, are you really going to donate all your stream earnings to the Children's Cancer Foundation? This was something he had announced when he posted an update to the community after his hospital stay. He had promised to donate all the earnings from his Protect the Empire streams to the Children's Cancer Foundation. He had even signed a pledge to that effect half a year ago. Retro Addict nodded firmly. Yep, I'm going to donate everything as soon as this month's earnings are calculated. The viewers seemed a bit taken aback. It's a good cause, but why all of a sudden? Hey, Mr. Ko, why not use that money to buy yourself some clothes? Seriously, LOL. All you ever wear is a hoodie and shorts or a t-shirt and jeans. There are other things you need besides clothes, right? We gave you that money to splurge on yourself. We donated so you could afford to eat something other than instant noodles. Hey, I have other income streams besides donations. Don't worry about me. We're not worried about you. We're worried about how you're spending our money, lol. For real, lol. For real, lol. You gave me the money to use as I see fit, right? So I'm using it the way I want. Retroaddict didn't explain why he had decided to donate to the Children's Cancer Foundation. I'll explain why I decided to donate. Another time. The viewers sensed his reluctance to talk about it and didn't press further. Retroaddict bit his lip, his expression turning bitter. Before starting the final Protect the Empire stream, he had received a text from the child's parents. They said they would let their child go in the next 24 hours. They would contact him again after setting up the funeral. But after Retroaddict fainted at the end of the final stream and woke up a few days later, there was no word from the parents. There were a few missed calls in his call history, but Retroaddict was too scared to return them. If the child had passed away, the funeral would have been over by now, and he didn't want to reopen the parents' wounds. Perhaps this donation was just a way to cope with the regret of not being able to send his message to the child in time. I knew it from the start. Retroaddict's blurry eyes stared at the light from the monitor in front of him. Beating a game wasn't going to make a miracle happen. That kid was never going to wake up just because I did. He knew that. He had just done what he could. The way he and the child had communicated was through game streams. He was the streamer and the child was the viewer. It might seem silly to others, but this was how the two of them were connected. Retroaddict clenched his fist. But even if it was too late, even if he didn't say the words in time, even if he couldn't see the child off properly, he still needed to convey his feelings. Retroaddict squeezed his eyes shut, then opened them wide. Hey, guys, hang on a second. With his resolve renewed, Retroaddict grabbed his phone and stood up. There's someone I need to contact real quick. He started scrolling through his contacts to find the child's parents' names. At that moment, hey, Retro. Among the flood of messages in the chat, one line stood out, catching Retroaddict's eye. Long time no see, Retro. Retroaddict rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand. He thought he was seeing things, but he wasn't. I heard you were in the hospital? Are you feeling better? My surgery was a success. LOL. I did sleep for a while, but I'm recovering just fine now. While I was out, you cleared Protect the Empire on Iron Man. That's amazing. Retroaddict stared at the chat in disbelief. Another message from the child appeared. Oh right, now I have to donate for you to see my messages. Hold on.
No.
Retroaddict's voice trembled. You don't have to donate. I can see it. Tears welled up in his eyes. Thank you. Wiping away his tears hastily, Retroaddict spoke in a choked voice. Thank you for coming back. He couldn't hold it in anymore and started sobbing. He sat back down in his chair, covering his flushed face, and cried for a long time. The viewers, bewildered, tried to comfort him. What's going on? Why's Retro crying? Why'd he start crying all of a sudden? Sorry, we were just messing around. We won't tease you anymore. Should we clip this? Or will it get taken down? The man's crying. Hurry up and donate. Hey, Mr. Ko. Blow your nose? It's not a good look. In front of his shocked and concerned viewers, Retroaddict wept openly. This was just a coincidence. There was no connection between him clearing the hardest game in the world and the child finding the will to fight for life again. But at the moment when a wish he had given up on was fulfilled, he felt more grateful than ever that he had chosen to become a game streamer. Thank you for staying alive. He wiped his tear-streaked face with his sleeve and smiled. Thank you for coming back to watch my stream. He couldn't see the child's face. All he could see was the flood of messages in the chat. He couldn't physically reach the person on the other side. But still, in this moment, he felt that connection clearly. Thank you. Really? Retroaddict beamed through his tears. And perhaps on the other side of the screen, the child was smiling back just as brightly. Chapter 8:18. After paying my respects to the other kings' graves in preparation for the reburials, I finally made my way to the mausoleum of the Duchy of Bringer, to the grave of Dusk Bringer. Your Grace! You've arrived, Your Grace! The knights of the Dragonblood Knights who had been waiting for me saluted in unison. I still wasn't entirely used to the name, but I nodded lightly and walked silently to Dusk Bringer's coffin, where I respectfully paid my respects. I didn't feel sad. When I met her again in the spirit world, she sent me off with a smile. So, I decided to bless her afterlife with happiness as well. I entrust my mother's transport to you, Dragonblood Knights. Yes, Duke. After the disbanding ceremony tomorrow, we'll depart for the Duchy of Bringer the day after. Until we reach the Duchy, you must keep a close watch over her coffin. We will guard it with our lives. Though their expressions were firm, I could see a faint unease lingering in the knights' eyes. Understanding their concerns, I smiled at them. Don't worry, I have no intention of abandoning the duchy. The knights were startled, clearly having their concerns read aloud. I had inherited the title of Duke of Bringer, but I was also the crown prince of the Everblack Empire. Depending on the choices I made, the Duchy of Bringer could be erased from history, annexed by the Empire, or simply fade away. But I had no such intention. In fact, quite the opposite. I looked around at the knights, speaking with certainty. For the time being, I plan to focus on my life as the Duke of Bringer, rather than my role as Crown Prince. The knights looked surprised, but this was the natural course of action. My father, the Emperor, was still in excellent health, and it would be some time before I inherited the Everblack Empire. Until then, I intended to operate from the Duchy of Bringer, learning more about governance and the politics of the world. Although I had ruled Crossroad for the past 3 years, Crossroad was originally a small city, primarily focused on being a military fortress. Strictly speaking, I was still lacking in many areas when it came to ruling an entire nation. And for a nation as vast as the Everblack Empire, even more so. Thus, I intended to study kingship within the Duchy of Bringer before eventually assuming the throne of the empire. During this time, I also planned to solidify the Duchy of Bringer as a sibling nation to the empire, ensuring that its status remains secure. Of course, I'll have to face challenges along the way to see how things play out. The Duchy of Bringer was precious to me. It could serve as a firm foundation for my political endeavors. But above all, the legacy of the previous dukes burned brightly within this nation. Though the Dragonblood lineage may have faded, its spirit must continue. I had no intention of neglecting the Duchy of Bringer. I carefully touched the lid of Dusk Bringer's coffin. Please watch over me, Mother. As one who has inherited the name of Bringer, I will live a life that is worthy of it. I will do my utmost. Later that afternoon, in the drawing room of the Lord's mansion. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, and Evangeline walked in briskly. Did you call for me, Senpai? She closed the door carefully and turned around with a cheerful tone. Is it because of tomorrow's disbanding ceremony? Don't worry. I've been preparing everything, and it's all. Mid-sentence, she abruptly stopped. It was only then that she noticed the room was filled with people waiting for her. Along with the main party members, several retainers, officers, and servants who had long served Crossroad were present in the drawing room. There were warriors from the infantry battalion and fellow heroes who had fought alongside Evangeline, and even kings from various nations. And, of course, my father, the Emperor, along with several of his knights and secretaries, were also gathered. Come in, Evangeline. I gestured for her to approach, watching as she stiffened with surprise.
No.
I suppose it's more fitting to address you differently now. Clearing my throat, I called her by her new title with emphasis. Margrave of Cross. As if struck by lightning, the moment she heard the title, Evangeline's shoulders trembled, and she stood tall, her back straight. I smiled gently. Are you ready to inherit the noble title your father has preserved and the position of Lord of the City? She bit her lip, her green eyes filled with complex emotions as she gazed at me. Finally, with a voice that trembled but was firm and resolute, Evangeline answered. Yes. I stepped aside, and my father, the emperor, advanced with his cane. Evangeline, who had approached him with 10 steps, knelt on one knee and bowed her head. Long live the emperor. This humble servant is honored to be in your presence. Evangeline Cross, daughter of the Cross family. The emperor spoke solemnly to the young knight. I know that your parents and ancestors have defended the imperial territory with blood and tears here at this southernmost frontier. There were many names used to describe this fortress city. The Street of Suicides, the City on a Grave, the Monster Front. The names were diverse and ominous. The emperor shook his head slightly. But now it is time to discard those old titles. The monsters are gone, and a new path has opened to the south. The emperor gazed far to the south, in the direction of the Lake Kingdom. Crossroad must now become the new front line of the empire, bordering new nations and civilizations. Listening with her head bowed, Evangeline's emerald eyes gleamed with firm resolve. Crossroad must be reborn, not as a fortress for war, but as a new center of culture and trade, where the roads of many nations intertwine. Evangeline Cross, the emperor asked gently, are you capable of carrying out this heavy responsibility? Without a moment's hesitation, Evangeline replied boldly, Of course, your majesty. The emperor smiled in satisfaction and issued a command. Evangeline Cross, eldest daughter of the Cross family, lift your head. Evangeline immediately raised her head as the emperor stepped forward, and the knights on either side of him presented her with a silver spear, a golden shield, and a beautiful green flag bearing the Cross family crest. Use this spear to vanquish your enemies, this shield to protect the city, and this flag to uphold the honor of Everblack and the Cross family. Evangeline respectfully received the spear, shield, and flag and placed them before her. With the ceremony concluded, the emperor made an official declaration. Now, as the heir to your family's legacy and your father's name, you are the new Margrave of Cross for this era. The emperor then turned to me. At the same time, the fortress city of Crossroad is now returned to the Cross family as of this moment. I stepped forward and handed Evangeline a white cloth that held several items. Documents that certified the rights of the lord over the city, a key ring with the original keys to the city's main facilities, and the Lord's seal. As I respectfully offered her the cloth-wrapped items, Evangeline cautiously took them with a gentle touch. Thank you for the service of this city over the past 3 years, and for the Cross family's willingness to lend it to the imperial family. I stepped back, and the emperor solemnly proclaimed, The imperial family will remember the loyalty of the Cross family and the bravery of Crossroad until the day the history of the empire ends. Then, with a warm and benevolent smile, the emperor added, May you become an excellent Margrave and a great lord, Evangeline Cross. Good luck to you. With tears in her eyes, Evangeline bowed her head. It is the honor of my life, your majesty. I will strive to be an excellent Margrave and a good lord, as you command. The emperor nodded and stepped back, signaling me with his eyes. After bowing to the emperor, I stepped forward and cleared my throat. Lastly, under the gazes of everyone present, I walked calmly to stand before Evangeline. Holding her by the shoulders, I gently helped her rise from where she knelt. Facing her now as a fully grown adult, no longer the small, spirited girl knight she once was, I smiled. As the former lord, I would like to recite a poem for the new lord, both as advice and as a blessing. Would that be all right, Margrave of Cross? Evangeline smiled back at me. I would be delighted to listen, Crown Prince. Taking a deep breath, I recited the poem I had prepared long ago, for the day Evangeline would become the next Margrave of Cross. A piece of wisdom I believed she would need in her new role as a ruler. People are illogical, unreasonable, and self-centered. Love them anyway. If you do good, people will accuse you of selfish ulterior motives. Do good anyway. If you are successful, you will win false friends and true enemies. Succeed anyway. The good you do today will be forgotten tomorrow. Do good anyway. Honesty and frankness make you vulnerable. Be honest and frank anyway. The biggest men with the biggest ideas can be shot down by the smallest men with the smallest minds. Think big anyway. People favor underdogs but follow only top dogs. Fight for a few underdogs anyway. What you spend years building may be destroyed overnight. Build anyway. People really need help but may attack you if you do help them. Help people anyway. Give the world the best you have and you'll get kicked in the teeth. Give the world the best you have anyway. The recitation ended. Though it was a long and potentially tedious passage, Evangeline took in the words, carefully reflecting on the advice, fully attentive. I will be watching with anticipation to see the Lord you become and the city you will build. I extended my hand. Do your best, Margrave of Cross. Evangeline slowly took my hand. I will. She couldn't hold back her tears as they streamed down her cheeks. I may still be young, inexperienced, and full of mistakes, but her voice was firm and resolute. But I will live and work hard to ensure that I am not ashamed before His Majesty, before Your Highness, before my late parents, before my father and mother. I will strive to make this city a place where everyone can live with pride. After a firm handshake, I stepped back. The room erupted in cheers and applause. Somehow, word had spread, and outside the mansion, citizens and soldiers had gathered, shouting their cheers and giving their ovations through the windows. The emperor's knights and secretaries were concerned for his safety and moved to calm the crowd, but the emperor waved them off, smiling. Let them be. The emperor turned to me, his eyes crinkling with approval. This is a sight only possible in the frontier. I smiled back, joining the emperor in taking in the bustling, lively scene of the frontier. Wah! Citizens and soldiers crowded outside, chanting Evangeline's name. With her bandaged hands, the new Lord of Crossroad wiped away her tears and smiled brightly, waving back to the people. Was it just a trick of the eye? For a moment, I thought I saw the previous Margrave of Cross standing silently among the crowd. He was no longer in his blood-stained armor. He was just a proud father, shedding tears of joy as he watched his grown daughter. You have every right to be proud, Margrave. When I blinked, the vision was gone. And with it, the heavy burden of guilt I had carried for so long began to lift. Your daughter has followed in your footsteps, just as you had hoped. Slowly, I raised my hands and clapped along with the others. For the new Margrave and the new Lord of Crossroad, who shone brightly among the people, smiling radiantly. Chapter 8:17. After the funeral, people from various nations began preparing to rebury the kings in front of their graves. King Kelison of the dwarves, Queen Skuld of the elves, King Poseidon of the merfolk, Kureha, who was the elder brother of Beast King Kuulin, and many other human kings. Lastly, there was Duchess Duskbringer, the ruler of the Duchy of Bringer. I watched from a distance as the caskets of the kings were carefully removed with proper respect. Countless kings lost their lives during the 3 years of war. While most soldiers would remain buried here at the Crossroad Cemetery, the kings, along with a few soldiers whose families requested it, were to be taken back to their homelands. There's a catacomb where all the previous dwarf kings are buried. As I approached Kelison's grave, Kelly, who had been gently caressing his son's casket, spoke in a steady voice. The golden crown on his head glistened. Kelly had come to this place as the new dwarf king. This one has earned the right to rest there too. I didn't know what to say, so I just stood there in silence. Kelly, however, smiled faintly. And I'm thinking of gathering the scattered dwarves together, not as a large nation but in a small, tight-knit group. You're not going to rebuild the kingdom? As part of their reward for participating in the war, the dwarves had seen the abolition of the non-human slavery system, and all non-human races had been granted freedom. This was an agreement that all nations participating in the World Guardian Front had approved and declared. I had naturally assumed that Kelly would now focus on rebuilding the Dwarven Kingdom. As you know, after our defeat in the race wars, we dwarves were still respected as craftsmen. We spread across various nations, and most of us are doing well. Many have grown attached to their new homes and don't want to leave. Kelly Bay shrugged. Sure, many would return if called, but most have already built their own lives. There's no need to force everyone back together. Besides, we dwarves are naturally individualistic. Aha! So, instead of a kingdom, I'm thinking of forming something like a guild. Everyone lives their lives independently, but we come together to help each other when needed and work on big projects together. I watched my blacksmith draw out his vision for the new era, and then smiled. I'll support you, Kelly Bay. I'm going to miss you. Why re you making it sound like a final goodbye? There's still the disbanding ceremony tomorrow, you know? With the disappearance of magic, the entire world was now engulfed in various forms of chaos. To manage this confusion, the kings of the World Guardian Front had to return to their lands urgently, and so, the disbanding ceremony was scheduled to take place right after the funeral and memorial service. And even if we part ways now, we'll still see each other often. Isn't that right? Kelly Bay laughed and patted me on the back. I smiled back and threw my arm around his shoulder. That's right. I'll come visit until you get sick of seeing me and tell me to stop. Ha! Let's see who gets sick of whom first. Kelly Bay and I stood side by side for a while, watching as Kellison's casket was loaded onto the carriage. When I approached Skuld's grave, Verdandi was already there, carefully placing various flowers on the casket that had been removed. I gently called out to her. Verdandi. Oh, Ash. Verdandi finished arranging the flowers and turned to face me with a sheepish smile. How about we drop the formalities and speak casually? You're a queen now. Oh, right. Sure. Sure. Verdandi looked a bit embarrassed. She was wearing a crown of white branches on her head. Following the wishes of her elder sister Ward and her younger sister Skuld, Verdandi, the last surviving member of the elf royal family, had ascended to the throne as the new fairy queen. With the abolition of slavery and their release from vassalage, there was no reason for her to use formal speech with me anymore. So, I'll speak casually, Ash. She fidgeted awkwardly, clearly unused to the idea. Her nervousness, considering her age, amused me, and I had to stifle my laughter. It was strange to see someone much older than me act this way. In the dungeon beneath the Black Lake, I never did find the Holy Grail I was searching for. Together we looked southward. In the dungeon beneath what was once the Lake Kingdom, Verdandi had spent 100 years searching for the Grail. It was supposed to be the means of saving the fairy kingdom. But in the end, the Grail she found turned out to be a world tree sapling. And even that sapling, planted back in her homeland, had lost its magic, becoming nothing more than an ordinary tree. The miraculous magic she had sought for a century had never existed in the first place. But Ash, I met you, we saved the world. And the fairy kingdom has been redeemed. We exchanged smiles. Though the Grail lost its power and identity, through our exploration for it, we fought side by side. And as a result, the elves regained the lands that originally belonged to the fairy kingdom. It had been a long and winding path, but Verdandi had ultimately succeeded in saving her kingdom. And so, I believe that the last 100 years of my life had meaning. Verdandi smiled warmly. Maybe the Holy Grail I was searching for was you, Ash. Don't flatter me too much. It's embarrassing. I waved my hand dismissively and looked at Skuld's flower-covered casket. What will you do now? I'll return home and start rebuilding the kingdom. Verdandi sighed deeply. But many have grown accustomed to life on the continent over the past century. And there are still many of our kin who were sold as slaves across the world. You have a lot of work ahead of you. Well, I'll take it one step at a time. Verdandi extended her hand to me. Though Ward and Skuld are gone, it was a gesture for a handshake. I have a strong new ally to rely on. I gladly took her hand. Promise me you won't hesitate to ask for help if you need it. I'll do everything I can. And that goes for me too, Ash. The elves will never forget your kindness. We couldn't let go of each other's hands for a while, both quietly gazing into the face of a comrade we had fought alongside for so long. King Poseidon's casket was empty. He had fallen during Operation Titanfall, a battle against the colossal monsters. His body was never recovered. Only his crown was retrieved. Rompelers. In the absence of heirs, Poseidon's twin nephews, Rompeler and Rompeler, took on the role of chief mourners. I approached the twins in their mourning attire and bowed to them. "You've done well." "Well, we didn't really do much." The two Rompelers looked at their uncle's empty casket. "It was our uncle who did the hard work. We didn't accomplish much on this front, but we must carry on our uncle's honor." With the Merfolk King's position vacant, the two Rompelers would have to take on his responsibilities. The oppression that the Merfolk had endured was now gone. But someone had to manage and represent their interests, and these two had stepped up. Though Poseidon had handled most of the arrangements, leaving the twins to merely sign off on them, even so, it's true that you two and the Merfolk fought hard. I comforted the two, who seemed somewhat dejected. "So, what's next? Are you done with piracy?" "Haha. It would be a bad look for a hero who saved the world to still be a pirate. We'll sail around the continent's seas, spreading the news to our people. Most have already left for the deep sea or other continents, but some still remain. Most of the Merfolk had already left this continent. Those who stayed either formed small coastal villages or lived among humans, working on ships. The Rompelers said they would work to ensure that the remaining Merfolk could live in peace, free from persecution. Perhaps a world where racial distinctions no longer matter is on the horizon. A world where everyone just works, eats, and lives together. Nodding in agreement with the Rompelers, I added, "Maybe we'll be the ones to create that world together." They seemed to like that response, and the former pirate kings smiled back at me. "If you ever need a navy, give us a call. Ash, we'd trust you as our leader." For some reason, I had a feeling I'd be contacting them in the near future. There was much to do at sea. After bowing one last time to King Poseidon's casket, I moved on. Kureha's casket was being loaded onto a carriage. Kuilin and the rest of the penal squad were handling the casket and paying their respects. I waited for a moment before approaching them. "Kuilin, penal squad." "Oh, boss." "Hey there, big boss Dash." The five greeted me cheerfully, and I chuckled. "But don't you think it's time to drop the penal squad name? Your punishment ended a while ago. We've just gotten so used to it, ha ha ha." Kuilin laughed and looked at his subordinates. "But yeah, I've been given the title of Beast King, and I'll be going home. These guys should get new titles too." The excited members of the penal squad jumped up and down. "What will it be, boss? The King's Royal Guard? The 5 Wolf Generals? Or maybe the Crimson Maple Fist Squad?" Kuilin pondered for a moment before muttering quietly, "Kuilin and his disciples." The penal squad members gave Kuilin a cold stare, clearly unimpressed. I couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Kuilin had reclaimed his homeland. Given his contributions to the World Guardian Front, it was a small price to pay. But Kuilin had insisted on paying for the land with the money he had saved, refusing to accept it as a reward. In the end, the money was taken, but it was used to provide supplies for rebuilding the devastated village. There was much to be done. I'm thinking of creating a community where not just the Crimson Maple tribe, but all the beast tribes and even refugees can live freely. Kuilin gently stroked his brother Kureha's casket. "I have to live up to the miracle my brother gave me." With a deep, mature gaze that was a far cry from the Kuilin I first met, he smiled warmly. "I have to carry on his legacy. I'll support you, Kuilin." After discussing the plans for the new village, I cautiously brought up another topic. "How's Yoon doing?" "Still the same." Kuilin scratched his head with a troubled expression. "She's always been a heavy sleeper, you know. With magic gone from this world, the curse-like wounds that plagued her have vanished. But the initial injury was so severe that she still hasn't woken up." Kuilin sighed deeply. "And if she decides to return to the Aryan Kingdom, that's a whole other challenge. The journey is long, cold, and harsh. I'm worried her weakened body won't be able to handle it. and with no magic or artifacts left to assist in long-distance travel. In my heart, I want to marry her and take care of her myself, but the laws of Aryan Kingdom are tricky. Legally, for a marriage or any serious matter like that, the person involved must be conscious and able to express their consent. It was a complicated situation for the Aryan Kingdom. Transporting Yoon, who remained unconscious, back to the Aryan Kingdom by land was too dangerous. Yet leaving her in Crossroad indefinitely was also not an option. Kulin had offered to marry Yoon and care for her, but the laws of Aryan Kingdom required a conscious consent for such a significant decision. Everyone knew that the two were deeply in love, and now that Kulin had become the Beast King, he was more than qualified. But it was legally impossible to marry someone in a coma, especially a princess. Kulin let out another long sigh in frustration. So, I'm not sure what to do. Ahem. That's actually why I wanted to talk to you, Kulin. I lowered my voice and leaned in to whisper in Kulin's ear. Yun's father, Miller Aryan, has a proposal he wants me to run by you. Kulin's eyes widened in curiosity. With a sly, slightly mischievous grin, I asked, So, former Bandit King, are you interested in hearing it? Chapter 8:16. Year 652 of the Imperial Calendar. A chilly day in early March, just a few days after the final battle. To the west of Crossroad. Phew! I took a deep breath and cleared my throat. There was a lot of speaking to do today, so I had been taking care of my voice since yesterday. Serenade had been giving me honey tea and various concoctions since the morning. After removing the necklace I'd worn for 3 years, my neck still felt bare. I rubbed my hand over the faint burn mark left on my neck and looked around. 2 towering memorial stones stood in the graveyard, where preparations were underway for both a funeral and a memorial service. A funeral for those who had fallen in the final battle, and a memorial service for those who had perished over the past 3 years. Kings who had fought alongside us on the World Guardian front had dressed in their ceremonial attire and attended. Wreaths of flowers, each crafted according to the customs of their respective nations, were brought along. The western graveyard of Crossroad was covered with various kinds of white flowers. At first glance, it looked like spring snow had fallen. A beautiful yet sorrowful sight. Ash! Even Ariel from the Lake Kingdom had come in person. Though her kingdom was in turmoil, with the situation too chaotic for her to handle alone, she insisted on attending this event, saying she couldn't possibly miss it. This time, she came not as a warrior but as the heir to the throne, the first princess. She held not a sword but flowers. Ariel, how have you been? Ariel greeted me with a bright expression. When I asked her how she was doing, she laughed confidently and said, The state structure is on the verge of collapse, the people are in shambles, and father has abdicated, taking responsibility for what happened 500 years ago. The royal family's reputation has hit rock bottom. Things are anything but easy. Your words and your expression don't match. This isn't a situation to be smiling about. Why are you smiling? But despite my comment, Ariel simply grinned. But it's the most hopeful situation we've been in for the last 500 years. Though my kingdom still lies at the bottom of the lake, it has regained consciousness. Although my people are broken, they are alive. There hasn't been a more hopeful moment in the past 5 centuries. Seeing Ariel's resolute attitude and unwavering smile, I couldn't help but smile back. We're finally at the starting line. Whatever happens next, things can only get better. How could I not be happy? You're right. Despite the state of her kingdom, the Lake Kingdom had brought a floral wreath. Even with the kingdom sunken beneath the lake, they had managed to find flowers. Well then, Ariel gave me a slight nod before turning toward the graveyard, her arms full of white flowers. I'll go pay my respects. Her expression was determined as she headed toward the row of graves. I understood how she felt. The Lake Kingdom was both a victim and a perpetrator. 500 years ago, manipulated by the Demon King and the Outer Gods, the kingdom sank, becoming a nightmare that spewed out monsters to invade the world. Even Ariel, who had fought valiantly against the monsters for 5 centuries, had ultimately been consumed by the nightmare, becoming a puppet for the outer gods in the final battle. Though they were unwilling participants, it was hard for the world to see them purely as victims, especially given the damage inflicted during the final battle. The casualties were immense. I looked at the newly erected graves. Many soldiers and heroes were injured or killed in the battle. Even King Poseidon, who had served me loyally, had fallen. Ariel, as the former master of the nightmare and the representative of the Lake Kingdom, had chosen to confront this situation head-on. She came here to pay her respects and offer her apologies. Ariel walked into the graveyard with a tense expression. Many who recognized her glared at her with hostility. The merfolk, in particular, looked at her as if she were their sworn enemy. And at the same time, Lady Nameless, or should we call you Princess Ariel now? Are you here to pay your respects? Let's go together. There were also those who welcomed her warmly. Ariel had contributed greatly to the World Guardian front as Nameless. People remembered the sword of light she wielded and the nightmare armies she crushed. Though many still looked at her with disdain, there were those who understood her situation and were willing to accept the Lake Kingdom. Ariel bowed her head silently and made her way through the newly erected graves, placing flowers on each one. The path ahead for the Lake Kingdom is long and treacherous. They will likely be hated for a long time as the ones responsible for unleashing the monsters. But if they acknowledge their mistakes and are willing to join the world in peace, the animosity will eventually fade, and people will stand shoulder to shoulder. Just as the many nations that once fought to the death here on the World Guardian front now stand together, looking toward the future. I believe in that. The choir sang hymns. The casket procession reached their places. Priests sprinkled holy water over the caskets, blessing the deceased for their journey to the afterlife. As the ceremony progressed, my turn to speak approached. I slowly climbed up to the podium. Looking around, I saw the faces of countless people gathered like clouds. Today, I began making eye contact with each one of them. Is the last funeral ceremony that I will preside over here in Crossroad. I extended my hand to the side. From now on, the funerals will be overseen by the eldest daughter of the Cross family and the next Lord of Crossroad, Lady Evangeline Cross. Evangeline, who had managed most of today's ceremony, gracefully bowed. I smiled slightly at her and continued, and perhaps we will never again have to hold such a large-scale funeral. I sincerely hope so. I took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. So many have died. I gazed at the clear, cold spring sky for a moment before lowering my eyes and looking at the people around me. And even more have survived. The fear that had always lingered in people's eyes was no longer there. Instead, it had been replaced with relief and peace. The age of war is over. The nightmare is over, and the monsters will no longer invade. I emphasized once more. Now it is up to us, the survivors, to usher in a new era of harmony. An era of harmony. A bitter smile formed on my lips as I said those words. Many of you gathered here probably know this better than I do. It might be harder to maintain this era of harmony than the era of war. The kings exchanged awkward glances. It is easier to fight and kill each other than to talk and understand each other. This world had spent too long in pain and hatred because of that. But if we do not forget the past 3 years we spent together on this front. I made eye contact with the people once more. If we do not forget the time we fought shoulder to protect the world. I smiled. Then working together to build this era of harmony will be a challenge worth taking. Faces full of mixed emotions reflected on the past 3 years. 3 years ago, no one could have imagined that so many nations, so many races, would stand side by side, listening to me speak as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Seeing this, I nodded. And this is what the departed, those buried here, would want us to do. I turned my gaze toward the graveyard. They fought and died not for any particular ideology or nation, but purely to protect the world. This is what they would truly wish for. The countless graves buried under the white flowers, and the 2 memorial stones, the people buried there, those who died under my banner. I stared at them for a long time. When I first arrived in this city, I said something during the first funeral I presided over. Do you remember? When I asked, a smile spread across the faces of the citizens and soldiers who remembered that day. I also smiled back and repeated the words I had said then. I told you that you would continue to die here. I distinctly remember saying that. And now, 3 years have passed, and today, I say this. I finally corrected my words. You will no longer die here. From now on, you will live here. The lips of those who had fought with me over the past 3 years tightened with emotion. The winds of those who became before us have protected us. Meeting their tearful gazes, I nodded. And they will continue to protect us and our era of peace. Taking a deep breath, thinking of those who had fallen before us and become the wind, I softly recited the most famous elegy from earth. Do not stand at my grave and weep. I am not there, I do not sleep. I am 1,000 winds that blow. I am the diamond glints on snow. I am the sunlight on ripened grain. I am the gentle autumn's rain. When you awake in the morning hush, I am the swift uplifting rush of quiet birds in circling flight. I am the soft stars that shine at night. Do not stand at my grave and cry. I am not there. I do not sleep. I am 1,000 winds that blow. I have become 1,000 winds. At that moment, a breeze swept through. The wreaths laid in the graveyard swayed in the spring wind, sending a flurry of white petals our way. Smiling in the midst of the petal shower that looked like spring snow, I spoke. I hope you will remember the faces of those who fought on this front. One by one, people closed their eyes. Remember the faces of those who became the wind before us. And remember the comrades who fought by your side. I closed my eyes as well, recalling their faces, the time spent with them. After a brief, silent moment of reflection, if we do not forget those faces, if we can recall them and remember the past 3 years, wherever we are, I slowly opened my eyes. Then, as they wished, and for our own sake, we will be able to live together, not with swords but through dialogue. Lifting my gaze, I saw everyone looking at me. I firmly declared once more, the war is over. Slowly, I turned around and deeply bowed toward the graveyard. To the heroes who ended this war, rest in peace. With heartfelt sincerity, I whispered quietly, may we never forget your legacy. As I straightened up, boom, 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 boom. A salute echoed in the distance, honoring the fallen. And so, the last funeral I would preside over came to an end. Chapter 8:19. The next day, it was just around noon when the chill finally started to recede, and the weather grew warm, signaling the arrival of spring. High above the bright blue sky, clear and free of clouds, screech, griffins with wings spread wide streaked across the sky in dazzling aerial maneuvers. Wah! The crowd gathered in the plaza below erupted in cheers. It was an air show led by Mikhail, king of the Vermilion Kingdom, and his Sky Knights. The griffins and their riders skillfully chased each other through the sky, leaving brilliant trails behind them. We asked them to hold a disbandment ceremony. Watching the air show, which had rapidly escalated to its climax, I chuckled wryly. This feels more like a festival. Mikhail and his wives were now performing triple aerial spins in formation. That was something I had requested long ago, but I never expected him to remember it. Crying and saying goodbye has its traditional appeal. Evangeline, who had orchestrated this ceremony, appeared next to me with her arms crossed, laughing heartily. But this time, I wanted us to part ways with a smile. Oh, the World Guardian Front achieved its purpose admirably. So isn't it fitting to disband with happiness? A farewell with smiles. Huh? Indeed, if you can part with a smile, what better way to say goodbye? The spectacular Griffin Air Show, unlike anything I had seen before, was now in its final stages. Mikhail and his Griffin riders spun in the air before plummeting gracefully to the ground in a landing. Boom! 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 As the Griffin riders touched down, fireworks exploded into the clear noon sky. Mikhail struck a grand pose and the onlookers cheered until their voices grew hoarse. Mikhail, ever oblivious, beamed, unaware of the furious expressions on the faces of his 5 wives, who promptly dragged him away. Seriously, if he wants to live long, he should start noticing these things. Evangeline watched with a smile before winking at me. This is the last time for the World Guardian Front. Let's enjoy it to the fullest. I nodded silently, gesturing for her to go on. Evangeline quickly dashed up to the stage in the central plaza, shouting with enthusiasm. All right, ladies and gentlemen, members of the World Guardian Front, thank you all for gathering here. She spun her arms around dramatically as if gathering energy for her next announcement. The long-awaited disbandment ceremony will now commence. Her voice, booming with all its might, echoed across the plaza. At the same time, more fireworks burst into the sky, and the crowd erupted in cheers, loud enough to shake the plaza. Ah, youth! I couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the newly appointed lord, unable to contain her excitement, practically bouncing across the stage. Next to me, Lucas, who had been watching this lively scene with a smile, spoke up in a calm tone. It's ending, isn't it? Yeah. Our days here in Crossroad were coming to an end. We stood there quietly, taking in the sights of the plaza. Under the spring sunlight, everyone in the plaza was smiling. There was no shadow on their faces. With one hand holding food and the other a drink or a glass of wine, they laughed together, greeting each other warmly every time their eyes met. They were farewells exchanged with comrades they would part ways with after this ceremony. A festival commemorating farewells. Amidst this joyous and bustling atmosphere, I felt a pang of melancholy, but I pushed that feeling down and smiled at Lucas, asking him, "So what will you do now?" As always, I will remain by my lord's side. Lucas's answer came as sharp and precise as ever, like an answer key. But then, after a brief pause, however, Lucas hesitated before continuing. This time, I'm thinking of daring to request a short leave of absence. I looked at him in surprise. After a moment, Lucas seemed to solidify his resolve, standing tall and looking me in the eye as he nodded. I intend to return to the imperial capital and finally confront my past, to settle matters with my family, the McGregor family, once and for all. Will you allow it, my lord? Of course. I picked up a beer glass from a nearby table and extended it toward Lucas. Take as much time as you need, as long as you return to serve as my knight. Lucas, too, carefully picked up his glass and gently clinked it against mine. Clink. After the light toast, we both sipped our drinks slowly. That said, you're going to be quite busy, huh? You've got to settle things with your family in the capital, visit me in the duchy when I leave, and then there's... On the stage, the newly appointed lord, Evangeline, was busy shaking hands and greeting the leaders of neighboring countries. You won't be seeing Evangeline as often anymore. Even as a novice when it came to matters of the heart, I could tell that there was something brewing between the two knights, and that made me worried. Unlike the past 3 years when they were constantly together, they would now be living separate lives, each in their own role. Don't worry. But Lucas smiled confidently, radiating the aura of a protagonist. I won't miss out on anything. I've decided to live as I want to, so I'll work hard to make it happen. Impressed, I couldn't help but raise my beer glass again. You've grown up, you rascal. As we clinked glasses once more, Lucas grinned mischievously. I learned from the best. This guy really knows how to smooth talk when he's had a drink. Shaking my head with a grin, I downed the rest of my beer. Lucas, too, chuckled at his own words as he took another sip. We stood there in silence for a while, quietly smiling as we watched the plaza and shared our drinks. I began to make rounds through the city, greeting people and bidding farewells. Who knows when we'll meet again after this? I tried to shake hands and exchange words with as many people as possible. And as I walked through the streets, ugh! Suddenly, I stumbled upon an incredibly gloomy and dreary spot. What the heck? The whole city was in a festive mood, but this small square was filled with a heavy, damp atmosphere. It felt even sadder than yesterday's funeral. What's going on here? Ah, Your Highness. Someone in the group recognized me and waved energetically. It was none other than Junior. Welcome. Ah, Junior. Good to see you. But, what is this gathering? A group of people in robes, all with morose expressions, were pouring wine into their glasses and drinking it like water. What's with this oppressive atmosphere? Junior, looking a bit flustered, mumbled an explanation. Well, it's a gathering of mages. Oh, indeed, upon closer inspection, it was a group of mages from various nations. I hadn't recognized them at first because their expressions were so grim, but they were familiar faces. Among them, particularly recognizable with his long white beard, was the old mage, Dr. He spotted me and sprang forward, shouting, "You scoundrel, Ash! You're just in time. Dr. He seemed to have drunk quite a bit. His usually dignified face was flushed red from the alcohol. You're not supposed to be drinking so much, especially with your heart condition. Is my heart the problem now? Magic, magic! Dr. collapsed into a chair, wailing like a child. All the magic is gone. How can I cope without drinking? I broke out into a cold sweat. When the spirit realm was sealed off and destroyed, all magic, miracles, and mysteries disappeared from this world. Most mages lost their powers. People who had once used magic in various fields lost their uniqueness. Society would experience a period of turmoil, with significant growing pains ahead. Among all, the mages were the hardest hit by this catastrophe. They had lost their very foundation. To put it simply, I had turned these people into a group of unemployed individuals. It was for the world. I understand that. We all understood. We really did. But still, having united the consensus of the mages to agree to the closure of the spirit realm, Dr. now wept openly. But to see everything we've worked for our whole lives turn to dust, oh, how cruel! I broke into a cold sweat. When the spirit realm was sealed and destroyed, all magic, miracles, and mysteries disappeared from this world. Most mages lost their powers. People who had once used magic in various fields lost their uniqueness. Society would experience a period of turmoil, with significant growing pains ahead. Among all, the mages were the hardest hit by this catastrophe. They had lost their very foundation. To put it simply, I had turned these people into a group of unemployed individuals. It was for the world. I understand that. We all understood. We really did. But still, having united the consensus of the mages to agree to the closure of the spirit realm, Dr. now wept openly. But to see everything we've worked for our whole lives turn to dust, oh, how cruel! Thank you for your understanding, and I deeply apologize for this. As for the employment of mages going forward, employment or making a living isn't the issue. Everyone's going to suffer together now that magic is gone. Dr. blew his nose loudly into a handkerchief, his voice calmer now. The issue is the loss of our scholarly pursuit, of our magology. Magology? The academic study of magic, passed down for over 1,000 years, is now lost. As scholars who inherited this knowledge from our distant predecessors, how could we not feel devastated? It wasn't just about livelihoods. As scholars, they grieved the loss of their discipline. Just drowning our sorrows in wine seemed futile. But then, lo and behold, Ash, you were the one who saved us. Huh? Me? I blinked, utterly confused. Saved them? What did that mean? Junior told me about your plan to create the History Foundation, the Jupiter Foundation. Hearing her name, Junior scratched the back of her head sheepishly. The Jupiter Foundation, a historical foundation dedicated to cross-verifying events from different factions to record the most impartial truth without embellishment. A historian development project that I plan to launch first and foremost if I were to become the Emperor of the Everblack Empire, to allow us to acknowledge and settle past mistakes and move forward into a new era. I had been eyeing Junior as the ideal candidate for this project and had already offered her a position. I'm still not entirely sure if I'm capable of handling such an important role, and Junior had readily accepted. But I'll give it my best shot. So, after this disbandment ceremony, I'll head to the capital to begin my training as a historian. When I mentioned this to Dr. Muden, a historical foundation, by the gods, Ash Prince. It's an excellent idea, Dr. Muden interrupted, nodding vigorously. That gave me a hint. So our ivory tower will be reborn as a new entity focused on compiling and recording the 1,000-year history of magic. The Ivory Tower History Foundation. The Ivory Tower History Foundation, I echoed in surprise, and Dr. Muden nodded earnestly. The history of magic is intertwined with the history of humanity over the past 1,000 years. But once our generation passes, no one will remember magic. Those miracles we once could touch will vanish not just from reality, but from memory as well. So we will record it. As Dr. Muden spoke, the other mages, who had been somber and dejected, began to lift their heads. I understand. Magic is gone. And perhaps the glorious past of magic may seem worthless in the world to come. But that doesn't matter. Dr. Muden looked around at the other mages, raising his voice. Magic was once everything to us. It was more valuable than any gem or treasure in this world. Magic gave us life. To record its history, to keep it alive in memory if nowhere else, is a duty for those of us who have benefited from it. Dr. Muden's words dispelled the intoxication from the air. Even though the magic had disappeared, the powerful charisma of the Ivory Tower's leader commanded the small square, as he solemnly declared, "As a magology scholar, I will document that history." Hearing this, the mages rose from their seats one by one. "We'll join you, Dr. Muden. Our blue tower will stand with the Ivory Tower. The red tower, too. Let's gather all the scattered magic records from around the world. Let's document it thoroughly, so it won't be forgotten even 1,000 years from now." What had just been a gloomy square had suddenly become a lively forum for serious discussion about the foundation of the Ivory Tower. The scholars who had dedicated their lives to the study of magic now had faces full of childlike purity as they passionately shared their ideas. Junior and I stood side by side, chuckling as we observed the scene. The Ivory Tower Foundation, it seems like it could work well with the Jupiter Foundation. Magic has been such an integral part of human history that we can't leave it out. It looks like we'll be able to help each other out. Watching the mages discuss the history of magic, Junior seemed unable to hold back any longer. She was fidgeting and finally turned to me with a quick bow. Then, as the first historian of the Jupiter Foundation and a former mage, I'd better go join that discussion. She rushed back into the square, and as she did, I called out softly, "Junior." "Yes." When she looked back, I gave her a warm smile. "Thank you for all the things we've worked on together. And in the future, for all the things we'll continue to work on together." Junior grinned, almost like a fox. "Isn't that something I should be thanking you for?" And with that, Junior jumped into the mages' discussion. As they passionately exchanged wine glasses, discussing the history of magic and humanity over the past 1,000 years, I committed the scene to memory. This, too, would be a chapter in history that must not be forgotten. After leaving the small square, I headed towards the temple. "I will go ahead and inform them of your arrival." "All right, thanks." Just before entering the temple, Lucas dashed off, making his way ahead to announce my visit. As I drew closer to the entrance, leisurely making my way, clack, oh! Suddenly, without any warning, without a sound, something cold and hard pressed against the back of my neck. I froze on the spot. At the same time, a familiar voice spoke from behind me. "Your Highness." It was my marksman, my trigger, Damien's voice. Damien? With the precision of a sniper, Damien had managed to fool even Lucas, waiting for me in the shadows of the alley. After a brief silence, he finally spoke, his voice low and even. 3 years ago, you made a promise to me. His tone was flat as he asked, "Do you still remember it?" Chapter 8:20. Do you still remember the promise you made to me 3 years ago? Damien's words triggered an old memory, one from 3 years ago. It was back during the tutorial stage on that day at the forward base. "I promise, if I make it out of here alive whenever you decide, I'll let you kill me." I had made a promise to Damien back then. He had lost his friend Ban and was engulfed in despair, letting go of everything. To spur him into action, I had pledged to give my life to him someday. At that time, Damien had harbored deep resentment toward me. He wanted to kill me for sending the troops from the forward base, which had led to his friend's death. Someday, after all the monsters are defeated and peace returns to this front line, Your Highness, ask me again then. I'll tell you if I still hate you. After that, Damien became my ally, and the fulfillment of that promise was postponed until after the war with the monsters. And now, 3 years later, with all the nightmares vanquished and peace restored to the front lines, Damien was finally asking for that promise to be fulfilled. Of course, I remember. And I nodded without hesitation. If that's what you want, I'm ready to die for you. 3 years ago, at the forward base on that day, if Damien hadn't taken the shot and killed the Queen Spider, I would have died there. Without Damien, I would never have made it through these 3 years. My conquest would have ended in failure long ago. Damien was the trigger that set my journey in motion and launched the first shot. He was my trigger. You were the reason I made it this far. The promise we made that day still stands. Smiling faintly, I asked the young man standing behind me, "But what about you, Damien? Does the hatred you felt for me 3 years ago still remain? Do you still want to kill me?" A long silence followed before Damien finally spoke, his voice trembling slightly. "To be honest, I'd almost forgotten about it. The hatred I had for you, that promise." His voice wavered. But with the disbandment ceremony today, as I was thinking about the path ahead, that promise came back to me. And I realized I couldn't just bury it and pretend it never existed. I listened quietly to Damien's words as he continued. "I still can't forget Ban's death. I'll probably remember that boy's final moments for the rest of my life, the boy who died in my place. But at the same time, I remember Ban's life." There was a warmth returning to Damien's voice, which had been heavy with sadness. "The boy who led me out of the orphanage, who showed me the sunrise from the mountaintop, who fought fiercely for his life. I remember his life. Not to focus on death, but on life. Not to dwell on despair, but on hope. You taught me that, Your Highness, like the two sides of a coin, that dawn always follows a nightmare." He paused, as if gathering his thoughts, before speaking again with conviction. "The days I spent on this monster-infested frontline left me with wounds that will never fully heal, but they were also the most radiant memories of my life. Painful, but precious moments. So, I've come to a conclusion." I listened to his voice, which now carried a newfound strength and resolve. "I no longer want to hate that version of myself from back then." Closing my eyes tightly, I heard Damien's voice, now tinged with emotion, continue. "I want to acknowledge it and accept it. I still dream about that day. The thousands of corpses lined up on either side of the flickering blue sacred flame. That scene from the forward base which had always weighed on me like a debt. Every time someone fell under my banner, the image of that day would flash back into my mind. So please, Your Highness, the past 3 years, burdened with guilt over the lives I couldn't save. Don't hate the person you were back then anymore. Could I finally stop hating the person I was then? Could I finally acknowledge and accept that version of myself as he was? That's my conclusion." Suddenly hit me, that my marksman until the very end was someone who wanted to heal the wounds of others. Not only his own wounds from that day when guilt left its scar, but also my wounds. He was trying to heal them too. "Thank you, Damien." Damien would never forget Ban, and I would never forget the funeral from that day. But maybe we could carry these scars forward as we move on with our lives. That's what I wanted to believe. Ha! I let out a long, relieved sigh before carefully asking Damien. Damien. Yes. Could you maybe put down whatever it is you have pressed against the back of my neck? It's really terrifying. Something cold and hard was still pressing into the back of my neck. I mean, if you're not going to kill me, could you just take this thing away already? It's seriously scary. Having something like this against your neck would make any normal person faint from fear. What? Your Highness, I haven't pointed a gun at you. Huh? Then what is this? Puzzled, I turned to look behind me. And there, I met the gaze of a yellowish reptilian eye. A gray-scaled snake with a long, flickering tongue. It was Jormungandr. The snake was coiled around Damien's neck like a scarf. Its head extended to poke and prod the back of my neck. Wah! Startled, I jumped back. Why is it here? Well, when I told it I was going on a journey, it wanted to come along. A journey? Yes. Finally, I was able to face Damien properly. He was completely unarmed, wearing a warm-looking coat with a thick scarf, or rather, a snake draped around his neck. His hands were empty. He had never intended to kill me. Damien glanced south, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. I've seen the end of the south. Now I want to see the ends of the north, east, and west. It was Ban's promise to explore the ends of the world, after all. And Jormungandr, who also wanted to go north, would accompany him on his journey to the far north. As an adventurer, setting off toward a new horizon, Damien smiled gently. I watched him for a moment before speaking up. Damien. Yes, Your Highness. Let's make a new promise. I extended my hand. When your journey is over, come find me. And tell me what you saw at the end of the world and how it made you feel. I will, Your Highness. Damien reached out and clasped my hand. Promise. We shook hands slowly. It was an honor to accompany you on your journey, Your Highness. I'm really truly so glad you were there, Damien. I can't even begin to express how grateful I am. His hand, covered in burns, blisters, and calluses, was the hand of a sniper, and at the same time the hand of a healer. As we held on, the remnants of the past 3 years lingered in that grip, and I didn't want to let go. Eventually, we released our grip. With one last respectful bow, Damien took a few steps back, only to stop abruptly. He turned back to look at me, his gaze piercing. Then, with his thumb and index finger forming a gun shape, he pointed at me with his index finger, as if mimicking the gesture of aiming a gun. And then, he smiled peacefully. Damien raised his hand slowly, pointing his finger at the distant sky. Bang! He mimicked shooting toward the sky. At the same time, boom! A celebratory shot rang out from the nearby temple. Following that, the sound of a large bell echoed through the air. Ding, ding, ding. Startled by the sounds of gunfire and bells, birds took flight en masse. All kinds of birds, perched on the rooftops and stone walls of the alley, flapped their wings, creating a picturesque scene as they soared into the sky. Amidst the flurry of wings, Damien smiled one last time and nodded at me before turning away. Goodbye, Damien, I whispered to the departing figure of my trigger. May you have another amazing journey. I too turned around and took a step forward. No longer bound by past wounds, each of us heading toward our new paths. Leaving the shadows of the alley, stepping into the bright sunlight that bathed the plaza, and beyond. When I arrived at the temple, the service had just concluded. The celebratory shots and bells must have signaled the end of the ceremony. Since this is High Priestess Rosetta's final service here, it's more crowded than usual. Ah, I see. It's not every day you get to witness a service led by the High Priestess herself. As always, I stood alongside Torkel, who was stationed at the temple entrance, and we chatted for a bit. So, what's next for you, Torkel? Thankfully, I've received many offers. Torkel scratched his helmet with a hint of embarrassment. I've been scouted by several well-known mercenary companies, and even a few kings have offered me knighthood. Knighthood? Wow, that's impressive. It seemed that several kings were impressed by Torkel's diligent and dedicated attitude, as well as his willingness to sacrifice himself for the tasks assigned to him. Many countries were vying to recruit him. Lady the Cross Margrave also offered me the position of captain of the Crossroad Infantry. This is turning into a heated off-season recruitment battle, but I couldn't afford to let him go. Torkel was someone I had my eye on as well. I'd do whatever it took to bring him to Bringer Duchy. Just as I was about to make my offer, Torkel spoke up first. But first, I think I'd like to rest for a while and visit my home island. Oh, your home island. Yes, the island where people like me, those with leprosy, once lived. There was a far-off look in Torkel's eyes as he spoke. I haven't returned since I left, but I've realized something during my time here in Crossroad. That island, too, was always a place bathed in sunlight, just like Crossroad. So, I'm thinking of returning home with my hands full of gifts and reflecting on my future there. I grinned and patted Torkel on the back. That's a great idea, Torkel. You've worked hard, so take some time to rest. Yes, Your Highness. And when you're done resting, make sure to get in touch with me. Before I could finish making my pitch for next season's contract, a voice interrupted. Torkel. I turned to see who it was, and sure enough, it was a group of priests emerging from the temple. Leading them was none other than High Priestess Rosetta, wearing her trademark gentle yet intimidating smile. Oh, Your Highness, you're here as well. Rosetta. Apologies, but may I speak with Torkel first? Thank you. With that, Rosetta smoothly positioned herself between Torkel and me. My eyebrow twitched. No way, Rosetta, you too? I'll get straight to the point. Torkel. Have you considered becoming a priest? So you're a scout too. She must have noticed my interest in recruiting Torkel. So she blocked me and made her offer first. This cunning priestess. Chapter 8:21. What? Torkel was visibly flustered at Rosetta's proposal. You want me to become a priest? Yes, that's correct. We, the Holy Goddess's Order, are officially inviting you to join the Holy Knight Division under our church. But I am a leper. If someone like me becomes a priest, there will definitely be gossip among the people. At this, Rosetta shook her head firmly. In this world, all magic and mysticism have vanished. The divine power we used in our order is gone. And at the same time, all the curses that lingered in this world have disappeared too. Rosetta quietly studied Torkel's face, hidden beneath his helmet. But Torkel, your leprosy remains. This proves that leprosy is not a curse but simply a disease. Our priests have observed your time of service at the temple. Your devotion, integrity, selflessness in both thought and action. You have shown a truly exemplary image, more priest-like than any priest. Torkel lowered his head. Rosetta continued to speak. The Holy Knight Division is an organization of priests who fight for the church. But first and foremost, they are priests who serve the goddess, and our order does not choose its priests carelessly. We extended this invitation because we genuinely believe you are qualified. After a moment of silence, Torkel carefully asked, I am truly grateful for the offer, but may I take some time to think it over? Of course. If you make up your mind, feel free to contact the order at any time. We look forward to a positive response. With a respectful nod toward Torkel, Rosetta then turned to me and flashed a triumphant smile, like a scout who had already won a recruiting war. Now, Your Highness the Crown Prince, let's give Torkel the space he needs to find his answer. Shall we proceed into the temple? What? Wait a second. I heard of Your Highness's arrival, so I came out personally to greet you. Come along now. With Rosetta's gentle yet insistent hand on my arm, I was led straight into the temple. As I looked back at Torkel, who was lost in thought, resting his chin on his hand, I called out desperately one last time. To Torkel, don't forget that the Bringer Duchy wants you too. Thunk. The temple doors closed in front of me. In that instant I realized it. In this recruitment battle for Torkel I had lost. Torkel would become a priest of the holy goddess's order. Well, as long as he's happy, that's okay. Since the death of Saintess Margarita here, Torkel had always lived at the temple. I, too, hoped that his long penance would now blossom into a new form. My recruitment campaign, even if my grand strategy had crumbled. Gah! Inside the temple were Zenes and Hannibal. Zenes, who had stayed here at the temple for a long time, was saying his farewells to the people, while Hannibal, following him, also bowed his head in greeting. "Ah, Your Highness! We greet Your Highness the Crown Prince." The two smiled and greeted me upon seeing me. I smiled back and waved. After a brief exchange of greetings, I asked where the two were headed next. "There are other half-blood communities beyond our own half-bloods," Hannibal explained calmly. "And there are likely even more half-bloods who suffer alone, not part of any community. Together, Hannibal and I will travel across the continent, finding and helping such individuals." Hannibal intended to expand his role as the head of the half-blood community, half-bloods, and it seemed Zenes, now a free man, would be accompanying him. "I'm confident we can help people wherever we go. With my father's vast medical knowledge and my own skills learned from Master Kelly Bey." Hannibal flexed his biceps confidently. Next to him, Zenes smiled ruefully. Despite growing so much, he still looked worried about his son, who had some boyishness left in him. Listening to our conversation, Rosetta joined in. "Our goddess's order also intends to start a more organized effort to help such marginalized individuals. We plan to collaborate with half-bloods on joint projects." I casually asked, "Is recruiting Torkel part of that initiative?" "The primary reason is that we believe he would make an excellent priest." Rosetta offered her characteristic, charming smile. "However, it is true that our order has been somewhat neglectful in considering the lives of marginalized people. There are many outcasts, not just lepers but other races, half-bloods, refugees, those abandoned by society. We aim to bring them a glimmer of hope, not just in name but with practical support." Trailing off, Rosetta looked around the temple. "Here at Crossroad, I've managed to shed many of the preconceptions that used to govern my life." Zenes and Hannibal, catching her gaze, smiled broadly. Rosetta, smiling back at them, looked over at me. "We need to spread the warmth of the world to more people, without prejudice." Even though the order had lost its divine power, it seemed they were now more prepared to be sincere toward the world. With the convenient remedy of divine power gone, we'll focus more on medical research. "It seems I'll be seeing you often, Rosetta." I spoke earnestly. "One of the best things about being the Crown Prince is the ability to support those trying to make a positive impact in the world. With divine power gone, our nation would need to concentrate on medical research. It's generally daunting to meet with rulers frequently, but you, Your Highness, are an exception." Rosetta bowed respectfully. "Just call for me, and I'll be there wherever it may be." "I will as well, Your Highness." "Me too. Me too." After speaking with Rosetta, Zenes, and Hannibal, I exchanged greetings with the priests and spirit mages too. I knew well that it was thanks to the support of those who worked unseen in the background that we were able to achieve victory. I visited every corner of the temple, expressing my appreciation to everyone who had worked hard. The infirmary where I had been treated so many times was now empty. As I gazed at the neatly arranged white beds, I felt a sudden pang in my heart. Having met so many people everywhere, time passed quickly. Before I knew it, the afternoon had given way to evening. As I returned to the central plaza, the atmosphere had grown even more lively. In particular, I noticed a small performance by the Gamblers Club in one corner of the plaza. Cobalt and Scarlet were performing a puppet show with small wooden dolls, while Orange and Lime provided ventriloquy for the dialogue. The story was about a hero of light defeating an evil dark dragon. Of course, I thought it was about me, but upon closer inspection, the protagonist was a female puppet with long purple hair. "What the heck?" The puppet show was particularly popular with the children, and in the front row's best seats. Sid sat in Lily's arms, watching with wide, sparkling eyes.
Ah, Soku.
Hey, Sid, are you enjoying the show? Godfather's here. Ah, Godfather. As I approached and greeted him, Sid reached out to me. When I held out a finger, Sid grabbed it tightly and giggled before bringing it to his mouth to gnaw on. Well, as long as he's happy. I did wash my hands before coming here. You're here, Your Highness. Lily. Lily and I exchanged smiles without words. We had already discussed Lily and Sid's future at length. In conclusion, Lily had decided to stay here in Crossroad. She had too many important responsibilities here to leave. She was already being mentioned as a candidate for the next head of the production guild. Moreover, she herself wished to raise Sid here. Perhaps because Crossroad is a good place to live. Or perhaps because she had established too much of a foundation to leave. Or maybe, for some other reason. I didn't feel the need to ask. I simply wished for a bright future for this mother and son. I'll come visit often, Sid. I reached out and playfully tousled Sid's red hair. Sid beamed up at me with his big eyes of mixed green and brown. Who knows where he got such cuteness from? Holding her small, giggling son, Lily gently and silently hugged him. Just then, an elf carrying handfuls of food greeted me. Your Highness, Bodybag. It was Bodybag who lived with Lily. Today was also the day Lily and Bodybag would part ways. Bodybag had decided to accompany me to the Bringer Duchy. Back when the Shadow Squad was known as Aegis Special Forces Team 8, they had been tasked with assassinating an Everblack Empire diplomat within the Bringer Duchy and igniting the flames of war. That war, sparked between the two nations, was already over. The world was at peace now. But that doesn't mean we can erase what happened. I planned to have Bodybag testify that the war was orchestrated by the Everblack Empire. It was a promise I had made to Duskbringer, but it was also a decision as the Crown Prince of Everblack and the new Duke of Bringer. I intended to acknowledge the Empire's faults and definitively clear the past. And Bodybag had willingly agreed to join me on this challenging journey. As I gently held both of Sid's hands and swayed them up and down in rhythm, Lily and Bodybag chatted softly, like a family saying their goodbyes. Come visit Crossroad often, okay? I'll make sure we come back regularly, Your Highness. Not just for Sid, but for you too. Lily, take care of your health, all right? Just as their voices were about to break with emotion, I chimed in to lighten the mood. By the way, Bodybag. Yes. It's time for you to reclaim your real name. Bodybag's eyes widened, and I gave a sly grin. I mean your real name, not a code name. It's embarrassing, but I've forgotten my original name. I've used my code name since before I was even old enough to understand it. In that case, why not come up with a new one? Bodybag looked a bit flustered, but Lily clapped her hands, saying it was a great idea. Soon enough, people gathered around us, each shouting out names they thought would suit Bodybag. How about Hamsuni? Darami? My favorite is Kiolmi the First, the sunflower seed. No, not rodent names. Something more dignified. This is the Crown Prince's aide we're talking about. Got anything more serious? Why does this place always feel like it's turning into a contest whenever there's an opportunity? Lily and Bodybag burst into laughter, holding their stomachs. As they laughed, so did Sid. And when Sid laughed, everyone around joined in. Well, as long as everyone's happy. Oh, whatever, I don't care anymore. In the midst of all this noise, Jormungandr, where have you gone? Seriously. These reptiles. Clinging to you when it's convenient and then disappearing. There was a woman lamenting the absence of a reptile while everyone else chanted rodent names. It was Violet, slumped over drunk. With her illusions stripped away, her hair was now a plain brown. I chuckled and brought my cup to clink against the one Violet held before asking, "What are you planning to do now, Violet?" Well, I might. Still groggy, Violet wiped the corner of her mouth and slurred. Travel the world, telling the tale of my great adventures. Just then, The remaining Gamblers Club members who had finished their puppet show perked up and approached. What? Are we becoming a troupe of bards now? Spreading tales of the great battles of the monster front far and wide. Monstrous creatures trying to climb over the walls. And the legendary hero who vanquished those wicked nightmares. The 4 members of the Gamblers Club struck flamboyant poses, waving their hands wildly before suddenly extending their arms toward Sid in Lily's embrace. Though he didn't understand what was happening, Sid laughed brightly, and the crowd around them erupted into applause. With a look of utmost injustice, Violet screeched, "What about me? Aren't I the main character? Can you guys at least pay attention to me? Hello? Crown Prince here, leader of the Monster Front, that's me. It's a bit sad if you've forgotten already. Just because we're disbanding?" The lively chatter continued, heating up the atmosphere in the plaza. "All right, everyone, attention dash." The new Crossroad Marchioness led the rest of the female heroes toward us. Evangeline wore a serious expression, holding a beer mug instead of her usual juice cup. Although she was old enough to drink now, it still seemed out of place. As of this moment, Evangeline solemnly announced, "The Crossroad Female Heroes and Mercenaries Rights Committee, or CFHMRC for short, is officially disbanded. Since I, the former chairperson, have now become the Lord of Crossroad, since I'm now responsible for all the people of Crossroad, it's only right that I include everyone, not just those in our committee. That's right. From now on, Evangeline would be the Lord of Crossroad, tasked with embracing all the people of this city. She had decided to disband her faction herself. But our memories will stay in our hearts forever." Evangeline raised the mug in her hand high. "We won't forget the days we drank and feasted together. Everyone, wherever you go, live happily ever after. May we thrive wherever we are. Long live CFHMRC. CFHMRC-. Those affiliated with CFHMRC shouted together. Seriously, that name always sounded like a dragon's roar. Even up until its disbandment, I couldn't get used to it. Now, Senior." Evangeline then turned her attention to me. "In honor of the disbandment of the World Guardian Front and CFHMRC, why don't you give us a stirring toast?" All eyes turned to me. Grinning, I grabbed my cup and shouted energetically, "All right, open your ears and listen closely, everyone." I stood up from my seat, raising my cup high. I recited the drinking song with gusto. "I offer you this golden goblet. Drink it to the full, do not refuse." The crowd cheered, lifting their cups. People echoed my drinking song, clinking their glasses together. Countless people's cups, and countless people's gazes, met and parted. Watching this scene with a fond smile, I softly murmured the final verse. "When flowers bloom, the wind and rain are sure to follow. Life is full of farewells. For every meeting there is a parting, and for every parting there is a new meeting. So let's not mourn tomorrow's goodbyes. Let's immerse ourselves in each other today. After the storm, the flowers will bloom again. After the painful farewell, joyful reunions will come." I downed my drink in one go and triumphantly held up my empty cup. The crowd cheered my name and applauded. The night of the farewell ceremony grew deeper. Chapter 8:22. At the cafeteria next to the Central Plaza. Junior and Hecate, who had been watching the disbanding of the CFHMRC, Crossroad Female Heroes and Mercenaries Rights Committee, covered their mouths and chuckled as they sipped their wine. As the noise from the plaza quieted down a bit, the two started chatting softly. "Junior, you said you were going back home for now?" "Yes. My siblings live in a seaside village to the east. I haven't seen them in a long time, so I should at least show them that I'm still alive." Junior smiled. "After that, I'll head to the Imperial Capital to attend officer training. If I want to work for the History Foundation His Highness suggested, I need to have some basic qualifications." "You'll do great, Junior." "What about you, Hecate?" Junior asked cautiously, and Hecate smiled softly. "I plan to return to where I grew up, to White Blossom Orphanage." "The orphanage?" "Yes." Hecate stared at the wine swirling in her glass. It's no longer a facility that raises war machines for the Empire. Now, it's becoming a normal orphanage, a place to take in the children of war veterans and provide them with an education. I want to work there. I want to make sure that kids who've suffered like me don't grow up to be adults full of hatred like I did. I want to take care of them. Junior nodded. You'll do great too, Hecate. Thanks. After a brief silence, both hesitated and then opened their mouths at the same time. Hey! They both widened their eyes at each other, and then burst into laughter. You go first. No, you go first, Hecate. Please, go ahead, Junior. Ahem. All right then. Junior fidgeted, squeezed her eyes shut, and suddenly blurted out. Do you want to live together in the imperial capital? Hecate blinked in surprise at the unexpected proposal. Junior started babbling as she explained her idea. Well, I mean, the housing prices in the capital are quite high, right? Even renting is too much for one person to handle alone. So, I thought it would be nice to have a roommate, and you're the only person I know in the capital, Hecate. As Junior kept waving her arms around, trying to explain herself, Hecate finally said, Okay. She responded without hesitation. Her answer was so straightforward that it caught Junior off guard. Hecate gave a gentle smile. I also need to find a place when I get back. Like you said, it'd be more economical to share a place. Hecate extended her wine glass. And living together would be much more fun than living alone. Realizing what was happening a beat too late, Junior hurriedly extended her glass as well. Clink. They toasted. So, this is a toast to becoming roommates? Sure. Let's go with that. Hee hee. Junior, happy as a child, sipped her wine and then, with a twinkle in her eye, asked, Come to think of it, what were you going to say earlier, Hecate? Oh, that. Hecate swirled the wine in her mouth before suddenly leaning forward. Why don't we start speaking casually with each other? She suggested. This time it was Junior who blinked in surprise. Hecate shrugged. We're the same age after all, and now that we're going to live together, it'd be awkward to keep using formal speech all the time. That's true. But, now that it's been brought up, how about we start right now? Why yes? Right now. Yes, right now. Come on, go ahead. Hecate gestured for Junior to start, and Junior stuttered. Tich then. I'll start talking casually.
Hecate.
Like this, right? After listening to Junior's awkward attempt at informal speech. Hecate couldn't hold back and let out a small sound before bursting into laughter, holding her stomach. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Junior's face turned bright red. Why? Why are you laughing? I mean, what's so funny? It's just, I'm looking forward to it. Hecate said as she effortlessly switched to casual speech, extending her wine glass once more. To us living together in the capital. Let's watch performances at the Grand Theater, go on yacht tours along the inner sea, and stay up all night during the New Year's fireworks festival. Thanks to being dragged around by His Highness during my school days, I know all the fun spots in the capital. Hecate shook her extended wine glass. It's going to be fun. Definitely. Yeah. Junior extended her glass again, clinking it against Hecate's. It really will be fun. Clink. They set their glasses down and continued to laugh as they made plans for all the fun things they'd do together. Suddenly, Junior's mind flashed to the two mages who had had a profound impact on her life. Lightning and Wind. At the edge of the Rift Valley, the mother and mentor who had laid their heads on Junior's lap before passing away. Two women who had longed for each other but had never been able to be together. Junior didn't want revenge or forgiveness, even if the other person had been her enemy. She just wanted to live alongside others. And now she had finally found a friend. Someone to reach out to live together with, even if they stood on the opposite side of a chasm. Some wounds can never be healed, and some valleys can never be filled. But even with those wounds, even over those chasms, people can live on. as Junior had just proven here and now. And so Junior smiled, brighter than at any moment in her entire life. In an alley near the Central Plaza, the night was growing late. Blee, a young drunk, was leaning against a wall, throwing up. It was the newly appointed lord with platinum blonde hair tied in the back and green eyes. Evangeline Cross. Tisk, TSK. I told you to take it easy. Lucas, standing behind her, grumbled as he patted Evangeline's back. The new lord had no sense of her drinking limits. Caught up in the moment, she downed several drinks in quick succession, ending up in this state. Ugh, I'm dying here. Evangeline groaned miserably as she wiped her pale face. Just when I was starting to get a taste for it, it all comes back up. Blee, you're really good at this. Despite his complaints, Lucas continued to pat Evangeline's back carefully. Okay, I'm fine now. Let's go to the next round. After heaving for a long while, Evangeline finally rinsed her mouth with water, waved her hands in the air, and staggered around. You're not fine at all. Lucas put an arm around Evangeline to steady her and began leading her toward the Lord's mansion. Go wash your feet and get some sleep. Hey, old man, don't you know what today is? Trying to send me to bed so soon. What's today? It's my first day stepping out as the Margrave of Crossroad for an official event. And the first time I've had a drink in a formal setting. Evangeline jabbed a finger in Lucas's face. It's the day I've been waiting and waiting to hear those words from you. You're leaving Crossroad tomorrow, and I've been waiting and waiting for you to say something to me. Don't you have anything to say? Evangeline slurred her heartfelt complaint, and Lucas watched her for a long moment before speaking. Evangeline. He suddenly stepped in front of her, gripping both her shoulders firmly with his hands. In a low, steady voice he called her name. Sensing the change in atmosphere, Evangeline gulped nervously. Why, yes. Let me be honest. Lucas exhaled a shallow sigh and said, I will continue to stay by my lord's side and protect him. And my lord is now the crown prince. In other words, he is destined to become the emperor someday, which means I will be serving as a guard knight to his majesty. Evangeline's mind cleared at the serious talk about the future. As long as I live as a knight, my personal life will always be limited, no matter how much I try to make time. And I will continue to protect my lord with my loyalty and my life. There may be times when I value him more than you. Lucas's voice quivered slightly. But if you're okay with that, if you'll allow it, if you'll let me be a little selfish and speak my mind. I like seeing you smile. Lucas was sincere, but for some reason, Evangeline felt like laughing. I like seeing you eat heartily and happily. I like it when you chatter noisily and bump my shoulder. When we're exhausted from sparring and lie down in the training ground together to look at the stars. When we sulk after a big fight, only to reluctantly reconcile while sitting back to back on the sofa in the parlor. When we stand side by side on the ramparts. I enjoyed it, because it was mutual. It was the same feeling Evangeline had felt when she looked at Lucas. Do you remember? Every time our Lord left the front lines, it was just the two of us left behind here, facing the monsters together. The 2 times Ash had left for the capital, and during the half-year he was missing. No matter what, Lucas and Evangeline had never been apart. Together they had defended Crossroad. Every time I thought, if you're with me, I can endure even the coldest nights. These past 3 years, in every pitch-black moment, your bright light was my solace. Lucas took a deep breath. These feelings, I've never experienced anything like them in my life. I was slow to realize them myself, but if I don't say this today, I'll regret it forever. So, I'm saying it now. His earnest blue eyes gazed directly at Evangeline without wavering. I like you, Evangeline. I don't want to lose you. I want you to keep smiling by my side. Pop. Evangeline couldn't hold it in any longer and brought her hands up to cover her face. She did so to hide her face, which had turned bright red, but also to cover the smile spreading across her lips. She squeezed her eyes shut and let out a strange squeal in a voice pitched an octave higher. Oh my God, wow. That's so cheesy. I'm going crazy here. Oh man, old man. What are my hands and feet supposed to do now? Ugh. My face is burning up. I'm so embarrassed just hearing this. I'm not embarrassed at all. Peeking through her fingers, Evangeline saw that Lucas's gaze remained unwavering. Because it's the truth, and there's nothing to hide. Wow, seriously, you're something else in so many ways. Evangeline slowly lowered her hands from her face. She tapped her now bright red cheeks with her fingertips, then looked directly at Lucas. It's so cheesy, I need a palate cleanser. And then, she stood on tiptoe, stretching up. She wrapped her arms around Lucas's neck and gently pressed her lips to his. Neither Lucas nor Evangeline had any experience with romance, so their kiss was clumsy at best. Both of them were afraid of breaking each other, so they carefully held each other in a gentle embrace, sharing a tender kiss. But, after their lips parted slowly, Lucas looked into Evangeline's face and squinted his eyes. You just threw up a moment ago. Evangeline snorted. So what? We've seen each other in much worse states before. That's true. They kissed once more. This time it was bolder and more daring than before. They wrapped their arms around each other's neck and waist, pulling each other into a deeper embrace as they kissed. When their second kiss ended, Evangeline spoke. Here's what I think. Yeah, you're more of a bad boy than His Highness. Depending on the perspective, that could be true. Wow, you're not even denying it? I figured it'd be easier to score points by starting as a bad boy and becoming a good one. See, that kind of mindset is what makes you a real bad boy. Evangeline chuckled softly before speaking seriously. I feel the same, Lucas. I'm now the Margrave of Crossroad, the lord of this city. There will be times when I prioritize my citizens over my own husband, over my own family. No, those times will be frequent, just like her father had. As a public figure representing people and governing land, there would be many times when she would have to prioritize the value of the city over personal happiness. But if you're okay with that, I want to confess too. I feel the same way you do. Caressing both of Lucas's cheeks, Evangeline smiled warmly. We're still young, so let's set some shameless goals. Like what? Let's not miss out on either our dreams or our love. As a knight of the Emperor, as the lord of a city, they would both be true to their own lives, while also being true to each other. Lucas chuckled bitterly. It's going to be tough. Of course it will be. But Evangeline playfully winked her big emerald eyes. How could it be harder than the past 3 years? Lucas couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. Because truly, Evangeline was right. They had survived 3 grueling years, standing against the end of the world. Compared to the hardships of those 3 years, the challenge of balancing dreams and love was, honestly, something worth trying. I'm going to be an incredible Margrave, and an amazing lord, too. Evangeline, with her characteristic cocky smile, hung onto Lucas's neck. Even if His Highness becomes the Emperor, I'll make sure you want to see me more. I'm going to be a stunningly remarkable woman. Still holding his steady gaze, Lucas wrapped his arms around Evangeline's waist. I'll become the best man ever, so that you'll want to see me more than you care about the citizens of Crossroad. You're really working hard to make us both neglect our duties. The two shared their third kiss. After the long kiss, as they parted their lips, Lucas chuckled. Evangeline blinked at him. Why are you laughing? No, it's just... Lucas spoke honestly. I've tried so hard to live as a model knight all my life, but now that I'm bending the rules a bit, it's more enjoyable than I thought. You've really become a delinquent knight. Evangeline giggled. Then I'll be a delinquent lord, just for today. It's not even been that long since you became a lord, and already... Lucas didn't finish his sentence. Evangeline's lips cut him off. The night was short and they were both young. The two continued kissing until it no longer made sense to count. The bright moonlight illuminated the alley, as if blessing the newly formed couple. Chapter 8:23. To the north of Crossroad. Aryan Kingdom's military camp. The tent used by King Rame of Aryan. What did you just say, Your Majesty? The assembled officials and soldiers reeled at the king's words. But King Miller repeated himself calmly. I've decided to send Yoon away, to grant her a noble end befitting royalty. She hasn't regained consciousness, even though the curse has vanished, and remains in a coma. Transporting her in such a weakened state all the way back to the Aryan Kingdom would be too much of a burden. Miller turned his head to look at his daughter, Yoon Aryan, lying asleep on the bed behind him. Leaving a royal descendant in the Empire's territory is out of the question. Who knows how it might become a vulnerability for our nation in the future. But the princess is still alive. Isn't she practically a living corpse? Miller retorted angrily. Even when divine power still existed in this world, we couldn't heal her. Now that divine power has vanished, there's virtually no way to wake her. This is to preserve Yun's honor as a member of the royal family, and as a princess. The officials and soldiers bowed their heads with somber expressions. When we return home, we'll announce that she died honorably in battle at the monster front. Miller let out a long sigh and then shouted, Bring the prepared poison. That was when it happened. Boom! The ceiling of the tent exploded upward in a circular shape. And, flutter! Someone descended, cloak billowing around them. The large figure landed on the ground and immediately swept Yoon from the bed into their embrace. Why you're? Recognizing the intruder, Miller's face twisted in anger. The king of the beast men. With his red ponytail flying in the wind and Yoon held tightly in his arms. Kulin, the beastman king, growled low. I'm taking Yoon with me. Why, you bastard? Enraged, Miller swung his one remaining arm in a punch. Whoosh! Crash! But Kulin evaded the blow with an almost pre-planned precision and hurled Miller back onto the bed where Yoon had been lying. Oof! Sprawled on the bed, Miller shouted urgently. What are you waiting for? Stop him! Thump! Kulin, holding Yoon securely, kicked off the ground and dashed toward the tent entrance. The officials and soldiers of the Aryan Kingdom scrambled to block his path. Stop! Return the princess to us. Kulin paid no heed, lashing out with fists and kicks in all directions. Gah! Arg! He's too strong. The people of the Aryan Kingdom trying to stop him were sent sprawling in all directions. As Kulin swiftly navigated between the soldiers, one of his punches accidentally landed squarely on a soldier's jaw. Gah! Seeing the soldier clutching his jaw in pain, Kulin asked quickly, Are you okay? I am fine. Don't worry about me. Just go quickly. Oh, okay. Thump! Kulin sprinted out of the tent, leaving the Aryan soldiers who were desperately trying to follow him in his dust. Don't move. I have your precious princess in my hands. If Yoon dies or gets hurt, the honor you wanted to uphold will be meaningless. The people of the Aryan Kingdom let out collective groans of despair. How dare you kidnap the princess? This kind of shameless act in this day and age. You beastly man. You barbaric brute. Aren't they just stating the obvious? Seeing the Aryan people at a loss, Kulin was suddenly reminded of the past. His first connection to Crossroad had also begun by kidnapping Prince Ash. Starting with a kidnapping and ending with a kidnapping. A villainous smile spread across Kulin's face. 3 years at the monster front. Not bad. Your princess will be resting in the village of the Maple Wolf tribe near the Great Forest. I mean, she will be held hostage there. You scoundrel! Give me back my daughter. If you're worried about your precious daughter, show your sincerity. Send gifts often.
Heh.
Arg. In that case, I'll send a messenger every 6 months with letters and medicine. A few soldiers who had been watching this scene quietly whispered among themselves. Do we really have to put on this act to send the princess away? And isn't the premise a bit of a stretch? Shoo! Keep it down. Can't you see His Majesty is really into it? Let him enjoy it. Finally, Kulin let out a hearty laugh and turned around. I'll take good care of Yoon, with all my heart and sincerity. Ha ha ha. Well then, safe travels back to the Aryan kingdom. With that, Kulin kicked off the ground and disappeared from view in an instant. Miller, kneeling on the ground, reached out toward the direction Kulin had fled, shouting, Yuuuin! Leaving behind Miller's heartbroken cry, Kulin, holding Yoon carefully in his arms, left the Aryan camp. It didn't matter if they staged a clumsy act. It didn't matter if he was branded with infamy. It didn't matter if he would be resented in the future. Until the day you open your eyes in the morning. Embracing the warmth of the woman in his arms, Kulin swore, I will protect you, Yoon. On the night of the farewell ceremony, all over the city, people mourned their partings, confirmed their feelings, and promised to meet again. This was a time when bittersweet farewells intertwined with the beginnings of new connections. A little distance from the bustling city center, to the south of Crossroad, in front of the south gate, which had been heavily damaged in the recent battle, sat Lily in a wheelchair. Holding a sleeping Sid in her arms, she stared blankly at the southern fields and beyond. Lily! At that moment, Bodybag appeared from the direction of the city. Lily had disappeared from the plaza at some point and hadn't been seen at their lodging, so a worried Bodybag had gone out to find her. Are you okay, Lily? Yeah, I'm fine. Lily turned to Bodybag with her usual mature smile. I just wanted to put Sid to sleep. I ended up here looking for a quiet place. Bodybag quietly walked over to stand beside her and took a deep breath of the night air. The weather's gotten much warmer. Yes, it has. A breeze blew through. It was a southern wind carrying the scent of grass and flowers. Lily let her red hair, tousled by the wind, obscure her vision and gazed at the peaceful face of Sid, asleep in her arms. Spring must be coming. After that long night and harsh winter, spring had finally arrived. In a voice slightly tinged with emotion, Lily managed to murmur, Spring has come again. The wind died down. Sid mumbled something, snuggling closer into his mother's arms. Lily carefully adjusted her hold on her son and then lifted her head. Shall we go back? She was smiling resolutely once more. There are so many people we need to send off with a smile tonight. Bodybag gave a faint smile in return and moved behind Lily to take hold of the wheelchair's handles. Holding each other and pushing forward, the three, who had stood still for a moment, began to move forward again, slowly but surely. Silver Winter Merchant Guild. Crossroad Branch. Outside the guild master's office. Ahem. After clearing my throat unnecessarily, I knocked lightly and entered the room. Ah! Serenade, who was busy working at her desk amidst piles of paperwork, jumped up in surprise when she saw me. My dear husband. Sorry to interrupt, Serenade. Are you busy? Tonight was the farewell ceremony for the World Guardian Front. A night for everyone to laugh and celebrate. Yet Serenade was working late into the night. We were set to leave for the Bringer Duchy together tomorrow. There was no Silver Winter Merchant Guild branch in the Bringer Duchy currently. During the war with the Empire, the guild had to withdraw its operations, and there hadn't been the capacity to rebuild the branch since. But now, as I prepared to assume my position as the Duke of Bringer and the ruler of the duchy, Silver Winter planned to establish a new branch in the duchy and restore the distribution network, which was desperately needed for post-war recovery. Serenade was busy making preparations for that. No. Nothing is more important to me than you, my dear. Serenade hastily wiped the ink from her hands, removed her glasses, and stood up from her seat. I'll make some tea. Just give me a moment. No, Serenade. Actually. I nodded toward the door. Why don't we go get some fresh air? Attached to the Silver Winter Merchant Guild building was a small garden. True to its location in the southern region, though it was still early March, buds were already forming at the ends of the garden's trees. They looked as if they might bloom in a matter of days. I led the way through the early spring garden, with Serenade following behind. She asked cautiously, "Are you all right, my dear? You seem more tense than usual. Is something wrong? Is there anything I can do to help?" In the middle of the garden, I stopped and cleared my throat again before turning to face Serenade. "Well, it's just, how should I bring this up?" Pondered, looking ahead. Standing in the garden under the spring night, her light blue hair cascading down, her silver eyes reflecting the moonlight, she was like a tumbler that always stood back up, always focused solely on me. I looked directly at her. "Serenade, once we arrive at the duchy, you and I will be incredibly busy." "Yes, that's probably true. That's why I don't think I'll have a chance to say this after we arrive. I feel like I need to say it tonight." Serenade tilted her head curiously. "Say what?" "Serenade." Huffing out a big breath, I gathered my thoughts and my courage. My heart was pounding like a drum, echoing in my chest. I slowly knelt down on one knee before Serenade. Startled, she tried to stop me, asking what I was doing. But then she realized the meaning behind my actions and covered her mouth with her hands. "I'm sorry it's not a more beautiful place or a more perfect moment, but I didn't want to keep you waiting any longer." Kneeling on one knee, I looked up at her. I pulled a small box from my jacket pocket and held it out to her. "Serenade." When I opened the box, a pair of beautiful silver rings, each inlaid with 5 small gemstones, lay inside. These rings had been crafted over the past few days with the willing help of the 4 major races and the Human Production Guild, a proposal ring that could only be made in this place, at this time, incorporating the finest jewels and the most exquisite metalwork techniques from every race. "Let's get married," I proposed to Serenade, my voice trembling. "Will you spend the rest of your life with me?" But Serenade didn't respond. Tears welled up in her silver eyes and spilled over. Standing as if rooted to the spot, she began to sob, hands still covering her mouth. Panicked. "Is it too clumsy for a proposal? Maybe I should have booked the best hotel in the capital, covered the top-floor suite with flowers. No, I actually do plan to do that properly next time. No, it's not that." Her voice heavy with emotion. Serenade covered her face with both hands and wept. I'm not sure if I deserve to stand by your side, my dear. You are the crown prince. That means you're going to be the ruler of the Everblack Empire someday. I'm still not sure if it's okay for someone like me to be by someone as great as you." I chuckled softly, because she was once a slave, because she bought her title with money, because she had mixed blood. Serenade had faced the judgment of society her entire life, so it seemed she still didn't quite understand just how amazing, wonderful, and essential she was to me. "Serenade, do you remember the promise we made when we were young?" At my question, Serenade's eyes widened. "Of course I remember. How could I ever forget?" She managed a faint smile through her tear-streaked cheeks. "It was on that very day that I fell in love with you. A world where bloodlines, noble or common, don't matter. A world for kids like us who are treated as outcasts. A world where moms don't have to cry and big sisters aren't bullied. I promise I'll make it happen." Recalling that scene, which remained vivid in my memory, I spoke with certainty. "It's because of that promise that I was able to make it this far. It's because of you that my journey continued. Because I wanted to build that kind of world with you, because I wanted to live in that kind of world with you, we've come this far together, hand in hand." I smiled gently. "And Serenade, the world we promised is already here." I looked at the rings in my hand. "It's not complete yet, but I promise, Serenade, I'll spend the rest of my life working to make that world complete." These proposal rings, made by the united effort of all races, were one of a kind in the world. I held them out to her. "And to create that world, I need you. So please, Serenade, marry me," I whispered earnestly. "I can't do this without you." Slowly, Serenade lowered the hands that had been covering her face. "Just one more thing I'd like to ask. Ask me anything. Even if time passes and I'm no longer young, even if I'm no longer beautiful in your eyes. Her face, wet with tears, was filled with both sadness and joy like never before. And, as always, she was radiant. Will you still love me? I smiled softly. When I was at my lowest, at my ugliest and most foolish, you still loved me. Throughout that long time, you were the one who loved me in every moment. And I am no different. I promise. I'll love you not just now, in this moment when you shine the brightest. I reached out, took her left hand, and pulled it toward me. I'll love you even in the moments when you think you're at your worst. Then, carefully and slowly, I slipped the ring onto her trembling left ring finger. I grinned and asked, "You'll do the same for me, right?" Silently, Serenade took the ring box from me, pulled out the other ring, held my left hand, and gently slid the ring onto my ring finger. Yes. And finally, she smiled at me. "I'll love you. Always, no matter how many times." We kissed. Kissing each other again and again, we twirled around the garden. And then, still holding Serenade close, I led her out of the garden. Waiting quietly on the path from the guild to the plaza were the master craftsmen of each race who had helped make the rings. Unable to hold back, Kelly Bay, who had overseen the ring's creation, shouted, "Did it work? Did she accept?" Instead of answering, I raised our joined hands. The proposal rings on our left ring fingers sparkled in the streetlights. Yes! Hurrah! Hurrah! That's it! The craftsmen leaped from their spots, cheering with joy as if it were their own success. Serenade and I walked into the plaza. Seeing us embrace each other so tightly, the people who had been waiting anxiously understood the situation. They screamed, popped champagne, and applauded to congratulate us. Surrounded by cheers, blessings, and toasts pouring in from all sides, Serenade couldn't hold back her laughter. "You said you'd treasure the truly precious things privately. I wanted to, but I can't anymore. I'm too happy, so I'll brag a little." I laughed heartily. "Let's dance, my partner." Though there wasn't a prepared band, someone pulled out a harmonica and began to play. People stomped their feet to keep the rhythm, drummed on tables to create a beat, and raised their voices together in song. "If thou must love me, let it be for naught. But love Sake only. Do not say, 'I love her for her smile, her look, her way of speaking gently for a trick of thought that falls in well with mine and certes brought a sense of pleasant ease on such a day. For these things in themselves, beloved, may be changed or change for thee, and love so wrought may be unwrought so. Neither love me for thine own dear pities wiping my cheeks dry. A creature might forget to weep, who bore thy comfort long, and lose thy love thereby. But love me for love's sake, that evermore thou mayst love on, through love's eternity." Amid the applause, cheers, blessings, and toasts from the gathered crowd, Serenade and I danced, foreheads touching, singing along to the love songs that everyone was singing, until the dark night gave way to a bright white dawn. In the unforgettable dawn of our proposal, just like that. Chapter 8:24. As the night faded and dawn broke in the distance, the never-ending party finally came to an end. The sound of snoring people filled the city as they drifted off to sleep. "Looks nice, doesn't it?" "It sure does." Two elderly figures who had been watching the city's farewell celebrations all night shared a conversation. Guests who had come with Ariel from the Lake Kingdom, the elderly couple once known as the Sword Demon and the Spear Demon. The delegation from the Lake Kingdom was set to depart early in the morning, and the couple had already packed their things and were sitting on the carriage that brought them. "Now that our curse is lifted, how about we enjoy ourselves like that? Come on now. We're not immortal anymore, and we don't have the strength to swing swords and spears, so let's take it easy." The elderly couple leaned their heads against each other and quietly observed the scene in Crossroad. Specifically, they were watching Ariel, who was still deep in conversation and meetings with various kings, even as the night drew to a close. In truth, the Sword Demon and the Spear Demon had another reason for visiting Crossroad this time. Previously, Ash had offered to give them his gold coins, but instead he made another promise. He offered to relocate the people of the bottom village outside of the Lake Kingdom. He offered to officially allocate land within the Empire's territory and help them start anew there, so they wouldn't have to live as slaves in the Lake Kingdom anymore. As village chiefs, the couple had naturally intended to go along with Ash's proposal. However, Her Highness sure is working hard. Indeed, she is. Upon returning, Ariel had made every effort to restore order in the Lake Kingdom. She was busy meeting with kings to secure foreign support, and she had achieved meaningful results. The Lake Kingdom successfully established diplomatic relations with several countries. Before coming to Crossroad, even in the Lake Kingdom, Ariel had taken the lead in restoring order and had initiated sweeping reforms. The Lake Kingdom had traditionally classified people based on whether they could use magic. Those who could use magic were considered citizens, while those who couldn't were classified as non-citizens, creating an extreme disparity in social status. However, now that magic had vanished, there was no longer any reason to maintain the existing class system. Ariel sought to gradually abolish the old class system and restructure the country to treat those who worked honestly with their hands and sweat without discrimination. Though the existing Lake Kingdom royalty and nobility fiercely resisted, Ariel pushed forward with unwavering resolve. She believed that to raise the kingdom from the dried lakebed and restore it, these changes were necessary. While they were still far from escaping their distant past, under Ariel's leadership, the Lake Kingdom was struggling to adapt to the modern world. Originally, the Sword Demon and the Spear Demon had planned to meet Prince Ash during this visit to discuss the timing and method for leaving the Lake Kingdom. However, now, they found themselves wanting to place their trust in Ariel. Sword Demon, Spear Demon. A voice interrupted the elderly couple's thoughts. When they looked up, the Crown Prince of Everblack, wearing a smile, was walking toward them, waving. The Sword Demon and the Spear Demon exchanged glances. It was time to make their decision. The proposal you gave us before, Your Highness. The approaching Sword Demon and Spear Demon spoke respectfully. We'd like to turn it down. What? I was taken aback. I had scouted suitable land within the Empire's territory to help the bottom village make a fresh start, intending to give them the land documents right here and now. We want to stay in the Lake Kingdom, with our princess. The Sword Demon and Spear Demon gave awkward smiles. We want to try rebuilding the kingdom from the bottom up, just once more. We've gotten used to making things hard for ourselves. I looked towards Crossroad with the two of them. Ariel, who had been in meetings with the kings all night, was now wiping her forehead with a tired expression as she walked out toward us. I nodded to the elderly couple. Thank you. Couldn't have been an easy decision. Sword Demon, Spear Demon, you two will be a great support to Ariel. We're just old folks without much strength left. For people who have been separated for so long to come together, they need to listen to each other. And you two can help make that happen. I smiled at the Sword Demon and Spear Demon. Please take care of Ariel and the Lake Kingdom. I'll visit often as well. I slipped the land documents back into my pocket and was about to take out a gold certificate instead. Since the relocation is cancelled, I'll give you the gold I originally promised. That won't be necessary. The Sword Demon declined politely. If you insist on giving it, it would be better to add that gold to support the Lake Kingdom. And this too. The Spear Demon gestured toward the wagon behind their carriage. Could you use these for the Lake Kingdom? The wagon held several old boxes, and when I opened one, they were the old gold coins the bottom village had collected over centuries. These are worthless. They were just gathered to give our lives some semblance of purpose. But if they can be used for the future of the country. Originally, these gold coins would have been used to fund their fresh start. But after seeing Ariel's efforts, they were willing to pour all their resources and opportunities into the new future of their country. Ariel is truly fortunate to have such good people as her subjects. I smiled and nodded at the Sword Demon and the Spear Demon. In the name of the Duchy of Bringer and the Everblack Empire, we won't spare any humanitarian aid for the Lake Kingdom's reconstruction. The sword demon and the spear demon smiled in return and slowly stepped back. It looks like the princess is coming. Well then, I'll leave you two to have your conversation. We'll be over there on a date. As the sword demon and spear demon made their way out of sight, Ariel walked over from Crossroad. Ash.
Ariel.
Even now, when she was supposed to be leaving for the Lake Kingdom, Ariel had been in meetings with the kings. She looked tired, but her face still held a sense of satisfaction from the success of her efforts. Ariel smiled brightly and asked, "Did you enjoy yourself all night?" "Thanks to you. Congratulations on your successful proposal. You make a lovely couple. Haha, I'll send you an invitation to the wedding. You have to come. All right?" "Of course. How could I miss your wedding?" After exchanging a few words about my wedding, I took out what I had intended to give Ariel before she left and handed it to her carefully. "Here, take this." "This is?" Ariel looked surprised as she took it, and I nodded. "It's the Lake Kingdom's royal scepter, the symbol of the Lake Kingdom's royal authority, which the Nightbringer had left in Crossroad when he died. Since then, the Demon King had retracted all his authority, and now that magic was gone, the scepter no longer held any power. It was an ancient artifact, and having been tainted by nightmares for so long, once the darkness had drained away, the scepter had sustained considerable damage, with its body twisted and cracks forming. Over the past few days it had been newly repaired. Since Ariel would be the one to use it, the craftsman had restored it with care and sincerity. "Thank you." Ariel held the scepter and smiled faintly. "This scepter is practically a national treasure for our country. I will use it well. I look forward to seeing you wield it with style. By the way, it looks almost new. I don't know who the craftsman is, but they did a remarkable job." As she looked intently at the carefully restored staff, for some reason, Ariel lowered her lake blue eyes. "When I hold this scepter, my heart starts aching again." "Ash, tell me." Ariel looked at me with a desperate expression. "Do you really not know what I've forgotten?" "What could I have possibly forgotten that it makes my heart ache so much? That it feels like there's a hole there? Do you really not know?" After a very brief hesitation, "Yeah," I replied.
I'm sorry.
"I don't know either. The reason for your sense of loss." "I see." Ariel stared down at the scepter for a long while, her lips tightly pressed together, then closed her eyes and turned back to me with a soft smile. "Thank you for fixing the scepter and giving it to me, Ash, and I hope we can meet again soon." Ariel, the sword demon, the spear demon, and the people of the Lake Kingdom left. Watching them slowly disappear to the south, I turned around and carefully climbed the southern wall that had been destroyed during the final battle. Taking cautious steps over the collapsed stairs, I headed toward the edge of the wall. There was a gray figure sitting, collapsed as if leaning against the wall. The hole in his chest had grown larger than before, and his body was scattering into white particles at its edges. Ader was slowly dying. Standing before the dying director, I took a deep breath. Ariel said thank you. She said it looked almost new. She said the craftsman had done a great job. At this, Ader managed a faint, strained smile. "Is that so? That's good." Originally, Ader had kept a part of his life to fulfill my wish, but that wish had been granted by Salome, extending Ader's life accordingly. And he had used those last few days to repair Ariel's scepter. He was the only one left who remembered the scepter's original, intact form. Just as he had once tied a new ribbon in her hair, with the same delicate care, he meticulously removed the nightmare and contamination, repaired the broken ornaments, and affixed the jewels. And he hadn't even given it to her himself, asking me to do it in his place. "Are you really going to end things like this?" I asked out of pity, and Ader nodded. "I don't want to make the rest of her life any more painful." Sometimes, just knowing that you shared your heart with someone can leave a painful scar. His fingertips and toes began slowly turning into particles of light. My life effectively ended the moment I betrayed the outer gods. The fact that I've lasted this long is a miracle in itself. I was happy to have the chance to repair the scepter she'll use for the rest of her life, and to see her, even from a distance, one last time. After a moment's hesitation, I asked cautiously, "Why did you go this far?" I asked the question again to Ader, whose ashen eyes had lost focus. Turning back time so many times, continuing a fight you couldn't win, why did you go so far to save Ariel? At that, a faint smile crossed Ader's parched lips. Because her simple words allowed me to live as a human, as if recalling a single, shining moment deeply engraved in his life. Ader's eyes grew distant. Because she gave me a name, I was finally able to live as myself, neither as a nameless slave nor as a false prince. The brilliant memories she gave me kept me alive all this time. Ader took a labored breath. That's all there is to it. By the way, my lord, since no one will remember me once I'm gone, and there won't be a funeral, my co-conspirator managed his trademark shameless smile. If you were to recite something for me, what poem would you choose? Standing straight before the fading Ader, a line of poetry suddenly came to mind, one that overlapped with his life. I recited it slowly. The one whom I loved so dearly. I could never forget you in my lifetime. Though I know it's a love that can never be mine. I will steadfastly think of you alone. Then, may you forever remain beautiful. As I finished reciting, "Haha, that's beautiful," Ader laughed with shallow breaths. But a little sad. I stayed by his side as he slowly scattered into particles of light. Here there once was a man so foolishly pure that he was saved by a single kind word someone had given him. A man who defied fate and rebelled against the world, fighting forever to repay that one word. Even if no one remembered him, in the end, he sacrificed his very soul to save his unrequited love and his world. Such a man. He was here. May you forever remain beautiful, my princess, Ader whispered in a fading voice. His clouded eyes slowly closed. And then, was it just an illusion? I hear footsteps. Footsteps of someone running desperately up the wall. Ader slowly opened his eyes and looked to his side. Ha, ha, ha. At the end of the wall, a woman stood, out of breath from running. Her dress was disheveled. The red ribbon in her long silver hair had come undone, and her breathing was ragged, lacking any sense of propriety. The princess of the Lake Kingdom. I can't remember. Ader blinked in disbelief as Ariel clutched her chest and spoke. But my heart hurts so much. It's like there's a hole in it. It aches and stings so much. It feels like someone precious to me was forcibly ripped from my heart. So, she struggled to catch her breath, which had risen to her throat. Raising her head, Ariel smiled. So I came in the direction that hurt my heart the most. Tears fell endlessly from her large lake blue eyes, but she somehow managed to smile. I came to find you, the one who makes me cry just by looking at you. Under Ader's gray eyes, tears began to flow as well. I don't know your name. I don't even know what you meant to me. Slowly approaching, Ariel sat down to be at eye level with Ader. But for some reason, I feel like I must make this request to you. Ariel reached out her trembling hand to gently brush back Ader's ashen hair, gazing at his face with tenderness. A picnic. Smiling through her tears, Ariel made a heartfelt request to Ader. Will you go on a picnic with me? Even on Ader's face, which had lost all its vitality and was slowly dying. Yes. A radiant smile flickered as if it was a lie. Let's go. Bright fragments scattered. I've always wanted to go on a picnic with you. Ariel embraced Ader with all her might as he transformed into particles of light and began to disappear. Outside, it's the height of spring. Unable to keep his eyes open any longer, Ader heard Ariel whisper. Her voice choked with sobs. We'll hold hands and go to the hill in the countryside. As if he could see the scene unfolding before his eyes, Ader smiled happily. There's a big Zelkova tree in the distance, and the summer flowers planted around it have already started to bud in the sunny weather. Ariel stammered, her throat tightening. But, look, it rained yesterday, but today it's so clear. She smiled brightly. And in the sky, there's a rainbow. The fragments of light breaking off from Ader swirled around Ariel as if dancing before soaring into the sky. In the clear sky after the rain, there's a rainbow as beautiful as you. Under the brightening sky, the fragments sparkled brilliantly in all colors. It's blooming so beautifully. When I looked down after quietly gazing at that beautiful sky, Ader was completely gone. Amidst the scattering particles of light, only Ariel remained, weeping. Ash. After crying for a long time, Ariel finally stopped and spoke to me. I have a favor to ask. When I nodded, Ariel asked earnestly, the next time we meet, will you tell me about this person? I don't remember, but I know I must have loved him. Will you tell me about him? I nodded deeply once more. I will. I smiled faintly. It's a long story, one that would take many days and nights to tell, but I'll definitely share it with you. Standing amidst the particles of light, Ariel, still with a tear-streaked face, held the scepter in her hands close to her chest, as if trying to keep the warmth of the man who had touched it alive in her heart. Watching her, I thought of the story of a man who, in the end, sacrificed his very soul to save his unrequited love and his world, and at the very last moment, went on a picnic with his beloved to the rainy Zelkova tree hill. Surely his last wish had come true. The story of a happy fool. Chapter 8:25. The Lord's Manor. My room. Around noon. Is that everything? I packed the last set of clothes from the closet into my bag and stood in front of the mirror. I tidied my hair and adjusted the collar of my coat, then glanced around. The room was empty, stripped of everything. I slowly looked around the place I had called home for the past 3 years and smiled warmly. I hope you get along well with the new Lord too. My sweet home. Of course, there's a high possibility that the new Lord will decorate the walls and floors with pink and glitter. But, well, what can you do? You'll just have to endure. Taking one last deep breath in the room that had become so familiar, I opened the door and stepped outside. My lord, Lucas, dressed in his uniform, was waiting in the hallway and bowed his head. Have you finished your preparations? More or less. Lucas took my bag for me. Together, we descended the staircase to the first floor of the manor. When will we see each other again? I'll head to the Duchy of Bringer as soon as I finish my business in the capital. Make it quick. How am I supposed to wander around without my ever-present bodyguard by my side? Fufu. Alize is more than capable of protecting you in my absence. She's not my guard. She's Serenade's. As I grumbled, I elbowed Lucas in the side, asking slyly, by the way, how did it go with Evangeline last night? Did you have a good talk? Lucas paused for a moment, then sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Well, I think it went pretty well. Fortunately, we share the same feelings. This clumsy bear's ears were slightly red. I patted Lucas on the back with a whistle. Nice job, buddy. Ahem. And how about you, my lord? Me? Ho ho ho. I waved my left hand, showing the engagement ring. Lucas nodded in admiration. I still have a long way to catch up to you, my lord. Of course, I am your elder after all. I should be at least a year ahead. When we reached the first floor and stepped outside the manor, a carriage from the Silver Winter Merchant Guild was waiting. The attendants from the Silver Winter Guild took my bag from Lucas's hand. I nodded to Lucas. I'll see you at the duchy, Lucas. I'll be there soon, my lord. Leaving Lucas, who gave a respectful bow, behind, I approached the carriage. Phew! On the coachman's seat, with a scowl and growl like a guard dog, sat Alize, her navy blue hair almost bristling. Why the sighing on such a beautiful day, Alize? I asked, smiling. Alize glanced at me. Well, I've been waiting for the day you and Lady Serenade would be together. And, now that it's actually happening, I feel a bit unsettled. Ah, so that's why she looked like a little sister who disapproves of her older sister's marriage on her wedding day. You'd better make her happy. If you make her cry, I won't forgive you. Give me a break. You know your mistress cries a lot. Then make sure to offset it with 10 smiles for every tear. That's a tough exchange rate. While we were exchanging these trivial jokes, the carriage door opened from inside. On the seat, Serenade and Body Bag were sitting opposite each other. My lord, Serenade, please come inside. Though it's warm outside, you must still take care of your health. I approached Serenade with a smile, bent down, and kissed her gently. Serenade's face turned bright red, and she looked flustered. There are so many eyes watching, my lord. What's there to hide at this point? I waved a hand dismissively at Eliza and Body Bag, who were already rolling their eyes in exasperation. If you're going to complain, why don't you get yourselves boyfriends? If you're going to say that, then at least introduce us to some nice guys. Body Bag grumbled. At the same time, Eliza, who received a signal from the carriage ahead, nodded. We should get going. It's a long journey. All right, let's go. I had already said all my goodbyes yesterday. I had finished my conversation with His Majesty the Emperor as well. The carriage began to move, and I sat next to Serenade. Leaning back against the seat, I yawned. I had stayed up all night and was feeling a bit tired. If you're tired, would you like to rest your head on my lap, my lord? I could, offer you a lap pillow. What? Really? Was it okay to enjoy such luxury while traveling? I was seriously considering it when Body Bag, sitting opposite us, rolled her eyes. Can I switch to a different carriage? Of course not. You're my most trusted sunflower. My #1 assistant. You need to stick close to me. Are you really going to call me that? Blame Crossroad, not me. This city's contests always have such ridiculous outcomes. Body Bag rubbed her forehead, looking resigned about her new name. It seemed like she wasn't keen on the rodent-themed name. As we continued our light conversation, the carriage passed through the gates of the Lord's Manor and entered the city. Ha! I saw something strange. What is this? We were planning to leave through the north gate of Crossroad, but on the wide streets leading to the north gate, people were everywhere. It was the citizens of Crossroad. Your Highness! People lined up on both sides of the departing carriage, waving and shouting. We'll never forget these past 3 years. You were truly the best lord we've ever had. Your Highness! Crossroad will always be open to you, Prince. You must come visit us again. We'll miss you. Wah! I sat frozen for a moment, staring blankly at the endless procession of people flanking the carriage. My eyes grew hot, and my lips trembled. Thank you. I opened the carriage window and leaned out. I shouted with all my might. Thank you. Facing the people who had been my citizens for the past 3 years, and who were now cheering wildly at the sight of me, I waved back and made a promise. I'll definitely come back, so please take care. As the procession of regular citizens ended, familiar faces began to appear. The heads and members of the production guilds were lined up, waiting for me. I was a frog in a well, confined to the outskirts, but meeting you opened my eyes to a new world. The guild leaders shouted in turn. Thank you for showing us a new world. We will always remember your teachings, Your Highness. We will continue to work hard. I shouted back to all the guild members who bowed their heads in unison. Thanks to your hard work, our front line was able to hold. Remembering the city I built with these people, I nodded firmly. Keep giving it your all for Crossroad and for yourselves. When the line of guild members ended, next came the soldiers standing in orderly rows. These were the finest warriors in the world, who had fought more bravely under my banner than anyone else in the past 3 years. To the commander of the World Defense Frontline, the new Duke of Bringer, the Crown Prince of the Everblack Empire, the greatest commander of all time, an old soldier I had seen many times bellowed. A salute to His Highness Ash-born Hater of Everblack. Swish dash. My soldiers, lined up flawlessly on either side of the carriage, saluted in unison, without a single gap. I leaned out of the carriage and returned the salute. It was an honor to serve with the greatest commander in the world. We were able to fight with our lives on the line because we believed His Highness would lay our souls to rest. Because of your guidance, Your Highness, we, who were once clumsy rookies, have become veterans. Savior of the world. I hope to serve under your command again someday. All my soldiers, regardless of their unit, were weeping. As they saluted me, all of them were shedding tears. It was an honor for me to serve alongside you. I didn't hold back my tears either. Crying openly, I shouted to my soldiers, "Until we meet again, may fortune favor you." The soldiers responded in unison, as if they had planned it. Loyalty. As the soldiers' procession ended, I saw the emperor and the world's other kings waiting. I hadn't expected this at all, so I was quite startled. You founded an organization that represented the entire world, and you could have enjoyed its power for a long time to come. My father smiled, baring his teeth. But you, my admirable and pure-hearted son, disbanded it the very night you achieved your goal of saving the world. My son, born hater. The kings laughed together. The emperor glanced at the kings to his left and right. Last night we realized something. We had never properly thanked you. Then the emperor slowly bowed his head. Before I could respond, all the crowned heads present bowed their heads to me. Thank you for saving the world, and for giving us the invaluable experience of seeing the world come together as one. This world owes you a great debt. Raising his head, the emperor gave me a gentle smile. We will not forget this. I replied in a choked voice. It's no debt. We did this together, not just me. I had the carriage stop for a moment and stepped out, bowing deeply to the kings on either side. Thank you for trusting and following my reckless path. The kings applauded in unison. Amidst their applause, the emperor approached with a smile and patted my shoulder. Now off you go. The journey you must take will be many times longer than our own. The emperor then glanced at Serenade, standing behind me. I look forward to your wedding invitation. I'd love to deliver the speech myself. I stepped forward and hugged my father. He seemed more surprised than ever by the unexpected display of affection, but I held him tight and spoke sincerely. Thank you for trusting and supporting your foolish son. I'll visit often, father. Releasing the embrace, I bowed to the kings once more and climbed back into the carriage. As the carriage began to move again, I shook hands one last time with each king who approached. Thanks to you, I didn't run away and held out till the very end. Consider yourself highly praised. Belendio, the leader of the City-State Alliance, whose burnt beard had begun to regrow. I have so much marriage advice to share. See you soon, Ash. Mikhail, who was beaming alongside his 5 wives, and whose body still bore marks from whatever had happened the night before. I'll visit soon regarding the History Foundation. Prince Ash. Let's have an in-depth discussion. Diarmutin, who still spoke with his characteristic firmness. You'll let me officiate the wedding, right? Or at least sing at the ceremony. Kelly Bay making outrageous requests. I'll take pride for the rest of my life in having fought alongside you. Verdandi, who now shook hands as naturally as any human. May you have fair winds. May your journey be splendid. The Rompler twins, still red-faced from their hangover but sincerely offering their well wishes. Thank you so much for giving us new hope. And Hannibal, now proudly recognized as a king. One by one, those I had shaken hands with disappeared behind the carriage. I tried to remember the warmth and feel of each handshake. After the procession of crowned heads ended, at the North Gate, Your Highness, my companions, those who had shared life and death with me, awaited. Thank you so much, Your Highness. Really, I will never forget you. Torkel, who had finally learned how to smile brightly. May your future journey be blessed, just as this one was. May it be filled with grace. Zenith and Rosetta, smiling and offering their blessings. It was the best heist ever, Your Highness. The heist was so spectacular I can't enjoy ordinary gambling anymore. We're going to wander and sing. Would it be all right to sing of your legend, Prince? If you refuse, I'll change every protagonist's name to Violet. Then let this body tell the tale of saving the world? The rowdy, laughing members of the Gamblers Club. Thanks to your kindness, I found some purpose in life. I'm truly grateful. Hecate and the Glory Knights saluting quietly. And Diaboo, Sid, reaching out his chubby little hands, held by Lily. I stepped down from the carriage again and hugged each of my companions. We will meet again. Somewhere. Somehow. Gently stroking Sid's hair, I said to Lily, until then, may peace be with you all. Lily shed tears but gave me a bright smile. Under the northern gate, bathed in spring sunlight, my eternal party members were waiting. My lord, senior, your highness, prince. I approached the four who called out to me in their own ways, and the five of us embraced each other. I was happy to be with you. All the days of adventure I had shared with them. All the joy, the pain, the laughter, and the tears. They rushed through my mind like a waterfall, and I couldn't help but cry. Thank you for coming into my life. Truly, truly, thank you. Looking around at my weeping companions, I said with heartfelt sincerity, as if making a promise, please be happy. Wherever we are in this world, we must be happy. Come on, go now. We've had enough goodbyes to last a lifetime. Evangeline, wiping her eyes roughly, shouted. We'll cheer you on as you embark on the new challenges ahead, senior. Everyone nodded as they wiped away their tears. I nodded back, full of strength. May luck be with you in your new challenges as well. As I rode the carriage once more and passed under the northern gate, flower petals began to fall from above. Looking up, I saw people who had somehow climbed up the northern wall, scattering petals from baskets to coincide with the passage of my carriage. Be happy! Petals of all colors floated down, and everyone called out together. Be happy! Under the shower of petals, the carriage began to pick up speed. My heroes, who had been walking behind the carriage, now started running, but they gradually fell behind. You must! Everyone, as they grew distant, shouted together. Be happy! Before long, the rain of petals, the people waving, and the city where I had spent the last 3 years. All of it disappeared behind the winding path. I didn't wipe away my flowing tears. I just quietly watched my dazzling memories fade further and further away with every blink. Thus one journey came to an end, and another journey began anew. My lord, Serenade, sitting next to me, held my hand tightly, tears in her eyes. I smiled at her, my face wet with tears. Let's go, Serenade. I clasped Serenade's hand. To new adventures, just as in the past 3 years. I know there will be more failures, more falls, more pain in the future, but that's okay. As long as I don't let go of the flag in my heart, the path will continue, no matter which dark valley I wander through. Even if other tough challenges, harsh trials, or difficult days lie ahead. All the love and support from those who watched over me and loved me. I believe it will light the path ahead like starlight. With that belief, I laughed. Serenade wiped away the tears on my cheeks with a gentle hand. I carefully wiped away her tears too. We kissed, crying and laughing, our lips meeting. The carriage continued to move forward along the endless road before us, towards a new life, ever ongoing. Like this, the novel ends here. Please subscribe to the channel to follow other stories. Thank you.